Hello. I'm checking the things as per usual, making sure it's all working. I haven't forgotten anything. Checking the things. Excellent. I think that's good. So yes, this is not my usual day, but this is the day and time-ish before the end of the month that I could get this in. So yes, here we are. So hello, hope you're well. We'll get right into it. So I had wanted to do something different today because of things, but we're gonna do exactly what we have been doing, and then maybe hopefully tack on a little something at the end. So without further ado there, let me figure out where I was planning to go, what flight I had been planning to do. Perfect. It was oops. Heading back to there. Har. Can you figure out the theme for today? That one. Oop. Comma. There we go. And I was beat. Oh, actually, you know what? Readjusting already. Remove. Hide. That one. Since I realized, so I started planning this flight before I realized I wanted to do a little something different. And then deciding to tack it on to the end. So I think this is what we're gonna do. There. So as I was looking at it, let me make sure this is all good. Okay. Yes, very good. All right. So looking at it, it looks fairly short. So 67 there, 86 there, 44 there, which I think is actually going to be okay. Since hopefully, again, we'll be able to do a little something different at the end. So since we're looking at it from an instrument standpoint, 001 degrees, we would end up going odd 5,007. We'll go 7,000. Oh, and this one is called Mineral Wells. And then I thought there was something. Oh yeah, it was on that one. No, It's doing the thing. Well, hopefully it can get all of that out of its system. Before we get into the sim. Boop. And then coming back into Hamilton Mins, we will plan to do whatever RNAV is good for that, which is 180. So we have a southerly. Shoop. What's it? So assuming, gosh, what did that do? How did I do that and how do I fix it? Go away, wait. How do I get out? How do I undo that? Undo. What did I do? Document, no threads. Yup. No. Oh my God, how did I do this and how do I undo it? There, wonderful. Okay, let's try that again. What did I... Oh, in split view. No, we're good. We're good without. I mean, okay. So looking at, well, okay, so let's quick look at it. So we'll go 7,000 from from Mins. We'll take off from Mins. Head to Mon. Oh, well, the Mon. Mineral Wells. End up doing the ILS, which is going to be, we have to go to the VOR. Sorry. So it is correct. ILS 3-1. Up to date. Good. 109.55. Approach course 310. Runway length 5,600. Touchdown zone elevation 974. Circling not authorized. Autopilot coupled approach not authorized below 1,500. Okay, so that is something we will have to be looking at because we have ourselves some autopilot. So we will take the autopilot off at 1,500, which is going to be somewhere in here. Good. Okay, good. DMU's required. We'll have it. We'll have the GPS. Frequencies we'll be on and looking at. MSA 3,600 from the VOR, 25 miles. So we'll end up going to the VOR, going outbound 2 minutes. And then we will be going right turn 175 for 1 minute, probably. Ooh, if we have a southerly wind, we could potentially think about, well, the autopilot will fly it, right? But if we didn't have the autopilot, we would consider whether that wind is going to be an issue and we would want to go out a little bit further / longer before turning back inbound to intercept the localizer. At which point we'd come in at 310 degrees, and I'm guessing the wind's going to be similar, southerly, so we would be doing a circling approach. Joy. Circling approach, so we would circle to 13. We could... Yeah, might as well just make it 13. 40 degree crosswind. Math from the right. Oh, well. Hang on. In reality, I mean, obviously, the reason why we're doing the ILS is because we want to go down to minimums and do a straight in, now that I think about it. So, We may potentially try to just do the straight in, just so that we can practice that. Otherwise, our circling minimums would be 1420. So keeping in mind, we are going to have a potential little bit of a tailwind. Not full tailwind, but still enough. So we'll keep it in mind. So yeah, coming from, once again, our Vortac, going outbound, so we would be at whatever altitude we were given, and then go out, then we can descend to, hang on, 3,000, proceed your turn. Once the localizer starts coming in, we can then get down to our 2,500 as we're coming back inbound. Hang on, math. Yes? Yes. Yes, yes, because the localizer can go out further. But our glide slope capture is here. Yes, I know how equipment works. So we get down to our glide slope capture altitude of 2,500, coming back inbound, and at 5.6, just kidding. Kind of, no, it is. It's the same. It is, they occur together. Our final approach fix as well as our glide slope capture. So 5.6 DME, 2,500 within the localizer. Then we can descend to our 1174 for our questionable straight in. And we'd be looking for Pappies. Medium intensity runway lighting, runways 1331 or 1331, wow, and 1735. And that's about it. So if we did not get said airport in sight, and we had to go missed, we would climb straight ahead to 1600 with a climbing left turn to 3000 jives, back to MQP, our VOR, and hold. Interesting. Yeah. Yep. MQP and hold. Good. And then we would continue. So we'd probably be able to land and then take off straight out. Some interesting airport names. And we would be going that way. So once again, 7,000 to Waco for our VOR approach. Boop. VOR is correct. 17. Airport's good. Up to date. 115.3 for our Vortac. Approach course 185. Runway length. Oh yeah, and so this one should be in line with our weather this time. So Vortac 115.3. Approach course 185, runway length 5,500, touchdown zone elevation 592. DME is required. Oh gosh, I forgot what this is called. Something. Is this is a radar one? Is this one of the? Oh no. This is what Google is for. I promise I know it. Yeah, airport surveillance radar. That's what I thought. But we're not going to have that. So we're not going to, we're going to ignore it. So circling not authorized at night. VDP not authorized when using. That should be irrelevant. That should be irrelevant. That should be irrelevant. So good. Frequencies. So we would potentially, since we're coming like so, we would potentially be clearing ourselves for a straight in, because that would be quite a big turn. Unless we wanted to go, oh, well, you know what? Usually we overfly where our approach is anyway, so we would end up coming this way. So we'll just plan for that. How does that sound? So we would once again cross over the VOR for 2 minutes flying outbound, and then left turn this time to 320 for 1 minute, and that should be fine. Turning 180 degrees to 140 degrees for our heading to intercept the VOR, and that established is 1 dot deflection. Inbound to the VOR, straight, and then it is a little bit offset there to keep in mind, and then we would land once again straight in. So profile view, plan view, whichever one it is. Profile, this one's a profile. Plan view's up there. So we would cross the ACT. I think that's what I want to do. When it doesn't give an altitude for here, we'll just use the MSA. Yeah? Yeah, I like that. So 2,500 when crossing the VORTAC. Then outbound, we can get down to 2,100. Once we are, once again, established on that VOR radial, we can get down to our 2,000. Not too much difference, so we can chill out a little bit. Staying at that until our final approach fix, at which point we can then descend to our minimums of 1060 and 1 statute mile of visibility. Our VDP is 9 DME from the VOR. So we need to make sure. So again, VDP is we should be visual by then. Otherwise, we won't end up being. Oh, wait a second. Okay, so I had been told that the VDP is where the MDA meets the glide path. So in this case, it'd be 3 degrees, which would make sense. Which makes sense on all the other approaches that I've seen. But with this one, it looks like, oh, I wonder if, okay, so maybe this would be, okay, maybe the VDP is at the MDA for these minimums. See my cursor? Yeah, 1,300. That would make sense. Because, so the VDP being at the MDA, because if you reach the MDA and don't have the airport in sight by a certain point, you're going to keep flying until even if you did reach the runway. So like if you got down to here and had to stay here and kept fly, if you did eventually get the runway into sight, you'd have to dive bomb the runway, which is not allowed either. So I'm guessing that's what it is. Haha, I answered my own question, potentially. So yeah, we would, so I mean, I guess we would still want to get, I need to look back on all the other approaches that I've looked at now. So we would like to get visual by our VDP. Like to be visual by our VDP. I'll have to look at it. And if we are not by that point, we could potentially consider, okay, we're going to go ahead and go missed there. Not making any turns before we actually crossed the missed approach point, but having that decision made beforehand and being able to climb is good. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, so missed approach point is it's 10.4 from the VORTAC. FAP to map is 4.3, as well as, if we're doing 90, 2 minutes, 52 seconds. We mentioned earlier, it's slightly offset, so we'll be looking for something that's not quite right in front of us. And all we have is PAPIs. Our real runway end identifier lights and our medium intensity for runway 17 and medium intensity runway lights for our 17 and 35. Cool. All right. Then from there, we're avoiding, when I decided to do MINS over here, I first started looking down here for airports, and then I had to deal with this MOA and restricted areas and stuff like that, which, restricted areas, you can fly into if you've gotten permission and they are not hot. MOAs, and hang on. And again, visual, VFR versus IFR. MOAs, as a visual pilot, you can fly through, but be aware and contact the agency for situational awareness and their situational awareness. IFR, if they are hot, they're going to put you around them, so plan for it. And I think these were going to be high, so I didn't want to have to deal with it. So we went up here instead. So we're just going to have to scooch, do a little scooching. Right, Pat? Well, as long as we're on course, we should be missing this prohibited area. So then going that way, we could just get up to about 6,000. So this is just 44 nautical miles. So we'll see how all that goes when it comes to story times. But like I said, we can finish that leg off, and then I want to get into a little something different. So that should hopefully help a little bit. RNAV 18 Hamilton at MINS, and correct, up to date. Approach course 182, runway length 5,000, touchdown zone elevation 1,300. Ooh, RMP approach. Nope, not getting into it. Helicopter irrelevant, uncompensated irrelevant. Frequencies, MSA is 3,400. Oolagi. So we'll be coming from arrivals at Sonnet on Victor. Should we come from Sonnet? I don't think so. Oh, we could, it looks like. Meh. No want. We'll do the procedure turn. We'll be blah, 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 blah. And then we'll do, oh, you know what? Actually, that could be, if we put that in to, into the autopilot, it'll fly it for us. Now I just got to figure out where Oolagi is. Or I just, oh, wait, first, Mezzi. Oops. Oolagi. Perfect. So if we put, we'll see what the GPS lets us do, but if we can transition from Sonnet to our initial approach fix of Mezzi, then we would go 3,600. 3,600 over to Oolagi, and then, sorry, I'm like, why is our MSA 3,400? Is Mezzi not within 25 miles from runway 18? Interesting. Oh well. 3,600 from Mezzi to Oolagi, and then straight in for 18 for runway 18. So 3,600 to Oolagi, then we can descend to 2,500. We will be planning the LPV. I believe our aircraft has that. So then we can follow the glide slope down to 1555. Looking for pappies. One pappy. And if we do not get the runway in sight, straight ahead to 3,100 to Uxel. Uxel. Good. Yep. Okay. I think that's it for now. So we will get the, okay, I have to remember to get this up. This up. Good. And this up. Sorry. At least you couldn't hear me. I did a strange sound. So, I'm trying to do live weather, and it is not allowing me to. I probably did some sort of, well, we're definitely not going to do it at night, though. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Fly. We'll see what happens. Oops. We'll leave that for now. Technical difficulties. So, yes. Was trying to make room for, yeah, just doing sort of my instrument students and not burning myself out. So I had been threatening him with that for a while, but it was also just to, like, it was gonna happen, so I wanted him to be ready for that. Ready. So I think I can probably blast through this first week. I keep thinking that, and then so this one. So I had planned to work on pattern work with him because he had his written scheduled for the week after, I believe. So then I wanted to be good about, sorry, hang on. I'm so good at thinking and doing things at the same time. I don't get it, but whatever. No, I forgot. Gosh darn it. Begone, bot. Oh, not that button. That's not what I wanted. This one. Okay. This. Nope, not that one. No, this one. This one. This one. This one. Perfect. 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 This. Oh God. What did I press? What? Oh, yep, that is. Okay, it's that one. That one and that one. It's fine. Okay, so we're gonna put it like that for now for a second. And I'm gonna try to blast. Then we'll do pre-flight and then we'll do the thing. I'm gonna take a picture of that so I can remember, hopefully, the next time to have the bot banning. In place beforehand. Thought I had that one on there though. Oh well. Okay, so yes, that was the plan. It was to, I wanted to do pattern work, but he wanted to do a little local cross country, or yeah, a little cross country. So I just kind of like smooshed the two together, and we did our local cross country with a little bit of pilotage and some pattern work. Worked on it. Normal crosswind takeoffs and landings. And yeah, basically trying to really work him toward and make him as well as myself hopefully comfortable with soloing him, because I still wasn't sure at the time whether I was going to just offload him as soon as he was done with his written test and let the other instructor solo him, or whether I wanted to solo him myself and then like transition. Wasn't sure yet. So we did that, and then had lesson with newest instrument student. So we had just been working on the fundamentals so far. So it looks like we did descending turns as well as standard rate and time turns to compass headings, as well as ATC vectors. So I remember specifically one thing that happened during that lesson. So students under the foggles, and we were doing time turns to compass headings. So basically, I hadn't introduced the timed bit of it yet. I took away his heading indicator and we were just using the magnetic compass, and I was showing him how the errors worked and everything. So I had him start turning, and he rolled out on the heading that I told him to roll out on. I was like, wow, that was actually like pretty good for not having, well, yeah, for doing a turn to a compass heading or whatever. And he was like, oh, well, I saw the road. And I was like, what? And he realized what he had said, and there was a moment, a come to Jesus moment. I was like, I didn't want to be too harsh right away, but it was like, dude, what are you thinking here? I wasn't sure if it was an accident and it had a moment for me of like, to be honest, I can't tell if a student, I can't necessarily tell if a student is looking out from under the foggles. So when I'm doing this instruction and everything, I have to kind of trust that they are not cheating and actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I did. I said very firmly the whole thing about, this stuff is really dangerous, and if you want to go do it in actual and everything, and you actually want to be a good pilot and a good instrument pilot and get to where you want to go, I need to be careful. You need to be doing it the way you're supposed to be doing it. And he appeared receptive to that and everything, so I assume for now that is good. I do think there are still some things that he needs to get comfortable with me, and I need to be more like, I guess, I don't know what my expectations are for, which I don't know, that just seems like that's one of the expectations, is you're not looking out from under your foggles when we're doing instrument training. So that was an interesting moment. But I would rather get that out of the way earlier and hopefully have him understand that he needs to not be doing that and be aware of that now rather than down the road. So we'll see. So that was that. And then had a lesson with commercial student, former instrument, now commercial student. We did 8s on pylons as well as lazy 8s. I hadn't done 8s on pylons in a while. So like at first I had him just do a 30-degree bank, and he couldn't see the pylons at the time, but at least what I wanted it to do after the fact was like teach him that, get him into the mindset of hold whatever bank it is and use your altitude, right? So then after we practiced that a little bit, maintaining that bank and just doing altitude, then I had him just at a certain distance from the pylon, just snap that wing down to a certain, just whatever the bank is so that you can see the pylon, know what the bank is, hold that bank, and use the altitude as the 8s on pylons are supposed to do. So yeah, there is a part of me, and I've actually mentioned this to him. It's been a while since I've done the commercial maneuvers and really looked at them, and the last time I did them, it was in the 150, and yeah, it's been a while since I've done them in my home 172. So I did. There's another CFI. I think that might be a story time in here. Another CFI, new CFI, who he has met before, who I think would be good for him and his personality to get together with him and do some of that stuff with him, since he's fresher on that stuff than I am. I have been trying to take time to like get better at that stuff myself, re-practice them, shake off the rust and everything, but it's still like, I want to make sure that he's getting the best instruction possible. So yeah, so there's that one. So then, what and why did I do that there? I don't know. Oh, okay. So I was. Oh, yeah. So I then was supposed to have a day of flying at work airport, but inconsistent instrument student canceled again, which was frustrating. And then other instrument student also had to cancel because he had work. Something happened like there, which that was fun because yeah, it was just yeah, just another one of those things. But so I decided to. I wasn't sure what was going on with potential maintenance with work 172, so I decided to just go and fly home 172 if it was open, and it was. So I did like a 5-hour. I got cross country. I practiced a VOR approach, circle to land, and then I had this whole plan. I was going to fly up to this one airport because it had cheaper fuel, so I wanted to check that out. And I also wanted to practice a GCO so that I could teach that to my students. And by the time I got to that airport to then jet off and then, yeah, go do that, I was like, I don't want to. So I decided I'm just gonna go fly. I'm gonna go have some fun. I'm gonna go fly. So I did some tourism, and then I practiced my lazy eights in that aircraft, as well as some seat of the pants flying, it says. And I got 77.7 on the Hobbs, apparently. I wrote in there. I think also somewhere in here, was this that flight or was that a different flight? I thought it was this flight. Maybe it was an earlier one. Oh well. So yeah, I actually ended up going out and flying, coming back, fueling up again, and going out and coming back in again. So I went and did the cross country, noodled around there, came back in. Oh yeah, I tried to call the other CFI over at work airport about the potential maintenance things for when I was in the air. Potential maintenance things. Yeah. I don't know if it's just like my carrier or something. Calls don't work all that well in the air. They come through the headset just fine, but yeah, so there was that. So then, and I did, especially with inconsistent instrument student canceling yet again. And it was, he had been coming back from a trip, so we had talked about, he had mentioned like this specific day or one of those 2 days as being good to go because he wasn't going back to work until like the next day. And so that was good. The one thing was I didn't fully confirm, like I had said, like this is the day that I'm planning for. And he was like, okay. And then I didn't fully confirm it until like the morning of. And I was like, oh, hey, yeah, so we're good to go today. And he's like, oh, I can't today because we got back really late last night. And it's like, okay, if you knew you were getting back that late, you could have said something. But it is what it is, and we'll see where it goes from here. So I ended up having a conversation about that with the owner of that 172. And we've talked about this before, potentially like putting some sort of a fee in place for cancellation because it's been so consistent. One of the things being in the flight school book for the 150, I'm not part of the flight school, but in their cancellation fee is without a notice of 12 hours in advance, and it's not sickness or weather. There's going to be a fee of 1 hour instructor and 1 hour rental for a cancellation. And so I was trying to like look back, and for the most part, it's been he has done it within, or outside of that 12 hours, like the night before or something, or whenever he's done, like the morning of, it's been like he was sick. So it's like, we'll see. We still haven't gotten back into it, so we'll see what happens this next week when I try to get together with him and fly. But yeah, so that's been fun. So then another day at home airport, flew with tourist student at this point. She was the one where we worked. I inherited her for late in her private training, and she ended up finishing up her training and doing her check ride apart from me. And then now we started working towards her instrument, like the tiniest bit, back when, and then now getting back into it. She's just kind of wanted to fly around. So I've been trying to like be okay with that, as well as like be okay with being there as the instructor, but not doing the instruction things that I usually do. So I try to add bits of instruction in there, but yeah, still being okay with getting paid for almost just sitting there. So we did cross-country procedures and pilotage, lost procedures, spatial orientation, pattern entry and departure procedures. So yeah, so that first flight, or second at this point, third since getting back into it, was, yeah, just thinking about that stuff. She just wanted to go kind of tour around and look at stuff. So I was like, okay, cross-country stuff, pilotage, lost procedures, orient yourself with the sun and other things that we just talked about. So yeah, hopefully that's, yeah, good. So that's been a learning experience for me to kind of like let go of that sort of training environment as a CFI. So then went with commercial student again. He decided he wanted to go do we decided kind of to go do a cross country to get some instrument time for him. We did an ILS, circle to land, with an initial approach fix hold. And then we did hecka power off 180s at that airport. And apparently had some traffic awareness and collision avoidance situations. So that one, we were coming in, it had a crossing runway, and we were coming in on the non-wind favoring side to then circle to land. There was another aircraft coming in on the crossing runway, again, not the favoring wind runway, but it should have been fine going like that. So they decided to circle to land to the one we were going to circle to land to. Yeah. And then they taxied off and everything, and we're coming in and we're making our calls. And they decide to take off basically straight at us. And it was like, you absolutely knew what we were doing, where we were coming in, and all you had to do was wait like a few more minutes for us to get off into the circle to land. But no, you're going to do that. And the thing is I'm pretty sure I knew the airplane, and it was from a school around. I should have brought it up. I meant to kind of bring it up, but it was, anyway, I did. I was, yeah. Upset about that. So it was a good lesson. It was just another one of those good lessons to students and myself about not trusting anybody or thinking that people are going to do the logical and courteous thing and not take off straight into you. So yeah, anywho, then so we got a bunch of power off 180s, and he did really well. He got very good at using the flaps low to the ground in order to get himself over to his spot. But I was also like, I don't want you to get too used to that. I want you to be able to like also use your slip, as well as also just try to use the geometry and get it on right the way that you want to. So yeah, did that. Then Oh, shoot. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, no, we're good. Sorry. Thought I was on the wrong week. So then was supposed to have another day at home airport. So yeah, I was at home airport a lot. I've been at home airport a lot, which has been nice, has been fine, but like reasonings. Yeah. So Stu New owns her own plane. It had looked like maybe it wasn't going to work that day, so we had planned for another day, and she decided to only do the one day that week and work on work instead, which was fine. She had told me that was the thought. So then had lesson with, oh no, I did not get a proper nice non-blurry picture of this. Well, so we did time turns to headings, changing airspeed in turning flight, and ATC ops. So I worked him through basically holding and procedure turn operations, mostly holding operations, without telling him it was holding operations. So it was go out for a minute, time turn to a heading, go out for a minute, time turn to the opposite heading, and same thing. Just kind of going. Once he got good and comfortable with that, then changing his speed, climbing and descending, things like that. And then there was a little bit of weather that we were able to look at and be aware of as well. And I feel like I missed something over here. Maybe I've already told this story. Maybe this happened on a different flight, but I had been hearing about like the green returns on the radar are okay to fly through when it comes to rain. And then I read a thing about green takes the bugs off, yellow takes the paint off, and red takes the wings off. So I'm rather conservative when it comes to my weather decisions. I've been trying to get better, so being okay with a little bit of rain should be good, right? So as I was flying, I saw a area of rain, and on the radar it was green. I was like, oh, so I could go and I could fly in that and be okay with it and everything. And then I looked at it again, and I was like, that's looking like it's a little bit more than light. And I looked back at the radar, and it had completely switched to red. So it went from green to red, and that made me go, maybe I won't be thinking about green as being okay. And that kind of happened during that flight as well. There was an area of rain and it was green, and then you look at it a little bit more and it's like, meh, and it turned yellow almost immediately. So yeah, kind of having that awareness of, yes, it can be okay, but also it can't. So yay, things like that. Next. Oh yeah. So then was supposed to go fly the multi by myself solo, and it wasn't looking like it was going to be good, but then it looked like it was maybe. So I went over and I pre-flighted. And I was looking, I was like, it looks like it's coming this way and everything. And I don't know if I'm going to have time to like get in and take off and make it be like a decent enough flight for how expensive it is per hour. And somebody flew in as I was like thinking about that and working my way back out. And I asked, I was like, how is it up there? They're like, oh yeah, it's good. Like working on multi stuff, so ceilings are gonna be okay, and basically it was like a positive report, and it was a instrument student and a double I. Can't remember if he was an MEI as well, but I was like, okay, so I'm just being paranoid and stuff. So I go back out, I'm getting stuff ready, and I'm looking again in the direction where it is, and I'm looking at the radar, and I'm like, you know, I really don't want to turn it on pouring. Like, hecka pouring for hours. So I just sat in the plane. So I sat in the plane and just kind of chair flew with it. And so the couple of pilots that had come in, they had just been going to get coffee. So eventually they came back and with their coffee and are dashing through the rain toward their plane. And they were also stuck on the ground until everything let up as well. So I was like, that was just another sort of example of like me having a certain thought about something. Like I'm trying to get outside of my own comfort zone in certain ways. And so trying to utilize my resources of like actual, like PIREPs. What are the actual observations in the air? So utilizing that stuff, but then listening still to my own conscience and gut and instinct to still not go even if it's been told to be okay. So yeah, so they were sitting in their plane for as that was going. And as I was sitting there, a car comes driving by and drives up. One of the line guys comes up with an umbrella and he's like, I thought I saw somebody in there. Are you stuck? And I was like, no, I'm just chair flying. He's like, okay. I was just seeing if the planes needed to get moved or anything. Cause that was actually one of my worries was like, do I need to cancel it so that they know that the line people know, or so that or whoever knows that it can be put in case it's going to be like really bad. And I had texted MEI about that, and he's like, no, that's not your job. That is their job. And I was like, okay, but I care. So he drove off. I kept chair flying. Eventually, sun comes out again. It's looking good. I look outside, and it's like I'm in the middle of a lake. Where we were parked was, I guess it's not a good drainage area, or it's on an incline or something. And it was just like thick water right where I was gonna have to get out at some point with my trashy shoes and yeah, figure that stuff out. So I was like, wow, okay. And it was like I took a picture and there were ripples in the water. Oh, I took another picture of the coffee people's plane as it was raining, and you could see as it was raining the outline of their plane underneath because of how hard it was raining. Yeah, so it was interesting. So luckily, before I had to figure out how I needed to get out and not get my shoes and socks wet or whatever else, I put plastic grocery bags in my backpack as like a potential vomit bag, like way back when, and never used them. Good thing, because there's holes in them. So that wasn't gonna work, putting little grocery bags on my feet. But luckily the line guy came and towed me out, so I didn't have to get my shoes wet. And I get out to my car, and that's in standing water as well, so I had to take my shoes and socks off anyway in order to get into my car. It was just one of those like surreal moments of like, what is happening? But anyway, so then I still had other flights scheduled. I was going to go do some flights at work airport. So consistent instrument student over at work airport. Where is it? I figured I could slot him in that day, so we were going to try it out since he had to cancel for work. I wasn't going to worry about inconsistent private student. So we did. We went and were able to. It was still a little bit when it came to the weather, so we had a plan to go a little bit further, but decided against it. And just kind of, it had been a while, I think, for us flying. So we just kind of went out at work airport and did an initial approach, fix, hold, came straight back in, went out, did it partial panel, did it straight back in, and I think that was good. So we ended up doing weather awareness as well as the limitations of our weather tools. So we did it. We talked about it. It was like, okay, we're not going to go that far because this stuff kind of looks like it's coming. So we're just going to kind of go out and back in. And then we go out and back in. Very Nemo. And we would just kind of like watch it as it was coming in to make sure that we weren't going to get caught in anything. And then I was able to, I would let him take his foggles off and look out and look at this. And this is what this looks like and be aware and all that. And yeah, just kind of having that moment. And again, getting him back into it with the normal approach and then back into some partial panel stuff was good. So then, went and flew with my dad again. I don't remember what we did or kind of why. Oh, yeah. Okay. So at some point, so our fuel got really expensive. Surprise, surprise. And so we started, the 172 started, the 172 started, what we started to do, we used to completely fill it up. And then you'd fly out whatever you wanted, and then you'd fill it back up again. But for some reason, work airport fuel got really expensive, so we decided, or owner kind of decided, we'll just fill it up 15 on each side and then let people go get it at less expensive places until we could figure something out or things came down again. So I had been used to flying that plane fully full. But so yeah, so there was a little less in it than usual, but I can't remember why I decided to go fly with my dad, just getting the time in, perhaps, potentially. And we went, and I was chill, I think. My last flights that we had done, I was kind of calling the shots because I just wanted to get the stuff done, but I let him kind of pick aroundish where we were going to go. And so we went and checked out a couple of the FBOs. Went over there, did that, went over there, did that. And then it was like on the way back, I was starting to get like a little bit nervous about like, oh my God, did I miscalculate how much fuel that we were going to have left? Are we going to be run out of fuel? Because I'm terrified of being that person who runs out of fuel because they're silly and didn't do stuff. We did not run out of fuel. But let me see. Oh my goodness. I think I have to update his logbook. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, there was some like potential weather, not really. But again, for me, I'm always very about those sorts of things and nervous about those sorts of things. So like I try and be as safe and smart and whatever is possible about those things, to the point of like, I don't need to be. So yeah, but it was fun. He enjoyed it and everything, and yeah, it's good. I think that's it for that week. So we can move on. Excellent. Hello. How's it going? It's good to see you. I hope you're well. I was just finishing up week 1 of stories so that we could get in the air. It took probably a little bit longer. Yeah, it took a little longer than I intended it to. So we will get in the air for week 2, and then 3, and then 4, and we'll see what happens. Good. It's been a month, but good things, and like just some like why things, and yeah, the usuals. So yeah, glad to hear you are well. And I'll try and figure this whole thing out. It seems like I'm like that, and I don't want to be like that, so I'll posture. I think I have the worst posture when I'm simming. Maybe you can't tell, but I do. Scrolling in. Okay. So, take this off. Oops, not that one. Not that one. I'll try and do the Baron procedures to get practice for that. Okay. Weight and balance, performance, flight plan, papers, mags off. Oh, okay. Guess I could take all those off first. And these aren't clickable ones. I have to use the iPad. Bum, bum, bum. Engine, intake, pitot, wheel chocks, baggage. Good. Be gone. No. Be gone. There we go. Oops. Not that. So, control lock is off. Master's off. Mixture's back. Control lock's off. Cowl flaps are open. Pull to close. Okay, cowl flaps open. Gear levers down. Yes, it is. Flaps. Hang on. Battery goes on. That's what I thought. Gear lights are green. Flaps go down. This one. Been trying to take the plane out weekly? That sounds promising. Has it been good? Cross countries, maneuvers, what? That's very exciting. Flaps down. Have you been practicing emergency procedures? I realized doing checkout flights that, yeah, pilots, and myself included, don't end up practicing emergency procedures the way we should. And then forget things or get rusty on the flow. So, yes, that is something I've realized should be done probably. Battery on, gear lights down, flaps down, pitot heat test. Pitot, avionics no, de-ice, anti-collision, strobes, nav, taxi. Aga! Sorry, don't know what that was. That's the wrong button. Lights, strobes, beacon. Pitot heat. Ah, hot. That's the wrong button. What? Oh, that's why. Okay. There. See, does that look like it's on? I feel like it doesn't look like it's on, but maybe it is. Whatever. Nav, beacon, strobe. Anti-collision lights will leave on. Pitot heat we will turn off until it decides to turn itself back on again. Stall vanes, meet me. Lights, fuel gauges are true. Those are over here. And we'll fill up before we go. Battery goes off. All right, so fuel quantity. Let's do it now before I forget. And we exit and we try it again. There we go. Left main, right main. We'll leave the externals as they are. Amazing. Battery off, fuel quantity and quality. Oops. So yeah, popping up under here, doing a little drain deal from wherever it is. Both sides. Excellent, amazing. Then we double check in the tanks visually or on the dial. And then we wander around. So we come out here. We start here, baggage door, static port, leading edge, elevator. Look in, and look in. Not actually moving it, but checking those connections. Oop, looking. Plus the trim tab if it has one. Static port once again. Antennas. Flaps. Aileron on this side. Leading edge. Give it a little wiggle wiggle. Check the engine. Get up underneath there and check all exhaust ports. Where the tires go. Propellers. Belt. For oil spills. Check the oil level. Same thing under here. Check up underneath there. Where the gear goes. Checking the tires, brakes, things like that. As well as our pitot tubes. And then Chicken can do the other side. Great job, Chicken. You did amazing. Double check it. Fuel quantity and quality. Caps, drains and vents, engines, oil and belts, propellers, air intakes. Oh yeah, the air intakes. See, I'm not entirely sure. Where and what the air intake is supposed to be for this. Is it supposed to be that thing? Huh. Oh well. Exhaust systems, cowl flaps, surfaces and controls, pitot and static ports, de-ice equipment, gear, tires, brakes, ELT armed. Guess we could go inside for that. Antennas, baggage doors, ties, wrong button, ties, chocks, tow bar, final walk around. So we're gonna quick double check, make sure the ELT is in fact armed. Oh, cool. Okay, so. Doesn't say what's what, so I'm just gonna assume it's where it needs to be. Cool. All right, so going back out one more, oop, for frick's sake. What? Eek. Go back out one more time. So we would go around one more time, didn't leave anything anywhere. Chocks, fuel cover, oil cover and door, chocks again, tow bar, didn't leave anything sitting anywhere. Oil cover and door. Potentially the door for the drainage, sumpage I should say. Fuel cap, aileron, so control movement, didn't leave anything anywhere, and hops in. Oh, excellent. Practice on your last biannual. You could use more practice though. Right. And that's something that, again, as doing a checkout flight for a newer pilot, very wet private pilot, and I was surprised at the performance. It reminded me of like those things that we practice so much for like the check rides and then can completely not practice again if we don't actually make it a priority. So yeah, yep. So yeah, definitely. Like, and I've since I started doing my commercial students training, I realized I've gotten very rusty, and then trying to do the power off 180s again when I'd gotten them down pretty well and I was comfortable and confident with them, and doing them again and I'm like, oh no, that is not good. So yeah, always good to practice, or rather biennial, right? And it's, didn't they like change the name? Like I've heard it's not really a BFR or something. So, you want to add more ratings eventually? What's next? What's coming up? Let's go. Let's get started. Whenever you're ready. I'm excited. You know me. You can't say things like that and not expect me to be way ahead of you. Ready to go. But yes, and the plane's all good. It would be either IFR or commercial. So at this point, okay. If you have the hours for commercial, you could just do that one. That one's would be pretty chill. if you need more hours, might as well go IFR. And I'm definitely a proponent for IFR, just because it helps you be more precise and safe and everything overall. So if you have the hours, maybe just crank out the commercial and then go IFR. But if you need the hours, definitely work on the IFR while you're getting those. There you go. Your plan's all set and in place. Okay, before I try to talk you into anything else. Passenger brief. Seatbelts on at all times. Exit. Wait, hang on. Exit out the door to the right. For now, make sure it's shut and locked. If we lose power on the rollout, we'll bring both throttles to idle. If we lose power after, or lose an engine, I should say, after takeoff and with our gear down, we will land straight ahead. Throttles to idle, land straight ahead. If it is if it is after takeoff and with our gear up, we will continue the climb, secure our engine to come back around for a 1-engine landing. Hoya! Oh, and another thing, I flew with, okay, at work airport, he owns his own plane. It's a cool tail dragger. And he recently, he was the one I was supposed to be, I was going to try and get comfortable doing spin training with so I could do his spin training, but that didn't end up working out. He went and got it somewhere else and then actually got his CFI. I think that happened in this span of time. So yes, new CFI, and he's been good to fly with at work airport and elsewhere, which we'll get to. And yeah, he's a good dude, and I'm really happy that he's a CFI now, and he's probably going to do my tail wheel now once we have a plane at work airport that can do it. Trainer tail wheel. So yeah, anyway, where was I going with that? Oh yes, emergency thing. So we flew together, and he mentioned, this is something I hadn't been told or thought of, if I don't have a windsock nearby. This is going to annoy me. That's okay. So when you're talking about the emergency, this was in a single engine plane. So when we're talking about an emergency, if we have a crosswind, and you're going to try to turn back to the airport, turning into the wind, which makes sense, but it wasn't something that I had thought about. So thinking about that stuff. Hobs and tack time, wherever that is. Bloop, bloop. Fuel selector test on. Yep, it's taken from the one that it's supposed to take from. Good, good. I assume. Oxygen, alternate static, emergency gank, gear. Oh my god. Emergency gear crank free. Is this one down there, or is it over there? Or is it over there? Yeah. Seat track, back and lock, chicken. It's checking all the circuit breakers. So, but-a-la-la-la-la. Oh, okay. But-a-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Make sure there aren't any over here, too. Okay, good. Oh, there's the hubs time. Rudder pedals, avionics are off. Those are over here. AC autopilot off. AC's over here. Autopilot is here. It's just a button. Cowl flaps are open. Brakes are set. Number 1, engine start. Okay, I need to try and remember how this goes. So mixtures go full rich for both. Props are at a high RPM. Throttle's full open. Parking brake. Battery goes on. We're going to do the alternators at the same time. On. Beacons on. Fuel pump. One. Shoot. We did this last time. It's supposed to get up to 17 inches and... Oop, the other one. And I don't think this one has like a 17 inches thing, or maybe I just can't see it. All right, that's fine. There. High and then off. Throttle is going to be all the way back. Clear prop, clear left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back. Clear prop. And then I think for this one, I mean, we'll try to start it without, but we might need to use the primer for this one anyway, even though we did the fuel pump. So on beacon, fuel pump, throttle, prop, clear, mag, start. Okay. Hand on the throttle. Yeah, I'm just gonna prime it. 2, 3. Or maybe I just need it throttle slight. We'll see. So there's left. Checks left. What? Why is the right over there? Oh, okay, never mind. Silly. Bringing it back. Green, fuel. Fuel pressure slight. Good there. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna do this. We'll try this again. Oh. So it does seem like these. So the Baron, I've been told to keep the throttles at full idle. This one appears to need slight throttle. So going there, green. Good. Okay, stuff's moving. Okay. Did the things. Seat belts, harness, flaps go up. This button. Heat vent defrost. So, don't need defrost, temp control. Just put it in the middle. And we'll just put that in the middle. Sure, why not? Avionics. Nav. We'll leave the taxi for now. So de-ice electric test. So I would put the de-ice on. And I would watch the electrical gauge. Oh, there was a slight. I think, unless I imagined it. What if I did, oop. No, that doesn't do anything. That doesn't appear to do anything either. Okay, whatever. We'll come back to it. Terrain databases are, oh, all up to date. Cool, amazing. Let's go with that. This doesn't do a run through for it, so that's cool. Amazing. Okay. Avionics, watch the gauge, autopilot button on, so click it. Or, there we go, so. Oh gosh, Okay, so I would have assumed that me moving the yoke would have turned the autopilot off as well, but that's good to know. So I had a moment. I was like, oh, I need to check all the ways that I can turn off my autopilot. And I was like, oh, well, I should turn on my autopilot and let go of my brakes and then re-put my brakes on because I was like, oh, cruise control. No, I don't think that that's gonna work for the autopilot. Watch the test, AP button, self-test, as well as the go-around button. So I would click that go-around button on for the flight director. Then we get our ATIS AWAS and figure out if we can go live weather or not. I don't know why it doesn't want to, but okay, that's fine. So everything is 2.9 or 9 or 2. Or, sorry, standard. Amazing, excellent. Isn't there another one over here or something, or is that a different aircraft? Nope, there it is. 2992, perfect. Does that drive? Oh, you did start studying for the IFR, but you got injured and had to hold off on it. Right, okay, all right, all right. And then commercial you can probably do in your own plane. Right, so I do, just, I feel like you'd probably be able to just crack that one out. But again, it would, if you did have hours that you needed to get, you might as well work on the IFR again still, if you can. But yeah, the IFR would probably be a little bit trickier in your plane probably. So okay, well I'm excited to hear what you end up doing, and I hope it's soon. All excited. Oh frick, I'm alive, I know, right? It's been questionable over the past month. Hello, by the way, how's it going? It has. It's yep. We got through week 1, but that is just not even. It's been a month, but also it's been like the past couple of weeks. Honestly, have been. Ha. So hi, yes. Yeah. So I hope you're well. I am also well, but it's still still recovering from lots of things. So we'll be going over that once we get in the air. Minus the TAA, you guess. Right. So do you know what you would end up doing? Do you have access to either a TAA or complex aircraft? I mean, depending on what you actually want to do, I do think like the complex is good to use. At least get some of the time in, even if you have like a really easy TAA plane to use. TAA is definitely good as well. For the avionics, but I do one of my issues at least is I'm so nervous about forgetting to put the landing gear down. I know that's why we have checklists and things like that, but I just you never know. I never want to be that person. So doing that complex and kind of getting that is actually, I think, helpful for making sure you are doing the checklist, especially if that wasn't something that you like initially started out really doing. So yeah, think there are some around that you could run the time in. Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay. See me getting all ahead of you already. Both are valuable. No, right, exactly. So that's why at work airport, once the 172 gets autopilot, it's technically a TAA aircraft, which would be easy for commercial students at work airport, but I really do think the time in like, a complex aircraft, particularly like a higher performance aircraft and things like that, is really helpful. Just like that different experience and things to be thinking about and looking at and everything. Maybe your friend will lend you his Mooney. Do it. Why not? You're not gonna break it. Those are interesting planes. I've heard they're very slippery. I have flown a couple, but not to the extent of like really getting their performance down. So I think that would be a really good one. In addition to checklists, you found it makes it easier to remember the gear when you think of it more as a mandatory speed brake. I love that. Use it to slow down early and often. See, that's one of those things where that's definitely kind of come up in theory as I've been doing particularly the multi-training. But I've never had it put that way, and I really like that. I like that a lot. Thank you for that. Okay, yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to put that into practice now. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna get in the air. We ate us AWAS. Everything's perfect. We'll take off on what runway? Let me put this into here quick. Sorry. I have no idea where we're going. To there. To there. And back to there. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I just realized I gotta confirm with a student for the week. Okay. Yep. Okay. There. Okay, so got that. Oh, that's the other thing I was gonna do. I have to start flight tracking. Come on, connect. Well, that'll happen when it happens, I guess. So we'll take off 1-8, I guess. Oh yeah, that'll be perfect because we won't have to drive. Fly, turn, whatever. Taxi, that's the word I'm looking for. Yep. So we won't have to taxi too much. Because here we would need to back taxi the entire freaking way. So yeah, 1-8's good. We'll take off 1-8. That's what we were doing. Why were we doing that? Yeah, 1-8. Wow. Flight plan. Oop. We're at Cummins. We're going to Kimmel. Perfect. Okay, that jives. Good. Press and hold. Good. Okay. Not that. Altitude. Autopilot. Altitude. We'll go up to... You know what? We do. We keep on being so freaking high. We're just gonna beat 5,000. Vertical speed. 500. We'll see if that holds. Heading bug is this one. Heading bug, course bug. So our course bug is gonna be... No. See, I don't... I feel like that's not correct. But whatever. 9-4, I guess. Flight plan, double check. Yeah, no. 094 for our course. Okay, and we'll do 185 for our heading for now. Okay. Procedure, map, airport, there. Okay. 182 for our heading. Oof. The cabs. Okay. Got that set. Amazing. So, when it comes to our weather, ATIS AWAS altimeter, it usually says it, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll just read it off. So you can hear what we're getting into. Hamilton Municipal. I'm trying to... Municipal 2135 Zulu. Automated. Wind 180 at 18. Gust 287 statute miles. Haze. Clear below 2000. Temperature 36. Dew point 18. Altimeter 29993. Remarks. Peak wind 18029 at 39. I don't know if they put that in there, but yeah, our peak wind was 180 heading. So from the south directly at 29 knots, 39 past the hour. So yeah, it's gonna be windy, but right down the runway. Yeah, right down the runway. So good, I think. Hang on, if it's written, it's true. 180, and those are magnetic. Ooh, okay. So it might be, we might have a little left crosswind. We'll see. We'll check the windsock as we're kind of taxiing. Okay, so we did that. Documents. ATIS AWAS altimeter. We did. Transponder, altitude, and squawk. Good. Okay. ADS-B is on. Radio test. Click. Look for the TX. Taxi light as required. Brakes. Release. Test. Attitude indicator. Turn coordinator. Heading indicator to compass. So we'll taxi to the end of the runway. Hope we can figure out our way. Oh! Sorry, a quick read. Becomes especially true in the Mooney because it's about the only way you'll get that thing down to VFE. Right, okay, yep. Just don't drop the landing gear too early. Oh no, why not? Oh yes. Don't want to exceed the VLE and VLO. Right, exactly. Yeah. Oh, you've been to those airports. Perfect. Well, that's exciting. So, oh gosh, now I got to taxi really well because otherwise, if you go there next time, you're gonna see ruts on the grass where I taxi. But your plane barely gets out of the white arc, so you don't have to worry about speed so much. Right, exactly, except having too little. 150, yes, with a climb prop. And you know the pain! That's exciting. I mean, yes, commiseration helps. They're fun little airplanes, though. Okay, all right. I'm nervous. We'll see what happens. So I'm gonna taxi here and apparently hit a dead end. Oh, okay, so just kidding. We're gonna turn around. My plane just showed up on my iPad. See, I think last time I said and thought I was going to get the multi-levers, quadrants switched to the other side. I did not get the chance to do that, and I didn't feel like doing it. So I would have potentially had to... I guess the sim doesn't know whether or not if I'm trying to fly right seat / left-handed. No, right seat. Whether I have brakes or not. Because as I'm doing my multi-training and practice when I'm going solo, I cannot fly from the right seat because I do not have brakes. Sorry, right seat. Did I say right seat? Oh my god. Right seat. I can't fly from the right seat because there aren't brakes on the right seat. So clear left, clear right. Stop. Clear left, clear right. I've had to have a talk, kind of. Well, first it was not doing with my instrument student at work airport. No, I don't want to do that. I'd rather have to stretch myself up. Okay. So we're checking that way. Clear right. Instrument student, and other students. Yeah, actually a couple of my instrument students about not doing rolling calls. So like as they're going on to the runway, they like start entering the runway while making their call and looking, and it's like, what is the purpose of that? Like, how is that helping? If you got somebody right there on final as you're trying to like look and make your call, look, runway incursion. So trying to get them to be thinking about those sorts of things when they've, I mean, had the cowboy antics kind of drilled into them already. Not drilled in, but practiced. So yeah, that's been fun. All right. It's like, I don't want to be the meanie, but for your own safety's sake and check rideness, do the things right. I didn't check any of the instruments. Whoops. Do the things right, she says, as she proceeds to admit she didn't do the things right. I promise. I taxi and pre-flight and pre-check better in an actual plane. Oh, remind me not to do a full feather check in this freaking plane. Message. Why? Set course to 000. Why? I don't want to. I'm not gonna. Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay, fine, I will. What? Oh, direct track. What? Oh, no, distance. Oh my goodness. Direct track is 000. Okay. I was a silly. I was wondering, I was like, track doesn't seem right, but I'll do it. This is why we check things and look at our messages. Okay. 000. All right, so brakes are set, electric trim and autopilot. We did the autopilot a little bit, and the electric trim is this one. So it works, and we're gonna get it back into the takeoff area. Are you Mick? Sorry, hang on. So you guys have been witness to inconsistent private student once again canceling. And the thing is like, it's for a good reason, but it's like, I don't know, it's just... I don't know, it just feels suspicious with every single time canceling for something else, and it's always at like the exact time. So anyway, I keep expecting things to be different, and then they're not. So I still haven't gotten paid. So whatever. Anyway. Electric trim, autopilot, trim for takeoff, did that. Also double checking that we did the go around button. Flight controls. I will also say to, oops, sorry. I will also say to, I'm hoping it's a phase, but I had to mention this to one of my students that like, sorry, 1 second. Flight controls are free and correct. Why? Okay, free and correct. Free and correct. Yeah. No, I had to mention one of my students at the end of a lesson. I made some snide comment about somebody, we taxied up to the fuel, and our fuel screen has a cover over it, and somebody had left it up, like not put it back and velcroed it and everything. I did. I made a snide comment or went on a little bit of a rant or whatever about tourists and not putting stuff back the way they found it. And I think there were some other things where I was like, you know what? I have been... Oh, well, that works, I guess. Do you need to go to... Oh, okay. Well, that's cool, I guess. That's nice. Then this is the thing, is like, I hate the business part of flight instruction, because I feel like such a mean person. But at the same time, it's like, you gotta make sure you're taking care of yourself, your other students and everything. But no, so anyway, but no, I did. I made a comment about something like that with when one of my students was in there, and I was like, I'm sorry, I've been a little bit piss and vinegar recently. Making comments about all this stuff, and it's like it's like I said, it's been a couple weeks. I've been good, I hope and I think, with my students themselves, but yeah, I could probably make a few less comments about things that tick me off with my students, unless it's for safety purposes. But after I made that comment, my student made very careful to put the cover down after we were done with the fuel. But yeah, so student said he would drop my check off somewhere, which is nice. So he said he had to go somewhere anyway. So that is, and that's the thing, is like, I want to understand, and I do understand that life stuff happens. But on the other hand, it's like when there's that many cancellations, it's like I could have been doing other things. I could have like had other students, like my students, I could have slotted them in. So like, it's not fair to me, it's not fair to my students, it's not fair to other people who might have rented that plane for that block. So it's like, again, I know and I understand that life stuff happens, but it does, it makes it tough, and like there needs to be something there. So we'll see. Again, I'm happy that it's earlier, but yeah, we'll see. Anywho, sorry. Instruments. Everything's set there. If any of my students were to somehow find my stream, I would be mortified, especially because I probably do or neglect to do things that I yell at them for. for doing or not doing. Flight controls, instruments, mixture best power. Starter light is off. That's up here somewhere, and it's off. 2200 RPM. I just feel like that just goes so much further than it needs to. So, cycle the props. RPM drop. Manifold pressure up. Oil pressure drop. No oil flinging around outside. Down to 1700. Mags test. Left. Left, left. Drop and back. Left, right. Drop. Good. And back. Right, left. Drop and back. Right, right. Drop and back. 1500. Feather test, which we're not gonna do. Oop. Gyro pressure, amps and volts. Pressure, amps and volts. Oops. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure how this one works. Or what it means. Sure, I think it's good. Seems good. Oil pressure, good for all. Temperature's good. Alternators. Oh. Well, so I guess what I could do. Perfect. Perfect. Idle check. Friction lock. Then we'll do the other things. You better idle. Sorry. Coming back. You took one from the DFW area to the 150 to the West Coast and back. Good Lord. Oh no. That doesn't sound fun. I mean, like some parts fun, but other parts less fun. Am I doing my multi-training with a particular 310 school on that side of the DFW Bravo? Trying to be vague so I don't dox. I'm also trying to figure out how to be vague so not to dox. Well, I'm not sure what I could... There are things I would like to say, but also I'm not sure I do want to say. Let me look at something quick. Well, I mean, so the reason that we're doing this, oh, I guess I could put that in here. Hang on. I'll quick put our route in here to, oops. So we're doing this route for a particular reason. Well, I mean, at least our first airport for a particular reason. but then the rest of it just worked out when it comes to ILS and VOR approaches nearby. So that is the reason we are doing this area and these airports, if that answers but does not answer your question. I'll just put it there manually. Hopefully, I think. There. Okay. Good. Okay. Sorry, I'm like, even if I don't like to answer anything with any sort of a like positive or negative answer one way or the other, just because I don't want to accidentally give like, no, again, I don't not trust you people. And not that I think anybody would care enough to like try to find me, but yet at the same time, you never know, sort of a thing. So I try not to give any breadcrumbs at all. You swear no one puts the cover back on, which, the fuel thing? It's, okay, so. I will say, this is the thing, is it hasn't been a problem. It was like the one time, and then there were just like other things leading up to that in other areas that just kind of like, I kind of mini snapped at that in a fun, jokey way, but at the same time, it was like, I do, like for me, I'm a person who put things back the way that you found them or better, not leave stuff around and I don't know. So anyway, so I'm glad that it's not just me, but I don't understand. I don't understand. But the wind takes care of it for you. With which part? I'm sorry. Are you talking about the cover? No, not allowed. Fair. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. If I do happen to be around that area at some point and want to do some time building, let me. Okay. Sounds good. I won't say whether or not that might be soon or not. Da-dum. You've gotten access to an arrow 2 you could split. Okay, now I gotta look it up. Cause yeah, that's I don't still fully understand how all of those. Okay, so I've been trying to do, aircraft. I've flown in a couple Pipers. And so is the Piper Arrow 2 also a Cherokee, or is that different? Because I have flown a couple of Piper Cherokees that one apparently was an archer and the other was a warrior, but they're the same thing in my logbook. It's a Cherokee. Oh, but retract. Oh, cool. Okay. See, so I was trying to put that stuff in for like my logging hours and for applications and stuff like that. And I had to like go back and look through and be like, okay, they're both, the ones that I flew are both PA 28s, but they're two completely different like end things. So, okay, that's cool. I mean, I definitely would like, I would definitely do more retract time. That'd be awesome. If it happens, I will let you know. But yeah, the whole Piper naming thing and like what the model number and what I'm supposed to put in the logbook and what that counts for and this, that, whatever. I don't understand. I don't understand. So I just hope and pray I did it right. Okay, so we did that. Documents, getting in the air. Flaps are at 0, double checking. We're still letting her purr. Flaps are here. Yes, A-firm. Props, high RPM, mixture's best power, fuel pumps are off, double check. Primer's good, fuel pumps off, that's all good. So hang on, I'm just gonna kind of start over here. Bump, 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 anti-strobe, taxi, landing. I don't understand, but okay. So I would start there, I would look at all this stuff. I'm trying to get better about doing flow. Oh, that's probably why. My navigation instrument is down here. We have been flying, I mean, I have been flying this aircraft for this freaking long. See, like, I knew. Oh God, this is why, know your setup, kids. Wow, I promise I actually am a braided and somewhat competent pilot. That's good. Oh, cabin heater, heat off fan, open defroster, cabin air during heater operation. That's good to know. All right. Fuel pumps, transponder, good, altitude. Heading bug, AC off. Doors, windows, good, good. Pitot heat not required, de-icing equipment not required, landing lights on, strobes are on, time note, brakes release. Okay. Wow, I'm astonished with myself. Okay. Yeah, slightly left crosswind, it appears, but also not, because I guess we don't have live weather. So, clear left. I don't know why this is doing this now. Clear left. Clear right. Wherever we are, traffic. Hamilton, traffic. Twin Cessna, Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, departing 18. Left downwind departure to the north. Hamilton. Did the thing. Okay. Taxing. All the things look good. That's gonna bother me. Oh, no wonder I didn't have a glide slope, because it was the wrong frickin' instrument. Oh, good lord. I'd rather do that in the sim with you all, who will laugh at me, but understand, than be in an actual plane where I need to know my stuff. Okay, take it off. Power, airspeed's alive, engine instruments are still green. We're maintaining the runway until red line. I'm gonna have to turn down the sound. At least red line. Not taking off before then. Oh no. Nope, nope, absolutely not. That was terrible. Hand on the throttle. All right, positive rate, kind of. Gear up. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Positive rate, gear up. All right, gears up. Maintaining. Why are you yelling at me? Okay, hang on. I don't like the sound it's making, to be quite honest. Hang on. Gears up. Green, green, green. it's doing that thing again where it's like not climbing, and I cannot figure out frickin' why. And I don't know why it's yelling at me again. Because it's like I'm not effing climbing. I honestly don't want to. I don't want to deal with this. I don't know what I did. Are we gonna die? Apparently. Sorry. I don't know what it does. I don't know what it's doing. I have my gear up. I have my flaps up. I have my stuff at full whatever. It kind of sounds like it's doing something that I don't like, but I don't know what it is. Sorry. Hello. Is it density altitude? It's a 310. Okay, should I bring the mixture back a bit? I haven't had this issue. Sorry. I mean, I did last time and I rage quit. Or rage restarted. Hate the amount of variations I put under the PA28 model. Just give it a different designation. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so it's not just me. I could understand. I did. I put it PA28. So I got time, the PA28, this one and that one and the other one, but yeah. Yeah, the landing light switches 3 positions because the landing lights extend down. Yes, okay, landing lights extend down from the tip. Oh, right, the positions are extend on up. Okay, I keep looking at the taxi light. I figured that out at one point and then forgot. Thank you. I will look at that sometime. Still not instructed. Hello, how's it going? Yes, you were hoping to get a free lesson. Absolutely not, because whatever's happening here, well, if you're gonna learn anything from it, learn what not to do. The glider activity out of Hamilton. That would be, I was gonna say that'd be kind of cool if they could simulate that, but maybe not also. Are we gonna die? Hi, by the way, how's it going? I don't know what's happening. I know the salt. I know, but I don't know why. 10,000 density altitude. Is it? I didn't look. It's normal though. It won't let me go live weather, so it should be freaking standard. I'm so mad. It's only 4,000, even if it wasn't at standard. I'm so mad. Okay, I'm gonna try reduce the AOA and gain some airspeed. I've been trying to, but I've been trying to maintain above red line. That's what I've been trying to do. But also I guess it doesn't necessarily matter-ish, maybe. Yeah. That's one thing that I have to get a bit more used to with the multi is like, it is okay to get below red line when you have 2 engines, but I don't have a lot of altitude. So that's what I was trying to reduce AOA, gain some airspeed. Well, no, sorry. I guess I was yeah, okay. I'll try that. Okay. I should be able to climb either way. That's what I thought. I've never The sound doesn't sound right. Can you guys hear it? Well, when we're in there, it doesn't sound right. I don't know what it is. One of my thoughts, well, no, I was gonna say one of my thoughts, did I accidentally feather one? But both of them are working fine. Or the RPMs and manifold looked fine. So I don't know. We'll see. The oil pressure is fine as well. So I don't know. This happened another time and I didn't know what the issue was. So okay, we'll try. I'm gonna go insane. We have so much more flying to do. You mean the red line might be inaccurate in the sim flight model? Right. But also, what else am I supposed to be using? I'm a pilot. I'm supposed to follow the colors and the numbers. I'm not supposed to be thinking. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Lower the AOA. We'll try to gain some airspeed, and maybe we'll just see if it'll climb at blue line. Okay. All right. Okay. Sounds good. We'll see. Oops. Okay. Hang on. I'm right over the effing ground. Well, I guess we didn't get to try anything. I gotta do all that stuff over again. I'm so mad. Yeah, that. I can't say that, but yes, that. F's in the chat. Dang it! Okay. So mad. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just try to do all the things. Since you brought it up, I'm going to, okay, parking brakes off. Gear is down. Have the gear down. Have the flaps up. I'm gonna be mad if it was a trim thing. Cause like I put the trim down like that, but like I had the yoke where I wanted it. I don't know. I did all that work. I put all the things in. Master goes on. We'll look at the proper the proper landing lights this time. Landing light, yay. Landing light, yay. That's a taxi light. We'll hopefully remember that next time. Power on stall demo to the extreme. Yep, exactly. Again, I don't think it was my fault. I can't figure out why it wasn't, but it wasn't my fault. Can't wait for this air safety, it's stupid. No, it wasn't me. I do, it has. There have been things that have happened that have taught me things in this plane, but I swear I check the things that are supposed to be the problem and they're fine. So unless there's something that I'm missing, which is also a potentiality, it's not my fault. It's something with the sim. I don't like blaming the sim, but I swear it has. It's happened before. And it happens at random times. And it happens when I've been flying. And it happens when I haven't been flying. And so it's not a me problem. I will go with that. Mixtures full rich. Checking all the things. So mad. I have to do all this crap again. It's not crap. It's good stuff to do. We checked all the things. Clear prop. Fuel pump. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to put that up. We'll see what happens. Okay, so it needs primer and a little bit of throttle. Or I did do the fuel pump wrong. This is why we do our checklist, but I'm too mad to do my checklist. I would only do that in the sim, I promise. Oh my god. Magnetos would help! Probably flooded the dang thing. No! You're going to use the we checked all the things on your next check ride. You better not. Like I said, none of this is instruction. If anything, it's what not to do. If it still doesn't work this time, you blame the flight model in the sim. I do as well. But you know what? It's going to work this time. Maybe, if we actually get it started. My poor starter. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be fine. So we're going to prime it just a smidgen. Prime it just a smidgen. And try it again. Mother, father. Okay, so we're gonna go like that, we're gonna go like that, and we're gonna go like smash bar, smash bar. You know what? You know what we could do? You know what? We're gonna restart. We're gonna promise I don't do this in an actual plane. Okay. Do it the way. Mixtures. Power. Full. Mags. Well, master. I'm gonna let it go for a while, actually. Okay. Then we're gonna bring it back to idle with a little pump. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Am I missing anything else? Our beacon. Clear left, clear right, clear ahead. Clear back. Clear prop. Please work for the love. I did what I usually do. I did what I usually do, I promise, apart from checking the Look, it worked! Okay, I did not turn the freaking avionics on. And I had my feet on the freaking brakes! See, this is the kind of... I had my feet on the brakes. I had my feet on the brakes. I did not have the avionics master on before I turned the freaking plane on. Going insane. Oh, look. Well, it still doesn't say half left, half up out of view. It still doesn't do a self-check, so that's cool. Okay, so autopilot, sweet. We're gonna go up 800 feet a minute. We're going up to 5,000. Okay, good. Flight plan. I'm so mad. So mad about everything. Where are we going? That's what I thought. Kimwell. course is 0, 0, 0. Good. Heading bug. It's 182. Why isn't that gauge working? It concerns me. Ah! Whatever. That's why. I don't understand. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. We're not gonna forget to redo our fuel. We've got so much more flying to do and I'm already insane. Okay. Good, good, excellent, amazing. Mixture back. And we taxi. We put our taxi light on because we didn't want to forget it. Am I heading to the air show next month? I want to be. I'm not sure it's gonna work this year though. I'm assuming you are. I really wanted to. That was one of the things I wanted to do this summer. As I don't know what next year is gonna bring. I haven't even been able to like look into what everything is gonna be there, what all the things are that are gonna be there. But yeah, I would. I'd really like to. Why are you all zeros? I feel like that's not a good sign. Most likely trying to get some friends to fly it. Nice. And I assume you're going to be flying in too as well, right? I don't know what any of these mean, but at least they don't say zero anymore. I feel like the manifold pressure and RPM gauges are wrong. And the right needles are not moving like the left needles. And that's concerning me. And to be honest, I don't know this aircraft and these things. Why is the right EGT coming down like that? That doesn't seem right. Who wants to start in the air? I want to start in the air. I'm so done. I'm so done. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but I don't understand how those things work enough to figure out. And I don't want to be... What? I don't need to do that. I don't have the patience for this. I don't have the time for this. To figure that out. It'll be good to look at some point. Okay, still doesn't want to give me live weather, but it's definitely not that freaking time, I assume. Doesn't it usually say... 5,000 feet. No, I don't want it to be at night. I think my sim is messed up, to be quite honest. I definitely don't. I know it could definitely be a me problem, but I don't understand. Not sure yet? Okay. We haven't even... Well, I was gonna say we haven't even freaking gotten the air yet. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. Brakes aren't unnecessary, but... All right. That's good, that's good. Said it was gonna start me at 5,000 feet and I'm at 6,500. Again, usually I do. I always assume that it is a me problem. I need to turn this down. I always assume it's a me problem first, but I don't understand. So yeah, I don't remember if I finished this. I haven't even looked at what's actually gonna be at Oshkosh this year. So like, what are the big deals this year? What's gonna be there? What would we get to see? Why are you going that, climbing at that with a speed of that? I don't understand. heading north. So maybe we could just do nav. We'll see what happens. See what happens. Okay. We look at there, we look at there. Cool. Okay. So, now that we've got that, whatever. Oh, well, okay, yeah. Glide slope is not doing with it. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Story time. Okay, yeah. We are on track. So, now that we're good there, we got everything set there. Our landing gear is up. Good. No flaps. Nav lights can go on, avionics can stay on, anti-collision lights are good. Now we hope and pray. No more issues, please. Thanks. I think I'm supposed to close my cowl flaps at cruise, though. What is that bottle doing in my plane? You messy, messy people. Okay. So the cabin heat on. Oop, cabin thermostat there-ish. The heat on a little bit. Can I do that? Should I do that? Just a little bit. Put that in the middle. I'll eventually understand how this works if I actually try. Clean my dang aircraft. Ridiculous. Okay. The cabin is warming slowly. Cool. Okay. I'm sorry. Here we go. We have lots. We have lots to go through yet. We haven't even gotten to... Yeah. Okay. Good. What? Oh, 5,000. Yay! Why? Why 4,000? Why are you alerting me about 4,000 feet? I swear. Did I not set it for 5,000 feet? Did I accidentally bump it or something? Because I swear I set it for 5,000 freaking feet. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. So, lock. Oh shoot. I don't remember what we did. The next week, I had a flight multi-lesson. And we, let me see if I can understand what we did with the track log. So we went, okay, so we practiced, and then I think I have to go out here and let those things come on, so then my props can come to 2200, even though my gauges in there are different. And then my engine should be able to be right there as well. 22, 22. It's just a, okay, cool. Everything's good so far. You had to step away briefly, but you see we got into the air. Yes, everything worked out perfectly and nothing went wrong. I started us in the air. I wasn't gonna deal with it anymore. So I will at some point go back and look and see if I can figure out what it is, but I am not going to go mad trying to figure out what aircraft issue it is if it's a sim issue. So that's where we're at. Yeah, flew, had a lesson, multi-lesson, and I'm trying to remember how it went. I think my MEI was having me teach, so I think that we practiced a rejected takeoff where he was flying and I pulled one of the mixtures and then I gave him back the mixture once he did it correctly. And then we flew out, and then did steep turns. I can't remember if I flew or he flew, what we ended up doing. We just practiced all this stuff. I have my logbook in my flight bag, and I don't feel like going and getting it. So, maybe that is what it was. Landed. Oh yeah, and then did that. And I came in. Then did that, then did that, then did, maybe it was this. Okay, maybe it was. So I don't know. Yeah, we practiced stuff trying to get me better. One of the things that I remember, if I haven't brought this up yet, so for the VMC demo, there's this whole thing where you have to guard the rudders, and when I didn't understand it. Like I know you're supposed to guard the rudder so that the student doesn't put too much pressure on the rudder. So that's what I was thinking about. And so the way that it was explained, it was like one of them's not supposed to come back. Whatever went. So in the readings, it's like if you pull right, block left, pull left, block right. So I'm pulling the left engine, dead leg, dead engine. So I'm pulling left, blocking right. So I'm making sure, well, see, now I'm confused again. Because what ended up coming into play was you don't want the rudder to be coming back. So when you're pulling left, blocking right, you don't want them jamming the left rudder in. However, when I was talking to MEI, he mentioned you have to guard, well, yeah, like this, and this is what I had heard, is you need to guard the other rudder, the rudder that they are supposed to be pressing. Because you don't want them to put it back too far. So you're artificially restricting their rudder input, so the VMC happens earlier. That loss of control happens earlier. So you don't actually get below VMC by the time you get that. So that's something I'm gonna have to figure out and work on. So you end up guarding both rudders, and it's just a matter of my brain figuring out how and why and whatever. So we practiced that, and then we did some landings, and then we ended up bonding a little bit about yammering to each other about why at this school they do such wide freaking patterns. And he mentioned it first because somebody was in the, we came back and did pattern work, and somebody else was in the pattern, but their downwind was like 2 miles out. And he mentioned something, and he was all like upset about it. And I was like, you know, I'd like to talk to you about that, because one of the checkout flights that I did at home airport was somebody from this airport, and they did the exact same thing, where it was like 2 miles out from the runway, and I had to have a talk with them where it's like, okay, sure, you can do it, you can fly out there and come in and land and everything, but that's not the point. You're supposed to be at a distance from the runway where if you lose an engine, you can glide to it. You ain't gliding to it when you're 2 miles away at 1,000 feet. So we bonded over that. And then I can't remember if this is the time where we were trying to do spot landings for ice cream. And I mentioned, I was like, I'd only ever heard it spot landings for beers. But no, his thing is spot landings for ice cream, which I guess I could, yeah, probably do when my students are like, yeah, non-drinkers or not 21. So that was cool. I won, but like not, because we did power off 180s, and the first time I didn't make it, so we went around, and the second time I made it, but I didn't like it. And so like his spot landings was he was gonna land at, or like at my spot where I had landed, and he ended up further than that, so technically he owed me. But it was like, that was that my pattern in power off 180 was crap in that multi-engine. So yeah, that was interesting and fun, and it is. It's just I had been wanting to do that. I can't remember if one of you guys mentioned that or somebody else had mentioned that about doing the power off 180s in the multi, and it definitely was. That thing, it was a rock, and like I kind of anticipated that, but I didn't anticipate it early enough. So definitely was like trying to maneuver closer to the ground than I would have liked. Like I would have been fine with that in like a Cessna, which I feel very comfortable in, but not in that beast. So that was a good experience. But yeah, still stuff to work on, and I need to do this stuff more, and I need to like actually do maneuvers and stuff and really get that stuff down to get more comfortable and all that. It just has been a little busy, so we'll work on it. So that was that. Had a lesson. So then had a day of lessons at home airport again, and first student, student with her own plane, she had to cancel because she had a headache, so I am safe. So then I had enthusiastic private student, and what I did was so he ended up passing. He took, and he retook and passed this time his written test. So it was that box was checked. Now he just needed to do the pre-solo knowledge exam and be comfortable. So I did. I was trying to work out, scheduled a lesson with him just to not freak him out that we're never gonna fly again, but was pretty much talked to the other CFI and was like, do you want me to solo him, or do you want to be the one to solo him? And he didn't care, so I was like, okay, so I'll let you do that. So still did final, what I assumed was going to be final lesson with enthusiastic private student before he went off to other CFI. So I basically did my pre-solo stuff. So normal patterns, it was gusty conditions, so it was interesting. But normal patterns, and then a rejected takeoff and go arounds, as well as the power off 180, and then talking about pitch and power management. And I mean, again, it was gusty conditions, so it was a little bit like, but like, again, I was probably not gonna be the one to solo him, so it was fine. I just wanted him to be ready for those things as well. Then had a lesson with newest instrument student. Will you stop it, dang it? Keep scrolling back. We did weather and wind awareness with gusty conditions and a VOR intro. Oh yeah. So so one of the owners at home airport, he had scolded me once in a very well like kind way, but yeah. The terrain isn't the best over at home airport, and apparently the props on both of the rental aircraft over there are not looking very great. So gravel and other things have been kicked up onto those props, so he's been really driving home with everyone he can, and since I'm one of the instructors, I need to be telling my students as well. Make sure that the if you're on some sort of terrain that's going to kick stuff up, have that power setting low, and whenever you are taxiing, yoke in the lap. And I know all of these things, but gotten out of the habit of it because I'm also flying over at the other airport. It's not an excuse, but it's one of those things that happens. As well as one of the other things that he ended up texting me while I was with, it might have been this time, I was with instrument student and we had just started up and we were talking about instrument stuff, and I completely forgot to like make sure that he was bringing that power back because the engine keeps kind of coming up. And I got a text from him and he's like, bring the throttle back. And I was like, crap. Yeah, sorry about that. I got caught up in instrument stuff and wasn't thinking about that. So yeah, so that was something that we need to be better about, all of us, so that the props stay good. Coming back. So another lesson with instrument student. So that's where I was going with that. So I had told instrument student, okay, sorry, hang on, I'm missing things. Is the stream still here? Okay, sorry. Oh no, well at least we are on our way now. Yes, yes indeed, I know, right? Man, someone's on early, yes, and done definitely a day I don't usually. This was like literally the only day that was gonna work out. So hello, by the way, how's it going? Only day that was gonna work out before the end of the month. The rest of this week is gonna be and last week was and everything is so yeah. You had that happen to you recently, guys, almost a 3-mile pattern. Why? Where did they get these things? You are not an airliner. But I'm astonished because it was consistent within a flight school. And if we're being honest, it's one where, like, well, okay, I did my some instrument, most of my complex, and then now my MEI. The instructors that I've had, for the most part, were good in that sense. Like, I had never, but how are you supposed to, as somebody else in the pattern, it keeps, my stream's being silly too, I'm sorry. It just can't handle my level of venom right now. I lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. Okay, well, we'll just continue going. Sorry if I miss anything. Yell at me, please. So yeah, okay, so that's where I was going. So this was actually the student that this was one of the students who had come from that flight school, did a checkout flight with him, and then he decided it was more convenient to do his instrument with me rather than up there. So yeah, which is fine, which is great. So then he's also like, and this is also the one where it had the yoke in the lap and throttle thing. So I did. That was something very fresh in my mind, making sure students are bringing that yoke all the way back while we're taxiing. So then as we're taking off, it seemed like he was holding the yoke back still or something. Like, the takeoff was not comfortable at all. And I thought maybe it was because I said hold the yoke back, and then he thought continue it through the takeoff. But it was also just like, I wasn't sure what exactly happened, but I had to kind of take control and make sure that we weren't gonna stall the thing. So it could have, seriously, we're already arriving at our waypoint. That's fine, we're just gonna keep going. I don't care. I do care, but I don't care. We're gonna have to turn around anyway, but whatever. I'm so mad. Anyway, so yeah, so the takeoff was like, what just happened? But okay. And we were introducing more so the VOR. No, I was going to introduce the VOR, but we ended up just doing basically our fundamentals, but in gusty conditions. And it was an experience for both of us. So seeing how, like, getting tossed around can really impact how you end up actually flying instruments. And if and when you need to be precise, you might not want to go in those non-ideal conditions, or less than ideal conditions, I should say. So we just kind of like, we're getting him used to that first, and then just did a little basic, like, here's how to work the VOR a little bit, did a couple little things, and then came in, planned to do a longer VOR lesson the next time. And then as we were coming in as well, it almost seemed like we had a crosswind. It was a gusty crosswind. It didn't go very well. I kind of had to take controls again, I think. And I don't know, I don't want to say, like, for surely, but with that landing and with that landing, I can potentially comfortably say, or like, it felt like for both the takeoff and the landing, he almost like stopped flying. So that could just be like a overwhelmed sort of a moment thingy, like not knowing what to do or whatever. But it wasn't. That wasn't something that I really experienced with a student quite yet. Usually they're trying to do something, but it was just like there was no correction being done at all. So I don't know for sure, but keeping an eye on everything, and it might just be something where crosswind just isn't his thing yet. We're gonna get there. But yeah, just again, something to be aware of as a CFI, something I hadn't encountered yet before, I'd heard about but not encountered, and making sure that I'm taking care of it. Okay, next. Then had stop going back. Commercial student. Oh, yeah, we went and did stalls, power off stalls, straight, as well as turning. He brought that up. I think he brought that up, that turning stalls were in the ACS, and it was like, oh yes, they are. So we'll practice those. So doing those in recovery. We did Chandels. We practiced his Chandels as well as a steep spiral and his power off 180s, as well as accelerated stalls in recovery. So that was good, I think, maybe. He's still working on getting fully comfortable with everything. But again, working on it. So then, I probably should get more back into our vicinity. I don't know. I'm just gonna autopilot. Heading. I just gotta make sure it doesn't decide to. So you know what? There have been a couple of times when things have gone wrong in the sim here with this aircraft. And it seems like the performance just drops and I can't figure out why. And everything was going just fine before that, and I look at all the indications and everything and it's not telling me anything. So I'm wondering if it's one specific thing that just I haven't figured out yet, and I don't know if it's like an actual aircraft thing or if it's a sim thing at this point. Anyway, sorry. So then, yeah, I was. It was a busy, weird week where I was trying to slot everybody in, including my work airport people. And work airport people, one of them had to be hecka early, which I didn't like, but it was fine. And then inconsistent instrument student, I was trying to figure out where to kind of slot him, but at this point, I'm like, I'm not gonna prioritize trying to get in with him when it's probably not gonna freaking work. So tried, but yeah. So what ended up happening instead was I had brought up, okay, so neighbor at home airport. I don't know if I've actually told this story. Maybe I have. So neighbor at home airport, he's an older guy. He's got his own plane. It is a 180. Now I have finally found out. For some reason I thought it was a 182 and I wasn't sure if it was a retract or not. But he had a non-aviation related accident that he is going to have to figure out how to. It was a hand deforming accident, which he's going to have to figure out how to fly a plane with now, and actually get all those things in order to be able to fly his plane and everything, as well as get re-comfortable, re-proficient flying the plane as well, because it's been a while. So I knew he asked me about it, and I wasn't. Turns out, well, it's because it's a tail dragger for one, but it was also a plane that I had never flown, and I didn't want to be the one refamiliarizing him in a plane that I'm not familiar in. So I talked to the tail dragger CFI, new CFI, about hey, would he be up for it? Because he's also flown the 182 over at this other airport, and he was like, oh yeah, maybe something or what. So I was like, okay, I'll see about it. So he ended up texting me and saying he's gonna go get re-comfortable in that 182. He hasn't flown it in a while before flying it with some people over the weekend. So, and would I like to go with? And I was like, yes. So we figured out when, and we went, and it was interesting. So 2 CFIs trying to figure stuff out. And one of the, oh gosh. So there was a button labeled, I think it was PTO. And so both of us thought that was like the push to talk, or I guess push to operate or something. Sorry. And my stream is being upset again. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. This is why I have to stream in the middle of the night. So bandwidth and stuff isn't an issue. Oh, actually, hang on for a second. Also have to do that. I think that's it. Okay, good. All right. So yeah, so we didn't actually figure out the autopilot, but we weren't planning on using the autopilot anyway. So it was just like, okay. So we took off to go practice some maneuvers, and he flew first. Like, he took off first and flew a little bit, then he let me fly, and then we did some like steep turns, and then he did some steep turns. We did some stalls, both kind of practicing, and it's got nice avionics in it too, where it's got the one big screen here, but then you can also switch it to be round dials, and he likes switching it to be round dials. So then, yeah, slow flight and just, yeah, general stuff. So then came back in to practice some patterns. It was a quite the crosswind, and he landed first, I think. No, did he make me land it first? He might have made me land it first. Yeah, I think I was landing first. And so he was like talking me through it, and I was like, oh my god, I don't want to, like, again, the gear, I'm always terrified I'm gonna forget the gear, and I'm like, I don't know what the speeds are. What are the speeds? Yeah. So coming in, and it's like we're crabbed the F out all the way on final, and then having to like kick it over, and it's like, I don't know what the aircraft is gonna do. I haven't experienced what the aircraft is gonna do in ground effect right over the runway, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was maybe a little bit firm, but it was okay. So then I took off again, came back in again. I had to remember all the things, and again, did it again. Wasn't so bad. He told me some things to be thinking about as I was doing it, and I've forgotten them already. And I can't remember if I did a couple more, or if he was like, do you mind if I take over so that I can get the practice? And I was like, yes, absolutely. Let's see what you got. So he came in and around. His landing wasn't that great. it was a little bumpy, and but it was okay. It was fine. And there were like a couple things where we talked about where he would call me out on, and it's like, oh gosh, I know that sort of a thing. And then like when he was flying, I would get to call him out on, and it's like, as a new CFI, you don't know how easy it is to forget things when you're the one flying. So like, I have definitely been, as I have been a student doing the multi stuff, I have been able to experience that again. So it has made me, I hope, a little bit more patient with my students, and how it's actually doing the flying and remembering all the things that you would think would be so easy to remember can be tricky. So yeah, so, and he's not one of those who's like, haha, I caught you and everything like that. He's not arrogant and things like that, but I think it was a good opportunity for him to see, like, yeah, being on this side of it, not being the one flying, it's so much easier to see all the things that are going wrong or being forgotten, neglected, whatever. But then being on that other side of being the one flying and neglecting or forgetting the things that you absolutely know you're supposed to do. Like, yeah, having that experience and being able to take that once he starts actually training the students, and I think he has trained a couple students now, or started training students now. So yeah, so that was fun. And then as we were going around the patch, he called up the tower because he recognized who it was, and it was like best controller. And he called up and he was like, "Hey, can we come get a tour of the tower when we're done?" Controller's like, "Yeah, absolutely. Call me when you're done." Oh my God. So I was so excited. And so we did. We finished that off. And I also, my original multi-instructor was there, and my DPE had mentioned to me my instructor had endorsed me for my multi-exam in pencil. So examiner had told me a year and a half ago at this point, to have him go over it in pen at some point. So I actually had my logbook with, and I saw him there, and I was like, "Hey, can you go over this stuff in my logbook with pen?" And he's like, "Oh, okay, sure." And we chatted a little bit more, because again, he's still trying to find some new trainer twin, and it's still where it's at. So anyway, okay, so I'm excited. We went to the tower. So the new CFI I was with, he called the tower up, and he's like, "Okay, do this. And so we went, and it was really cool, and we went up, and it was really exciting. And I was like this the whole time, and I was such an embarrassment, and I was so excited. And so we get up, took an elevator up, and then there was stairs, and we got up there, and it was amazing. Like, I have been in a plane, flying in a plane, but like being stable on the ground that high up with all of the windows around, and being able to see everything, and being able to see what the controllers are seeing as we're on the ground or in the pattern or whatever. It was so cool. And then like all of the like doohickeys that he had all around places. And he was so great. He was really accepting of my excitableness, and he was showing us all the stuff, and there wasn't anything happening for a little while, so we just got to kind of chat with him a little bit. And then all of a sudden, like, everybody wanted to come in and take off and do this and do that. And it was cool seeing him do that, and see how it looks, see what you can see the plane down there, taxi in there. And then we got to go out on the catwalk. He let us out of the catwalk. So we got to go out on the catwalk and watch like a couple people like taking off and landing and stuff like that. And yeah, it was really cool. And being able to like look around, hear somebody coming in, and be like, okay, they're over there, so we gotta go look that way and find them. And then this person's coming in, so we gotta be squinting, looking down final. Oh, there they are. It was really cool. And then we were out on the catwalk, and he knocked on the window and told us to come in, and it was like his shift was ending, somebody else was coming in, so we had to leave. The next person he's very cool. He's been doing it for 30 some years, I think he said. I could be wrong, but he's been doing it forever. And he's been in larger airports as well, but eventually didn't like how scheduling and things like that, so he decided to come to a less that sort of a place. So that was really cool. And one of the things that I learned and I felt silly about was I had been telling students for a while that at that airport, when we take off one runway, we would end up on like this cardinal direction from the runway, and then if we took off the opposite runway, we'd be in that same cardinal direction from the runway. Why would that be? I had been assuming that it was because like it was keeping us away from the city, but it turns out no, it's just the controller would like to be seeing people over here rather than having to look over here, sort of a thing, which makes absolute sense. So yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, that was fun. So then after that, talked with so got to do logging. So he got to sign my logbook. We went back to the FBO, and he got to sign my logbook, and that was cool because I had already signed his logbook for a checkout flight at work airport. So then we talked about he wanted to get checked out at home airport as well, but weather wasn't going to be good, so that wasn't going to work. I was supposed to have a lesson at home airport anyway, monitoring, with newest instrument student, but again, weather and his own conflict didn't work out. So that was fine. I had to go do GPS updates at home airport anyway, so wandered over there, did that, did some chattings. I think that was it. Then had to get ready and go. I had to get home for a very early morning the next day at work airport. Freaking 8 a.m. I had to drive and everything. It was fine though. So went with a consistent instrument student over at work airport. We went to 1, 2, 3 airports before coming back to work airport. We did VOR with a DME arc, straight in, ILS to a missed approach and hold, and then ILS partial panel straight in, and then an RNAV at the next airport, circle to land, and then we got fuel there, and then did the RNAV straight in, coming back into work airport partial panel. I also have wind awareness, correction, and gusty conditions. So it was again gusty, but we ended up on the RNAV circle to land as we were coming in on the approach. At about the final approach fix, he had his crosswind correction in, and then powered back or powered up as he leveled off, and his crosswind correction got off, so we had to talk about that, plus other stuff when it came to that. And yeah, it was good. It was, his procedural stuff is getting down pretty well. It's just a matter of getting everything more precise now. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a matter of getting everything. Oh, you know what I haven't been freaking doing? We'll do it on the next leg. Sorry. I haven't been going outside of the aircraft. Yeah, it's getting his precision down with the actual flying. Oh, you know what? On that one, there was a freaking helicopter that was going through the approach when we were coming in for one of the ILS approaches. And so I was like watching it, and all of a sudden it was going in this direction, so we should have been fine. And then all of a sudden it looks like it starts coming back the other way on the screen, and I was like, are you freaking kidding me? But I think it just landed somewhere, I guess, because it was much below and didn't move after that. So yeah, that was fun. Yeah. So that was good. And then when we got back, my student checked the hour logbook and noticed that the last person didn't put the time in. Or, oh, no, he hadn't checked beforehand, and book of hours was gone because the owner was apparently doing billing with it. So he didn't know what the start time for the Hobbs was, so he didn't know what the time was. So I filled out his logbook, and he had to go to work. So I texted the owner and tried to figure that out, and got it figured out, and that was fine. And then I can't remember, did I do other things? I might have had to do other things. Did I do it? Oh, I did some GPS updates, I think. Yeah, I did most of the GPS updates. When I got there and was starting to do stuff with my student, I noticed one of the aircraft that I usually do GPS updates heading out, and I was like, hey, I was gonna do GPS updates today, sorry. And he called me and he was like, oh, well, I'm gonna be on all day, so when? And I was like, okay, I could probably get back in early next week. And he's like, yeah, that's fine, that's perfect. And I was like, cool, yay. So that was good. So one plane down that I had to do that day, got the rest in. I got the 172 in before we took off because we had the databases updated. And yeah, and then there was another plane that I went in, and I was like, that's not the plane I usually update. So I texted the owner, and he's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be coming back over the weekend. And I was like, okay, I'll get that done early next week. And he's like, perfect. So yep, and then was thinking potentially I'd be able, left the door open for inconsistent instrument student to have a lesson late that day, but it didn't end up working out, so I just went home. Okay, all right, let's do the thing, get back to where we're supposed to be. Procedure, select approach, enter. ILS-13, yes. Vectors, MQP, yes. Activate. Yes. And nav. Oop, nav. Okay. And what did we decide? We're gonna get down to 3,600. So I forgot. Can this do VNAV? No. 3,600 altitude. Okay. I'm gonna leave the power in. I have no idea where we are. 10 miles. Yep, 10 miles from the VOR. You want to do a tower tour soon? Yes, do it. So yes, I felt like such an embarrassment, but this is how I get. I am such I get excited. I get excited about it. I mean, you guys know this, but like doing it in public is one thing rather than doing it on my stream where you all have to love me. But like it was the new CFI, my buddy that I was with, he thought it was really funny, but like he liked that I was enthusiastic about stuff, and the tower controller was like really into it too. He was really excited to show off all his stuff and everything. So I appreciated that a lot, and it just kind of reminded me that like for the most part, us people in aviation, we're at our core airplane nerds. And we're all very excited to share our airplane-ness, however it comes across. So yeah, whether that's ATC stuff, the flying stuff, the maintenance stuff, and I love all of it. And I appreciate the people who also appreciate that. So I still feel, I am, again, embarrassment, but it was fine. So yes, I highly recommend it. And if I'll say the worst they could say is no. So if you have the number for the tower, just call them up and be like, so hey, how would this work? And then they'd be like, no, not allowed. Or you just got to catch the right one on the right day. So yes, definitely do. It was really cool to be up there and to really understand that more, and to see that side of it. So yeah, anyway, as you can see, I can't get over it. If you buy a GNX 375, I got the hookup with updates. Absolutely. I mean, you gotta buy them yourself, but I'll know how to do it. So, and here's the thing. Okay, one thing, okay. Is that the only thing you'll need to update? So it's just gonna be the GPS. Because currently I've done it through Jeppesen, but I currently, all the ones at Work Airport, they're all through Garmin. So I ended up what is it called? Re-getting them for home airport through Garmin as well. So I am much more familiar with the Garmin installation situation and everything. GNX 375. I'm trying to think if I've done that. That one has just the SD cards, right? Yeah, that's all good. So one of the things to keep in mind is, do you want the something database? Basically the bottom card database. So there's navigation database, which goes on the top card, and then there's like the supplemental stuff, which I think is like airport information and terrain updates and things like that. So just make sure if you don't want, again, depending on, you think so, the SD cards. Okay, so if you do, I ended up having this issue with home airport because it had two separate cards, and the bottom card, the supplemental card, was a dummy card, so they didn't need the stuff that was on that card, but I had already bought the stuff that went on that card, so I had to call Garmin and be like, okay, how do I get rid of this, or how do I save them some money here? So if you don't want that stuff on the supplemental card, just make sure you don't get that. Oh crap, words I can't say because I'm a lady. I'm gonna go like that and see what happens. I get down to 3,000. Oh yeah, I forgot speed brakes. I probably should bring that in. I forgot, 138, I think, is the thing for this. And 152. Why I know half. Okay, it is still going out. Why didn't it turn me? Oh my god, why? Oh, for F's sake. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, heading. 175. Perfect. 1 minute. $3,000. That's good. Speed's coming down. Should be able to get a notch of flaps in. That's the gear. This is the flaps. 1 notch of flaps. Oh, that's why it switched it to V-Loc. It probably didn't go out nearly enough. sorry. I'm trying to do this right for once. Okay, so now shoot. 2,500. Oh shoot, and I don't have the, oh gosh. This is gonna be interesting. I am not paying attention right now. I'm trying to get the approach up on the screen. There. Okay. Getting down to 2,500. Getting the cutis. Okay. Why is it in roll mode? So... Oh, course bug. Sorry, 310. Speed is 120.38, so I'm gonna put my gear down. Before we have to start descending. Greens, mixture's full rich. Sorry, actually I'm gonna leave my props there for a second. The throttle is kind of, no, you know what? I'm gonna leave that up there a second. Blue line's fine. I'm okay with blue line. We're good there. Okay, now are you going to follow the glide slope or not? Documents. Sure those are supposed to be open except in cruise. I could be wrong. Hang on. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Cowl flaps close. Oh, shoot, in the descent. So anything except, wait, no, sorry, I had that mixed up. Taxi is open through. Oh, okay, so we're getting to final. Okay, so now it should, there we go, following the glide slope. Good. I'm gonna bring that power back. I wanna be pitching for 90. Okay, sorry, what am I looking for? 3 greens, props full, prop sync off, and some other stuff. What do you want? Why are you yelling at me? Yes, we are deviating from the 2,500 maps. Missed approach, if we had to, 1,600. So, there, we're gonna do that first. Or 3,000? I'm not actually sure. We're just gonna go ahead and do that full 3,000 and remember, that's okay. So we're getting, 1,500 we can't go below, 1,200 is our minimums. So we have to disconnect the autopilot at 1,500 according to this approach, right? It was this approach, right? Yeah, below 1,500. Our VDP is 2 miles out. So we should be visual by 2 miles. That's what it wants from us. Sorry, I'll be over there in a second. I'm trying to do things well this time. Oh, we didn't put our freaking whatever over it. Since the start. Oh, you know what? We're gonna go off and put the fan on. But no. That's fine. We'll leave the heater on, I think. No? Shoot, I don't remember. We're gonna turn it off and then we'll put the fan on when we taxi. Hopefully, if I remember. Visual. Yes! 1500. So autopilot off. Follow the glide slope. I don't think we have one. So we're just gonna pretend. Power's coming out some more. Oops. Ah, maintain those pappies. Maintain those pappies. My cords are getting... Okay. Following our glide slope, carb heat, fuel is on, undercarriage is fixed, mixture is full, rich, power propeller pumps, safety seatbelts, and security. Security. I'm supposed to be doing something else. I forgot what. Oh, second notch flaps. That's okay. Ugh. Dancing on the rudders. Oh my gosh, we actually made it. She says, and then veers off the runway. Oh, yoy. We're gonna taxi off the runway and take off the opposite direction because I cannot be bothered. So, I'm gonna just gradually figure out where we can turn off. I assumed there was stuff at the end here, but I could be wrong. Center line is for professionals, but I can use it too. Oh, words I can't say because I'm a lady. Okay, so there's, hang on. I know I'm just sitting at the end of the runway here. I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go since there's a runway right at the end. Okay. I'm just gonna, yeah, there is a taxiway right there too, so we'll just go off onto that, I suppose. I didn't make any call. See, again, I know all the things I'm supposed to do. And then that. Her. Clear of runway. At mineral something. Mineral. Turn our butt right back around, get our stuff in place. I'll get back to chat, then we'll get back on our next leg. That's gonna go longer than it should, as per usual. Okay, so bringing that down a little bit, and we'll see how this, so like that performance was just fine. However, we'll see how the takeoff goes. No taxi for a second. Bump bump. Bring the mixtures out for a second. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. Coming back. Hey, hello. Did I load enough helium? Are you talking about, have I been doing squeaks, or do we have the optional attachment of balloon when it comes to this aircraft? Very optional. Hello, how's that going? Yes. So, yeah, let's get our next thing in and get into the air, hopefully. Well, as per usual, I will try to... Yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, sorry. Okay. It, like, again, these past couple of weeks have been, and it hasn't just been the flying, but it's just amazing how yes, a bunch of flying stuff as well, but then with a bunch of personal things, or like non-flying things I should say, have happened, which I'll kind of go into but not fully go into, but just to give a sense of why. So yes, so we'll take, oops, I'll go like that, go like that. Then while I'm in here, I suppose I'll put this where it needs to go, so that's ready. See, I learn sometimes. Flight plan. Oh, and you know what? We're just gonna rebuild the whole thing, because I'm not dealing with the silliness that is this contraption. Clear. Yep. No, I don't want that. I don't want that either. I don't want that. Go away. And I don't want that either. So we're just gonna, yep, restart. From the beginning, Kimwell. Oops. There. No, we're not gonna do that. I was gonna be like, oh, we'll load that down here so that then we can just, no, because you know what? It's gonna activate it before I want it. Sorry. Just did I load enough to fly? Yes, I believe we have exactly as much helium as we need to fly in this aircraft. The answer is 0. Oh, I would be curious though, like that would be kind of cute to have like a little thing of up balloons on it as well. Oh, or oh, you know what? Speaking of, beep. There could be a little bobblehead, or Ducky with the bobblehead could have little balloons as well. But here we just have Einstein because I assume it was one of my crappy landings. Okay, so we have that. Course is going to be direct track 150. Course bug 150. It's over there. Boop. 150. Boop. And then heading is 17 something. I guess I could probably look at it like a normal person. Oh shoot, it's not 17, it's 130 perfectly. Okay, that's good because I have 2 helium dispensers. I need quite a bit. Where? I was gonna say I didn't need no helium dispensers in the plane. Unless it's on the wing somewhere in the engines. I would I think it would be fun to take a hot air balloon course as well and get that. I don't know if I'm sure I'd be able to get the rating at some point, but like whether or not I'd want to put that much into it would be the question. But yeah, definitely learning how all of that stuff works and being able to go do it. That's like completely different animal all in itself. 130 is what we're going for. On the wings, I just got tip tanks on my wings. At least in this one. Although I'm not entirely familiar with this aircraft. We're working on it though. In my experience, however, 130. I would not require the helium to fly. 130. Boom. Bring up balloons because helium balloons. Oh, wait. Hot air balloons probably don't. Do they require helium? talking about the plane. Oh no, we do not require helium for this plane. Okay, 130, got that set, got that set, got that set. Autopilot for a second. Oops, nope, altitude, vertical speed. We want to climb at 800's fine. We're going up to 500 because we're going that way. And now we're autopilot off. Good there, good there, good there, good there. There. Mixer's full rich. Props. There. Green, 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 green. La 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 la. And we'll see how this freaking takeoff goes. Mineral Wells traffic. This is a Twin Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 departing 13 to the southeast. Mineral Wells. Right, clear. Oh, hang on. Do my due diligence. Strobe taxi landing. Perfect. Clearing left. Clearing right. Oh, yeah, 113, but we're also kind of entering 17-ish, but we're not gonna stay there. I don't know if, do we have, are we, we're just gonna pretend we don't have that crosswind. It's standard stuff, because my thing won't let me do live weather for some reason. Okay, keeping it on red, airspeed's alive, engine instruments are green. Ah! Keeping it on until red line, and then, oopsie daisy, up we go, up we go. Positive rate, that's the kind of positive rate I am looking for. Wrong button. See that? That's what I want. Do you see this positive rate? That is not what happened before. Stop stalling. That's the kind of positive rate I like. I could get to blue line though. That would be nice. Autopilot and heading. Sorry. 500, right? Why is it going that freaking? No. Oh, hecka no. Why? Did I not set that to 500 feet per freaking minute? No, actually, I set it to freaking 800. It was not 1,000. Why is it that freaking? Why are you going that freaking? Hang on. Maybe that's why. Damn it! Sorry. Sorry, I'm coming back. I'll be coming back in a second. Let me just get on proper course here. And then I'll come back. And this is why we always check our checklists, kids. I don't pull my flap. And maybe that's probably a good thing that I didn't put that second notch of flaps in. Dummy. Taxi's off, strobe, nav, anti-collision, avionics are good. Pitot heat, it comes on and I don't know why. I didn't put it on. All right, 800 feet. Going up. I'm gonna bring it in a little bit faster here. There we go. You mean the spinny things, my propellers? Then how do I fly? Are you trying to get me to instruct here? This is not instruction, although I will always talk about the aerodynamics of flight. Then if it load too much helium, we'll float into space and leave the atmosphere, so you need plenty of ballast. Well, maybe the plan is to leave the atmosphere and see what's out there. You 1,000 feet, and we're now going up to our 5,000. So can I nav? No. Yes. Why? Oh, we're good there. Okay, now it's turning us back on course. We are good. We are goot. All right, so 20, oops, 222. Bring that back a little bit, I guess. Not too much. Still climbing on course. Lights, cowl flap. That was another thing we were supposed to do, I think. I'll do my checklist next time. Ah! You have been doing some instrument flying in the sim in VR, and how's it been going? What have you been flying? Or which plane, I should say. I want to try VR at some point. Do you get more of the sensations? And that's why you need just the right amount. Okay. So we need... Technically, if you just wanted to get out of the atmosphere, you would just need just the right amount or exceeding just the right amount, and then once you exited the atmosphere, it wouldn't matter, right? I'm not fully sciencey, but as long as you have more than enough, at least you'll get there if we don't care what we do once we leave the atmosphere. Okay, either the 152 or the DA62. Do you have a preferred? Do they have different avionics in them too? So curious. And then I need to adjust this to be proper, like, so RPM is, oops, 22, where it's supposed to be. Manifold pressure can be down a little bit. Look at the heliometer to check the level. I don't have a heliometer in this one, unfortunately. I would love a heliometer. It makes me think of a G-force meter. I know it's completely different, but it's one of those like additional things that means fun. There. Now I can move my without making you guys sick. Oh, it's so pretty. What a beautiful, wonderful day to be flying. Amazing. I love it. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly go over this next bit. So over the weekend, I was planning on doing a bunch of multi stuff and catching up on stuff and whatever. And I ended up instead getting involved in some stuff with my parish that I didn't intend. And I have been I've been neglecting, unfortunately, been too busy, but I've been meaning to get back to it once I got through stuff and had a better schedule. And I was not anticipating getting involved in that. So that took up time and was interesting. And continued and has continued and will continue, and we'll see where it goes. So beyond that, so that was something that was being dealt with. But then getting back to the flying stuff, had another day of lessons with a student with her own airplane. We did a crosswind takeoff and landing with traffic awareness and collision avoidance with weather awareness and operation of systems. So that was another one where she didn't really want to. So what I like to do with getting back into flying as well as shaking off the rust is I like steep turns and slow flight and stalls. And she wasn't quite ready for those yet, especially because it was a little bit bumpy. So she just wanted to kind of like chill a little bit, and we did a little bit more, again, pilotage, talked about weather that was coming in potentially, as well as we did some plane spotting. So we had some traffic that we would find that we had in the box on the full flight that we would find visually and be like, okay, that's how that works, sort of a thing. So that was that traffic awareness, collision avoidance. Again, the weather awareness, and then we also talked about operation of systems. I can't remember which ones, but it might have been, I'll be honest, I don't remember. So yeah, so there was that one. And then had lesson with, oh yeah, I think. No, it wasn't that one. Hang on. Yeah, it was? No. Yeah? No. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, I'm on the wrong day? No. No, I'm not. Oh. What? Hang on. Sorry. I don't know. Hang on. Oh, okay. So was supposed to have another lesson with commercial student, but his work has been getting busy, and so he's ended up being kind of a little bit later. And then that day he was going to be quite late, but also the weather kind of moved in, so we ended up not going. Yeah, that was what happened. All right, good. So then was supposed to have, oh yeah, so then I planned again, I was supposed to do GPS updates at work airport, so to finish up the 2 planes, and then I was going to have I was going to try and get both of my students there. And I had mentioned to inconsistent private student, hey, looking at that day, and didn't respond. And I've also gotten to the point where I'm like, I'm not going to be babysitting and being like, all right, so hello, does it work? It's just if he doesn't text me back, I'm just not going to deal with it. So didn't go then, and my other student wasn't able to because he had work, so I ended up going and flying by myself. Oh, that's what happened. So so I was there doing GPS updates, and when I drove in and I was driving around to get the cards, I saw new CFI over at his hangar doing stuff with his plane. So I went over. Oh, that's what he was doing. He had gone over the weekend to do, I can't remember what it's called, but it's a maintenance course for light sport and or experimental aircraft that people own, so that they can do their own like quality checks or something like that. They can sign off on certain checks, I think. So that's what he went and did. So I went over and we chatted about that, and he told me what he was doing with his plane. He was working on his plane. He had been planning on flying his plane a bunch, but stuff had happened. So yeah, so he was working on some mag timing, and he had to take a cylinder out or something like that. So yeah, we chatted about all that, and it was, yeah, good. So then I stopped bugging him and went to go do the GPS updates. And I had been planning on going and flying by myself, but I texted him and was like, did you want to go with? And he's like, maybe. When are you going? And I was like, well, I'm going to finish this and then I can let you know. And then he's like, yeah, okay, cool. Because he had to go somewhere else for, I think, some sort of a meeting, aviation meeting. So it ended up working out. I got all the GPS stuff done. And the other thing was, I was going to go in the 172, so I had checked him out in the 172, but being in the right seat, for some reason, it still seems like the seat rails slide back, even though you check them, and like in a certain, if you sit on it the wrong way, it likes to slide. I think Other thing, I've been told you have to push the lever down to like really get it in place, but yeah, I have yet to remember to do that. Because usually I am in the right seat and instrument students are the ones flying, so I don't have to worry about sliding around. So that CFI doesn't want to fly from the right seat, at least solo, until that gets kind of like worked out. So wanted to get him back in there and get him comfortable and everything. No, but we put him in the left seat so that he could go fly that plane and he could get used to being in the left seat, because he had been flying just from the right seat and he wasn't used to the left seat anymore. That's what we did. So we went and got a little bit of cross country, got a little bit of instrument. For me, I got to put the instrument on and do an approach, so that was good. That was nice. And yeah, we both got to like play around with the plane again as well and critique each other. And it's nice to have that sort of a person too, to be able to, how do I put it? Bounce stuff off of, as well as keep me in check. Make sure I'm staying up to par and everything. So yeah, so that was good. So did that. And yeah, yep. So then was supposed to, what was I supposed to do? Oh, okay. So, okay, sorry, coming back. So how do you check the level? I don't have a level. I don't have the level for the helium, because I don't need helium. Both of the stock sim configurations. The 152 is the closest to your plane, so it's nice to fly. Right, exactly. It lacks the DME though, which can be annoying. The stock 152, you said. Okay. Does that one have the GPS? Which can be annoying. The DA62 is single lever control, so it is just easier to operate on a console without a proper flight stick. Okay. Gotcha. I haven't been in the stock 152 in a while. Do you have the WB Sim JP Logistics 152? Let's see if this still works. You have to head out, but it was nice to catch a stream. Yes, absolutely. Catch you next time. Yes. I still don't know where things are at. Well, I guess since you're leaving, I guess I did hit 1,500. So I am in the process of sending out apps and everything. I accidentally sent my first one out. I thought I was going to be able to like have it all done and then be able to re-look through it, but apparently not. So I'm panicking. But yes. So that's the milestone. I figured I'd like, yeah. So that was what I was trying to get through. And I was hoping that after that, I would then be able to just kind of chill a little bit and hopefully maybe do more streaming. Otherwise, it'll probably be another close to the end of the month thing again. So we'll see. So thank you so much for being here. Have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. So yeah. So just dual nav and comms. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, technically you can still do certain approaches with that, but it does make it a little more difficult. Oh, and you're on PS5, so you're stuck with the very limited marketplace. Oh, shoot. I didn't think about that. I think I keep thinking about that one. Yeah, I just noticed that. Thank you. Lost me. I think it's been a pain, and it's back. Yeah, I do. This is why I need to stream at like midnight when nobody else is doing anything. But well. At least it hasn't been as bad as last time. Knock on all of the freaking wood. So, but yeah. So how has it been going? And I guess it would. You just have to, well, with that, you just have to pick the right approaches. Oh, it will get you very good at timing your final approach fix inbound. That would be good. Timing is good. That is something that having that GPS, I think it makes it a lot more difficult to get into that habit, because to time things, especially that final approach fix inbound, because you don't need it. So how are we practically going to fly with the GPS? So yeah, I don't know. I think that would be good to be practicing that. Okay, so next, I have no idea where we are. Hang on, let me see how close we are. We're still 33 miles. Ooh, we could actually get through this. Hang on. I could even maybe start. Okay. So speaking of getting close to Mins, I ended up. So I talking to MEI. He mentioned that one of the instructors that I used for my complex, or who did most of my complex, he was at, and actually currently in training to be as a captain, at one of the places I was looking at. So I should call him and like see what he had to say and everything. So I texted him, asked if he'd be willing, and he was like, absolutely, yeah, let's figure out a time to have a call. And so it was going to be that week. So then there was another, there's a guy who owns a plane over there, and his son recently got his CFI and now double I over at Work Airport. And the son knew someone over at another place that I was looking at. So he sent me her info to get in contact with her, to also call her and talk with her about what I needed to do for that sort of a place. So I was like, oh yeah, so we'll schedule a call also for that week. And then there was other stuff. Yeah, so it was going to be a lot of, I'm not a big phone call person, but it was going to be a phone call type of week. So ended up figuring out, so I was supposed to have lessons at home airport on one of the days, and it wasn't looking good for my first lesson, so we did end up canceling for weather, which worked out because then I was able to have my call with the one at the one place I'm looking at. And she was super nice, and she said that she would do the little internal reference or whatever once I get my application done, which I need to do. And that was awesome, and got a lot of good information from her, quality of life stuff and what to think about, what to do and all that. So that was good. I should have been doing this a year ago, but it is what it is now. So then looked like it was going to be maybe okay, maybe not, for lesson later with oh, I haven't even done that yet. Oops. Supposed to have lesson with commercial student at home airport, and I'm on my way there. We weren't sure we were gonna go fly, and we're on, and so on my way there, and enthusiastic private student, or enthusiastic former private student, called me, and he was talking about, no, so I got there, and commercial student was pre-flighting and everything, all good, talking to owner at home airport and everything, and I get the call from enthusiastic former private student, and he says, so it looks like I'm gonna solo today. I was like, okay, well, one, wasn't sure about the weather even for us, as well as we have the plane that he usually flies, so is that even gonna work out? And he was like, oh, well, the other CFI was, I don't know, working the stuff out and everything, and they could take the other rental and whatever. So it was like, I got into like, okay, he's not my student anymore, but at the same time, I still have my mother hen tendencies. And it's something like, I don't have the control of it, and so it makes me a little bit nervous. And I've flown with him, and so I had my certain things. Oh, and they actually were able to fly together, and he ended up doing really well, I guess. They went through a bunch of stuff beforehand, so that's why it worked out to be like a good transition. And I guess he was ready to go. The other thing is that CFI had sent him his knowledge test, his pre-solo knowledge test, and I said something about it, like double checking his answers and everything and his calculations, and my former student goes, well, there weren't any calculations on his. And I was like, I don't want to overstep, but I'm gonna send you mine just so you can practice with it. So did that, and that was fine. That was good. Yeah, got through the pre-solo knowledge test and was apparently gonna be ready to solo. So I was like, okay, I did. I still had that sort of mentality, but it's like, it's not. I can't. So the student I was with, commercial student, he's actually the one that told that student about me and where we, like, home airport and everything. And so, like, they knew each other. So we went out first because we were there first, and we ended up using that one, and they were fine using the other plane. So we went out and we went up, and clouds were a little bit lower than forecast, so I let the CFI know, and I did. I knew I was probably overthinking it, but I just wanted to check. I was like, I don't know how he does things, so I was like, you're gonna go up with him to make sure, right, first? And he's like, yes, I am. And I was like, okay, sounds good. I'm sorry, I'm still mother henning. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. So we did. We went up and did a couple of patterns, and it was good for my student to see that, like, the lower ceilings and everything, and how to, like, deal with those. And then they came in, and we got to wave at each other while taxiing. But then they got up into the pattern too, and it was like, okay, as much as I wanted to, like, do good things for this student, I also wanted to make sure the solo went fine. So I did. I was like, I can't remember if he asked or I asked or how we, like, determined we're gonna go to the tower to airport nearby and practice power off 180s there. So we left the pattern to let them do their thing. We tried to contact tower, and they were having trouble hearing us, so we kind of just scooted around the airspace until we, like, could figure it out. And turned out it was a him problem, because we tried a different radio and everything, but it didn't work. But then he did something else and it worked. So we went in there and we basically just did power off 180s, power off 180s, power off 180s. And I made him do it without flaps. There was a helicopter thing that we had to think about and consider, as well as other traffic. And it was funny because it wasn't the tower controller that I went and had the tour with. He didn't seem as nice as the other one. So we requested the opposite traffic or whatever, and yeah, so it was, and we were just, like, sitting there and doing power off 180s, power off 180s, power off 180s, and, like, somewhat monitoring my student or former student doing his kind of solo, but also not. And then after a while, we were actually thinking about leaving, and the controller comes on and he's like, I can't remember exactly what he said, but basically, like, do you know how many more you guys are gonna do? And it was like, okay. Like, initial thought would be like, oh, is he trying to kick us out? But also it was like, probably not. But my student answered, and we had been planning to leave after the next one. So he just said, yeah, we were planning to leave after this one. And controller was like, okay. And then it was like, oh, okay. And we started joking about how he was up there trying to play Candy Crush and wanted to get back to his game. And then a little bit after that, he comes back on and he's like, you know, like, I wasn't trying to like kick you out. I was just going to give you continuous operations into the thing so we didn't have to keep calling him and everything. So I was like, no, it's fine. We're planning that anyway, so it's good. So like, okay. And then after that, we both got paranoid about like, did we have a hot mic moment, or did he just sense it? So yeah, but it was fine. Took off, left again, came back, and they had. I think we caught my students' last, or former students' last solo final call, and clear the runway and everything. And he did. He ended up going out where I know, like, where his house is. We've, like, gone over it and came back. So I was hoping that he had cleared that with his instructor. Came back in, and they went off. We stayed a bit longer than they did. So we came back and landed, and I texted the instructor just to make sure. Did he do the thing? Yes, he did the thing. He did really well and everything. That was good. And he sent me a picture or two or something, and they were really good, and it was cute. I was really happy for him. And then finished up with my commercial student and texted my other student, was like, hey, congratulations and everything. And he sent me all of the videos and pictures of it, which I haven't been able to go through. But yeah, it was unexpected, and I felt kind of bad because I was like a little bit in two places at once mentally, but definitely tried to still make it a good lesson for my commercial student. But yeah, and it was funny because on one of their first patterns, we were waiting for them to come in and land, and former student said he said something, he messed up his call, one of his calls, and we were giggling about it. And that did end up coming up later when I talked to him, and he was like, I messed up my call, and I was like, we heard. It's okay, you're fine. So yeah, so that was all done, that was all good, excellent, amazing, great. So then, okay, so then, the plan was to get my 1500 that week. Actually, before I go here, I'm coming back here. Okay, you feel like all the non-art approaches are disappearing. I know, I'm devastated. So I won't go like too deeply into this, but like I've like noticed places that I've looked at, and I know there's approaches there, and then suddenly they're gone. And it's like, I don't like it. And it's like the equipment is still there. It's just they're taking away the approaches. But why? I'm sure there's reasons why, but I don't approve. So, and that's the thing is, one of the things about the instrument rating and just stuff in general is the MON, the minimum operational network. So that's not just VOR approaches, it's ground-based approaches. So if there is an approach that can be completely done, that can be completely flown using ground-based approaches, ground-based equipment. So even if it's an ILS that you get onto using a VOR, that counts for the MON. So even if an airport has that sort of an ILS approach, as well as a VOR approach, that's redundant technically. So they can go ahead and get rid of the VOR approach. So yeah, I don't don't like it. I know, I understand that there is some degree of maintenance of the approaches, not necessarily crank, but like checking the approach, making sure things are still good, that it's still stuff that gets, I don't know, trees or towers or things like that that might come up in the path, that those things I assume need to be like checked every once in a while to make sure that it's still properly certified and everything, and that takes manpower, labor, flying, fuel, things like that. But it's still, there's so many of these approaches that are really helpful for actually understanding approaches overall, as well as getting a different understanding and procedure of how to do these approaches, and using different equipment. And it's, how do I put it? What word am I thinking of? It's sad. It's sad that they are getting rid of those types of approaches. Because the other thing too is, I've actually had the owner of the 172 at his big boy job, when he goes and say flies down in Mexico, they use a lot of just VOR stuff, and then you get pilots coming into that job not knowing how to fly a completely VOR approach. That's not good. That's hindering the progress and competency of future airline, etc. pilots. So, yeah, anyway, sorry. You hit one of my rant buttons. So, yeah, no, I definitely feel you on that, and I've been seeing it as well, and it's really sad. So I'm hoping that you're finding some good ones to practice with the ground stuff. Does that one have NDB? I thought that one might have. I have not yet practiced an NDB approach in real life or in the sim. I mean to, and then I don't. It will get there. It will get there. Hopefully when I get some free time. I keep saying that, and then I never get free time. So, okay, I did notice, so we did power off 180s, so with my commercial student. Power off 180s, soft field takeoffs, short field landings. Oh yeah, we did practice the short field landings. He had mentioned he'd never done it with 40 degrees of flaps, so we had him do it with 40 degrees of flaps, see how it went. It didn't go great, so then came around again, did it again, and that one was good, so that was good. So then, yeah, I talked about weather awareness as well as the wake turbulence awareness and avoidance. So, good. So, and then it was, the plan was to get my 1,500 hours in that week. It was just a matter of when, because I was trying to do it so that I could fly with my dad and my mom. So it ended up working out that it was going to be, yeah, the earlier day than I thought, rather than the later day. So first I had lesson with a new instrument student at home airport. So we got our actual, like, proper long, yep, sorry, hang on. Heading. We're gonna go back the other direction. We'll just wander for a second. So yeah, it worked out that it was gonna be that day. So first had full VOR lesson with instrument student. So we did intercepting and tracking radials. What does that mean? So he has a certain logbook that has the tiniest sections for notes, and I write a lot, so I have had to, what is it called? Procedure turns, that's what it is, PTs, straight and level as well as climbing and descending. I have had to, like, learn or practice very shorthand things in order to fit everything on there that I want to. And then, yeah, so, and then we did a DME arc as well as wind awareness and correction. So we did. First, we like tracked on cardinal headings, tracked to and from. So tracked to with a 2 flag flip. And then like how that stuff works and how to be thinking of it, the to, the from, and how it connects to the heading and stuff. Radial versus course, things like that. And then that VOR we were practicing on has a VOR approach on it. So I put him on that radial outbound to do the procedure turn and back inbound, and just kind of kept doing that a little bit until he got... I didn't tell him it was a procedure turn. I didn't tell him I was doing the approach, but I wanted him to get used to that, how that worked. So we did that. It was kind of how I had done it with my my instrument student at work airport that I got to start. I got to start his instrument training. So I kind of liked how that worked, that piecing it together. So we did that, and then we did the climbing, descending for the procedure turn, and then climbing once we got close to the VOR. Came back in, good, did that, and then had a little bit of time. So we had done a little bit of a DME arc the last lesson, but we did a nice long one to get him kind of used to like the radials thing and how that works. And then at the end of it, we got back to the cardinal heading / radial that we had been practicing at the beginning. And I told him I wanted to intercept the, I don't know, either radial inbound, yeah, the cardinal direction radial inbound. So he had to figure out, okay, I need to get it at this radial and then switch it to the opposite heading in order to track inbound. And he did, and it was good. It was really good. And we did an arc the last time, but we did a DME arc this time. So he was able to, for the most part, he did a pretty good job of actually maintaining that DME as well as his radial. So that was good. And so came back, and it was a nice long lesson. So I actually only had 1 hour left to my 1500, which was going to be great because my mom had not flown in a long time. So she was like, she was a little bit nervous about like going too long, and I didn't want to take her too long either. But it was going to be good. So took care of that, and then I started getting the plane ready and together, and no, it wasn't that. So, yeah, no, that was fine. Sorry. So then, sorry, lost my train of thought. Yeah, so I was getting the plane ready, and my parents showed up, and we did pictures first, because I was like, okay, the sun's probably going to be coming down by the time we actually get back, and I wanted, like, proper light if I was taking pictures, as well as I was probably going to have headset hair, so I wanted to look nice. So we took some pictures first, and then we got up in the air and went to that bin. Words I can't say because I'm a lady. If something happened where I could have gone and flown, I took all those pictures. But we did. We were able to go fly, and it was. I wanted to do my 1500 track art, where I'm just making 1500, and then taking picture with the 1500 on my iPad. Those are the two things that I wanted to do. Other than that, I didn't care. So my parents were like, they had all these people to go fly around. So it was this person, and went and flew around them, and this person went and flew around them, this person, whatever, flew. And then my dad was actually watching the time more than I was, and he was like, oh, it's getting close or whatever. So I was like, okay, I think this, we could and should. I'm gonna do my track art now so that it crosses over while I'm doing that. So did that, and I was like, I felt a little bit bad because I did have to do some maneuvering that my mom was probably not as used to, but she was a trooper about it, and got it done. It wasn't too bad, and I did. I hit 1500. And yeah, that was it. So I let my dad fly while I had the track on my. So friend instructor, he sent me his 1500 back when, and he just wrote it in Scratchpad on his iPad. And so I was just gonna do that, but then I was like, will it work for me to just have the track art on there? And it did. So I was like turned around so that my mom could take a picture of me. My dad's flying the plane. And like I was still monitoring, and that was good. That was nice. And then we had a couple more to like fly over and around, and then it was starting to get it did. We went longer than I had anticipated, and came back in, landed, took a couple more pictures, but the light wasn't that great, but it was fine. And then yeah, that was so yeah, yay. Do I use a digital logbook at all? I do. Like that's actually what I keep up the most. But then I do also use my paper logbook because I've gone between both. I use both to double check to make sure that I'm gonna have to turn back around again. Yeah, to make sure that I have caught issues in both of them. I've caught issues in my digital logbook by making sure I'm up to date on my paper logbook, and I've caught issues in my paper logbook by keeping up to date with my digital logbook. So I advocate for both. It's a lot easier for me as I go to do my digital logbook at the time, and then like after a while when I get a chance to go through and stick everything into my paper logbook and double check everything. So plus when it comes to applications and stuff and interviews and training eventually, I have been told definitely that it's a lot easier to have that digital logbook versus the paper logbook, because it takes people who just have the paper logbook a lot longer for the hiring people to actually like go through that stuff. So yeah, I assume you do as well. Do you use both? I do. I definitely recommend it. It's been good, and it's been good for me too to like make sure I keep up on my paper logbook. I have to have it up to date when I go do my MEI lessons because my instructor signs it. So I have to make sure I get everything in there for the most part. So yeah, I do. I definitely recommend it. It's easier, but then, oh my God. Okay, speaking of, for a long time, I had been putting in that I had 1.8 turbine time because I had flown a Kodiak before. And I found recently, as I was going through working on apps, that I had mislabeled. I had put the wrong aircraft in. I had put the Kodiak in instead of the Comanche in when I was doing some complex training. So I actually had 1 hour less of turbine time than I thought I did. So digital logbooks have their setbacks as well. I was astonished. Yeah. So that yeah, papers you're made, but you also have a copy on Garmin Pilot and a custom spreadsheet you made. Nice, excellent. Oh, that's right. You do Garmin Pilot. That's right. How is Garmin Pilot? Is it good? I used to use it. At the time, it wasn't quite as good as ForeFlight, I will say, but I am definitely willing to be persuaded if it has improved. I assume it has. And that's awesome, like doing your own spreadsheet as well. Sorry, I'm trying to get us turned around. Oh, sorry, have I been in here the whole time? Well, not the whole time, but oh, that looks sweet. Oh, that's cool. Oh, pretty. Make sure we're not losing altitude or anything. Weird performance quirks. Sorry. Okay, so then it was like a little bit of the weight off, and what else was I gonna do? I was gonna do something else. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, okay, yeah. So, a little bit of the weight off, and then the next day I was able to have my phone call with the other person. So my formerly complex aircraft instructor, who is currently in captain training over at a place I am going to be applying to. So, had a call with him, and it was so great. He definitely matched my energy, and he did. He gave me all of this information, talked about stuff. I got to hear like things that had happened. He had a kid in the time since I last talked to him, so that was really exciting. But he ended up mentioning, so how it came about, how he talked about it was, he and his wife were like, they had wanted kids, but they hadn't had any yet. So they were thinking, okay, I guess it's just not going to happen. So it was the go ahead for him to go into the like airline stuff. I caught it before it did anything silly. Howdy ho there, howdy yo! 3, oh my gosh, 3 years, and you did the thing! Is it? Oh my gosh, it is. I love that. The tree, sorry, oh my god, I did it wrong. 3 years, sorry. Hello, how's it going? Thank you. JK, not quite. It's getting there though, it's getting there. Wow, oh wait, hang on. Oh, does math. It's coming up on 2. I have been flying. I don't have the brain power for this math. Okay, I saw 21. I was like 24 is divisible by 12, so I assumed. Not even close. Feels like 3 years. I feel like I should be offended by that. So it feels like 3 years between streams at this point, right? I'm sorry. But I appreciate that so much. Thank you. And it's so good to see you. I hope you're well. Oh, sorry. You do like it. The logging can be kind of funky, but you think it may be because you have multiple devices trying to upload the same logs. Okay, I've definitely had a little bit of that with my iPad and phone trying to like load to ForeFlight, but it usually evens out after a while. My phone doesn't always like to send it to the thing, but it does. So interesting. Okay. And smart charts is nice. Okay. Smart charts. I'm gonna look. I'm not saying that I'm looking to switch, but we'll see. Smart charts. Cool. Okay. I'm glad it's working out though. And then again, I will say, if nothing else, having both the paper and the digital to just keep both of them in line is really helpful. Good to see you too. And of course, you get to see my terrible like pilot brain math. Thank you for that. I think I have to turn around. I think that was, hang on. We're going that way. Hang on. Oh, perfect. I can see it. Oh, beautiful. Okay. So, yeah, I have to update my dad's log. Okay, I'm gonna try to show this actually. Make sure that it, I don't think it's gonna work that well, and I don't think you can really see anything. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I'm just gonna quick mark this up. I meant as per usual to Oh, wait, actually, cancel. Cancel. This one? Oh, no, it was just that one. Silly, silly, silly. Whatever. It is what it is. Oh, actually, hang on. No, 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 hang on. Later. I meant to, oh, sorry. I'll go like that. I meant to get the track, together. Or, yeah, I meant to have the track so that I could show it on here, but I didn't have time, so I'll just try to make it. Again, I feel like you probably can't see anything. Sure. Okay. So, I don't know. Can you actually see it? About 1500. Kinda. I'm gonna like kind of go like this a little bit just so that maybe you can see it. 1500. So I hope so. Oh, and you know what? It's probably backward. My webcam is flipped, I think. So you probably saw it as 00 Zulu 1 or something. But there it is. Ah. Yeah, there. Wee, woo. Yeah, so there's that, I guess. That did not work out as I planned it to. Oh well. So, oops, now we're way down there. Okay, we're gonna stay there for a second. You were considering switching to FourFlight until they sold out to a private equity firm, right? And that's why I've like I do have that sort of little inkling of like, okay, what's gonna be coming next, because I've heard things from people. One of the pilots over at Work Airport is like a computer guy, and he said he gives it like 3 years. So we'll see. Yeah. I do. I've noticed certain things that have like bugged me a little bit, but not too much yet to like pull the trigger on not using it anymore. And I kind of just want to like get through my apps and everything, and hopefully the interview and the hiring process, and then not have to worry about that anymore. So we'll see. I have 1,500 hours. I do. I hit my mins. So that's why we went to K-Mins and Mineral Wells. And now we're going into McGregor. McGregor. So yes, so that's my multi-milestone sort of a thing. I hit it, and now it's sort of trying to figure out how and where to go from there. So congrats, thank you. I have it's a relief to have it done. It hasn't really changed anything except for I actually have to get my stuff together and get stuff out now. So yeah, I got all of that stuff. I meet everything else, the cross country, night, instrument, all of that. So I am good to go. I'll go over where I'm at with the apps later, because I only just recently really started hammering at that. So I'm gonna get us turned around and headed back for the approach. And then I have one more story about that week. Well, one more day of stories for that week, and it gets interesting. So yeah, so we're gonna I think I can. And that was oops. Oh, and that was one of the things is I wasn't sure how different it was really gonna feel, just because I knew I'm not expecting to get anything job-wise very soon. So it's just kind of like, yeah, I can at least get my stuff out there now and keep working at that and not be so worried about like hitting the number, and just kind of just keep going from here. What am I doing? But it was so for that flight with my parents, my mom was in the back like she had been for my Discovery flight. And and that was the other thing. So it's been 5 years yesterday since my Discovery flight. 5 years. So I had wanted to get 1,500 by my 5 years. But then, oops, gosh darn it. But then I had something this past weekend that I had to do, and so I was like, okay, I need to get it done before that even. And my dad was going to be less available this last week to do that. So I was like, I wanted to get it done the week before, and it worked out really, really well. So yeah, I got 1,500, and within the next week, 5 years since I officially started flying. So, yes, and nav. All right, there we go. Now close. So we're gonna go to 3,600 in a bit. Oh, actually, we gotta wait. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna bring it down to 3,600. I'm not gonna descend yet though. I'm doing it to 3,600 to go with the MSA on the approach. That's the correct approach, right? Are we there yet? We're getting there. We're getting there. Making sure that this is correct. There we go. Yep. We're heading our way for the approach. Once we get within 25 miles from the VOR, I'm going to get down to 3,600 because of our MSA on that approach. And because there is no minimum altitude for that initial approach fix. Okay. So, yeah, so again, continuing day of stories, I got to talk to that, again, my complex instructor who gave me a lot of advice, gave me a gouge for the place, and I have to start looking through it now and learning and things like that. But it was really good, and he was really cool and nice, and yeah, so that's what, so they wanted kids and have worked, so they were like, okay, well, I guess he's gonna go do the airline route, because then it's like, I mean, since they don't have kids, they don't have, like, the scheduling quality of life isn't as big of a deal. So he got in where he wanted to go, and he started training, and that week finds out they're having a kid. So yeah, you plan, God laughs. And so he's like 2 now, and so that's really exciting for them, because they're so cute and lovely, and yeah, really happy for them, and having had to go through that portion of it, or that aspect of it where it's difficult when you have those other obligations and people relying on you and that you have to take care of and things like that. So that stuff came up as well, the quality of life and whether or not, like, depending, like, whether I'd be willing to move or how far, I guess, I would be willing to move is the thing. So, yeah. And yeah, he mentioned when it comes to like sending out apps at this point, the spray and pray method. Send it out to everywhere and take what you can get, basically. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I just have to actually crank at it now. So, talked to him. That was really good. And it worked out too because the plan was to fly all like hours that day if I needed to with my dad. He was going to end up taking off work in order for us to actually go do that, but it didn't end up being necessary. Thankfully, because there was also supposed to be weather, and yeah, so then we had a family friend coming into town, and so we were going to go, me and my dad were going to go fly with him. My dad and I were going to go fly with him. So I get on the road to go start getting the plane ready, and I get a call from former private student that he went and soloed again early that morning. And it was like, oh, great, cool. And he starts telling me about it, and he mentioned that he was a bit irate. There were crop dusters coming in, and they would come in on the opposite runway, and then so he would switch to that runway, and they would take off on the opposite runway. So he was, yeah, kind of, yeah, whatever about that. And so he decided he didn't want to deal with that anymore, so he decided to go fly to another airport, and I immediately asked, or started asking, well, were you in and so he says, oh, I know what you're gonna ask. So that, yeah, he and his instructor had to have another conversation about that he needs to get endorsed for going to other airports within 25 nautical miles. And I ended up talking to the instructor again at some point, and he said that they had talked about that. And the thing is I knew this about that student, that he needs a little bit of a firm hand and voice sometimes to make sure he's fully absorbing things. So it was fine. It was a learning experience for that instructor and for that student, and yeah, it was interesting. So then he hits me with he was gonna go solo some more, but then the weather came in during the middle of the day, which, yeah, I had seen as well. And he's gonna go solo again that night. He's pretty much on his way while I'm on my way. And I'm like, okay, well, I have this plane for right now. And he's like, no, I went and I checked with the owner and everything, and he booked it and everything. And I was like, I had this like the beginning of the week, and so there was a little bit of a misunderstanding, but he ended up going and flying the other plane anyway. So I get there, I was going to be working on getting the plane ready, but he shows up at the same time, so we're like pre-flighting at the same time, and he takes a little longer than I do, and he got hit, but then he had to get his plane out first because, yeah, it was in there first, so he started doing that, and I was getting my stuff taken care of, and so I was a little bit behind when my dad and family friend came, and he got his fuel and went out and went. So then we started to use the electrical pump, and okay, it's within 25 miles, so we're going to descend. Oh no, yeah, that's right. I was like, I didn't put any of that on. But that's okay. Bring that mixture in a little bit. Cowl flaps are supposed to be closed, I think. I could check the checklist. But where's the fun of this? kidding, sorry. So yeah, so then, oh. So we have another airport's delta that we're going to be above until we get onto the actual approach. So that'll be interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I guess they would have been talking to them, or maybe they would have us talk to them. I don't know. I don't really know how that works. Anyway, so we're getting to 3,600. That's good. Sorry. Anyway, so yeah, so we did use the electric pump and got about 1.4 gallons out of it before it was like, no. So I was like, what's happening? And we assumed it's probably because once again the tank is almost full, or is almost empty. So the electrical thing that draws up the fuel doesn't reach the bottom. So I had to turn on the truck again and fill it from the mechanical pump. And yeah. So that was fun. It was fine. But then, like, it was like, we just got that filled up, I swear. So, yeah. Been flying. Apparently, both planes have been flying and using fuel, and people have been getting fuel and everything. So, fuel truck needed to fill in again. So, did that, and then, yeah, basically sat in the right seat. Family friend was like, oh, I'm gonna be in the back, and it's like, no, you're gonna be in the left seat at least, and you're gonna take the controls if possible. And he's like, no, but we'll see. So we took off, and he had a couple places he wanted to go around, and dad and family friend were like looking at stuff and swapping stories and everything, and I was just going around and trying to like teach stuff and everything, and discovery flight for him basically. So yeah, I went around there. Ended up transitioning through the Delta airspace, which was fun, and then did some more roundabout things and almost got him to take the controls, but something happened at some point. Oh, so I can't remember if it was I think it was my 1,500 hour flight. I was passing by and already passed by kind of the approach for the Tower to Airport. And I made a call because home airport is nearby as well. Made a call that I was here and transitioning here, and we heard the tail number come back at us from somebody on the radio. And I was like, say again? And they're like, you're at our altitude and like coming into the approach or whatever. And I was like, oh, what the? So I immediately started climbing, looking around, seeing where I was at, and it was like, I was already like on the opposite side of where it was. So like there was absolutely no factor. I looked back at it, and like at the time we were kind of like converging, but then like I turned off that way. And now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure we saw that plane. We saw that plane, and I think that's kind of why like I ended up going like that way, sort of. But then it was like I ended up having to like climb and tell my parents to shush because I have to focus for a second and figure out what's happening. But it was all for naught. But I guess I would rather have it be all for naught than not for all. Yeah. So yeah, that was approach mode only works with the glide slope. That's right. So that was that. But then, yeah, there was, I can't remember what happened with the other one, but I was, at the end of the flight, I was going to have family friend take controls and didn't end up doing that. And we ended up getting back into the pattern and landing, and then realized, oh, shoot, didn't actually make him take controls at all, but it was fine. He didn't really want to, so that was okay. That's fine. Next time. So then I'll make sure that so that was like, again, later than anticipated. Went back into the hangar and was gonna be doing some logistics, was chatting with them a little bit. They were almost out the door, heading out before I needed to. And the opposite door opens and somebody's coming in, and it is neighbor. And he comes in and we chat a while. He has all the stories. What on earth is this? That's the procedure turn you're giving me? I guess we'll frickin' see. I don't like it, but whatever. You do you. Oh, and now that we're outbound, we can get down to 2,100. Oh, and I should probably be slowing down a little bit. Yeah. Let's slow down a little bit. Slow down. Get our first notch of flaps in. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not going to be able to probably get my flaps in until we're not descending anymore. So we'll see what happens. What else can I be doing? We were cleared for the approach, so we'll put our taxi light on. Our taxi light on. Please. Whatever, I guess. Fine. Thank you, autopilot. So yeah, so he had a bunch of stories, and like I love listening to him and everything, but it was late for family friend. He had been driving. We had early day the next day and everything. So, but it was good. Finally, we went our separate ways, but I got to talk to neighbor for a little bit again before he headed out and I headed out, and that was nice. So then I finished up my paperwork, and then I left, and I hit a deer on the way home. So, it was enough where, yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah, it was weird. So I ended up calling my dad to come back and help me out and figure that out. And couldn't drive the car. I was fine. Deer was probably not, but it ended up off the road, and assuming it ran away if it could into the woods. Couldn't see it. Had to call 911 and everything, but not emergency. But that's what I have heard I'm supposed to do. So yeah, and there was just some stuff that I didn't expect when it came to that. It was weird and everything, but yeah, the officer that came out was really nice, and everything was as kind of it went kind of as well as it could have, I guess. So yeah, I had to get the car towed and figure it out from there. So then I had some other stuff happen. I won't go into that, but then I got to go fishing, and I caught a big-ish one, and that was fun. Spent some time with family over the weekend. Had Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day, belated Father's Day to any of the fathers. And it was nice. So then, yeah, that was that weekend. Okay, all right, so now we can get down to 2,000. Or not quite get down once we cross the thing. So yeah, so I did, oh, sorry. 5 years is pretty good. Oh, sorry. Coming back. Yes, I can't remember if I responded to are we there yet, but yes, we are almost there. We are on the approach. We are coming down from there, so altitude. I'm just gonna do 300 feet per minute to meet our 2,000, so that we're not like blowing past it. $2,000. Oh, yeah, I could have done that earlier. So we're coming to Summit. So 2,000 is good. That's going to be our final approach. Fix. We got 5 miles. So it did. It was like there was all this other stuff that we needed to like do and figure out that weekend, and now I had to figure out how I'm gonna like handle, yeah, transportation later on. So luckily, I still have my trusty, dusty, rusty old car that my dad had been using for a while. It still like works and everything, but it could use some love. So I was gonna use that one, and then my parents figured out their stuff, so that was good. That was really nice. Coming back, my gear can come down because we're below that. So gear. Good. That's good. Mixture's full rich. Carb heat. Fuel is on. Undercarriage is 3 greens. Mixture is full rich. Power propeller pumps. Safety seat belts and security. I'm just gonna double check about the cowl flaps. Descent. Cowl flaps closed. Yeah, after landing, cowl flaps open. So okay. Good. So yeah, so that was something that, like, again, there was that, and then there was some other stuff as well that just like, I get 1,500, awesome, great, and then all hell breaks loose with this stuff that I didn't need to be dealing with, but at the same time, I guess it was good. It was good experience. Yeah. So then I'll see if I can, as we're coming in here, potentially, maybe I'll try to get a couple of story times in here, so that, or we'll just fly the approach. We'll just fly the approach. So we got our approach over there. Sorry, 5 years is pretty good. Yes, I am. I'm really happy. I didn't realize that until my dad brought it up, and I was like, oh, wouldn't that be sweet to like actually, yeah, get my, oh God, let's put our these down a little bit more. Why? Oh, well, you know what? So we should, shoot, descending. Descending to 1060. Oh no. Oh. Okay. BDP is 9 DME. So, now I'm probably gonna want to bring this back. Sorry, I will come back to chat. I just need to figure out where I'm at here. 500 feet a minute, 3.3 for our distance. Okay, so it's gonna be 3.3, 1.4 nautical miles is where our VDP is for this distance. So we should be okay. Coming in at 90. Starting our timer at our final approach fix. We didn't do that. That is one thing I do need to get better at. Nav, autopilot, vertical speeds coming in. Okay. So doing it this way. Oh, and also, shoot. I'm doing an illegal approach. 185 for our course. We'll see if it does it properly. Coming to our minimums. Uh, 1.4, we should be visual, and it's slightly that way. Ugh, there it is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Autopilot off. Oh goodness. We went a little bit further than, oh, well, you know what? Actually not, really. We wanted to be visual by 1.4, but Or extra notch of flaps would have been nice. Oh god. 3 greens. That was not good at all. That was slightly potentially unstable. But we made it. We made it. Okay. So while we taxi back, I'm gonna read that and yes. Let me make sure that we go to the right place. I just don't like how this thing, like, yeah, down at that low power. Airport diagram. Oops. So we landed 1.7, right? That's a lot of taxiing. We're just gonna take off 3.5. So we'll get off the runway to the left, I think. Yeah? But further to the left. There. Yeah. Okay. I'll clear the runway. I'll do the proper checklist this time. Probably, maybe. Clear the runway. Stopping. Documents. Flaps up. Fuel pump says required, do not need. Cowl flaps, we're gonna open them. Strobes off, landing light off, taxi light. We're turning back around, so we're just gonna leave them on. Pitot heat off, is it off? Okay, it hasn't turned itself on. Heater off. We're gonna turn back on again. Oh, we did turn it off. Oh, are people there angry? Cabin is cool and steady. Okay, that's good, I guess. Heater off, mixture as required, trim for takeoff. We haven't done anything with trim, so transponder, altitude, squawk. Okay, so turning back around. As we turn around, do I have a preference on what I want to fly? Airlines, cargo, jets versus turboprops, etc. There's like certain places that like I'd like just because like I know people there, and I've heard like I know I can trust what they've said about it, and that they like it or not. But yeah, again, other than that, I'm not expecting to get my choice of whatever I want, but I really do want a different experience, more experience in like different things, so that I'm not just doing the same thing over and over again and not progressing and seeing things from a different angle and learning new things and all that. As well as it would be really nice to have a better paycheck and a better schedule, a more firm schedule, so that I know what I'm going to be doing month by month, week by week, hour by hour, and just not have to deal with all of like the admin stuff of being like self-employed as a flight instructor. So, and there have been certain things which again I'll bring up, and I've talked about them, like not knowing whether I am going to be able to fly, or students being and things like that. So I would like something stable and yeah, just different. So I do have, yeah, like airlines in the docket. I've heard about cargo as well. I will have to look more into that because the people I've talked to in person, they're in sort of the airlines sort of area, so that's what they're more into. So looking into like the cargo versus like turboprops or something like that. Most of the ones that I've been told about are just jets. So I will be looking more into that. There were some deadlines for certain places that I needed to focus on, and then once I kind of get those ducks in a row, then I can start like, so yeah, I'm focusing on certain places first, and then beyond that I'll start looking in other areas and sending out stuff more to the places I don't necessarily know as much about. So yeah, that's about where it is. So yeah, but again, like I will kind of almost take anything at this point. And when I say almost, I am gonna look at a pretty sunset. Maybe we could make it. So I'll leave it there. When I say I'll take almost anything, it's, I would like to not have to take something that seems like it's going to be, I don't want to say dangerous, but certain places have certain reputations where you go. Whether or not it's maybe a good decision to go, you go if it's legal. So plus like potential, I don't want to say sketchiness, but like I also don't want to say questionable, but like maintenance. Oops, I don't want to be descending. I want to be climbing because that's what we're going to be doing. So yeah, so just like things like that is what I've been kind of trying to avoid, but we'll see, I guess. So yeah, I do. There's the certain places that I'm focusing on currently, and if those work out, then I don't have to go try for other places. But I'm not necessarily expecting that yet. So yeah. Anyway, sorry. Bet you weren't expecting that long-winded answer. It is. It's a weird place to be, and like I realized I should have been doing this and looking at this like a year ago, because there were potential certain opportunities where I could have. They have like these routes, like feeder routes, where you do a certain something before you have your hours, and once you get your hours, you get a guaranteed interview and everything. But I didn't do that because I didn't think about that. So yeah, if anybody's looking, like we're building their hours and trying to get places, don't do what I did. Start looking like a year in advance and getting that stuff together. So anyway, sorry. We're taking off. 3-5, we'll just depart. We'll try to get into the downwind and then get back on track. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so we're taking off 3-5. Oh, just kidding. We're gonna take off 3-5. So we're just gonna turn and meet up with our course. Perfect. Clear left, clear right. McGregor. Traffic. Twin Cessna, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, departing 3-5 to the west. McGregor. Alright. Ugh. Checking the things. Mixture prop throttle. No pumps. Taxi. Well, now my taxi light comes on. Oh, that's good. How's my fuel doing? Should we have fueled up here? Probably. Let's do that. I don't want to have that happen. I don't care. We're filling up entirely. Okay. Good. Green. There, I think. Oh, yeah? Yeah, perfect. That's what I wanted. Since it's getting a little dark. All right, turn it on, take it off. That actually reminded me of something a question that I had and asked. So I will get to that once I take off and hopefully don't. Yeah. Oh, I can't. Why aren't my... Okay, hang on. I can't quite see where a red line is. I kind of can. I thought that instrument would also be lit up. I think that's it. All right. All right, positive rate. Gear comes up. Gear definitely comes up when I actually press the right button. Whee! And did it? Oh, I forgot which. This mother effing. Sorry, not that. Why? Why do you switch it to frickin' 2,000 feet a gosh darn minute? Oh, frick. And this is why we check our stuff, kids. Oh no. How was the flight? It was good. We're not quite done. We got one more leg, and then I'm hoping to do one more thing before logging off. But I did a silly, and I didn't reset my GPS. But yeah, I hope you were well as well. So now I go like that and do this whole rigmarole thing that is dumb and I hate it. I don't understand why it does this. Like, no freaking GPS does it like this. And I have to go in here and do all this stuff. It doesn't make sense. Kapwig. And we're gonna head back to our K-Mins. Yay! Because we hit Mins. Oh, there we go. No? Light instrument lighting. There we go. You know what? All of them. Let's put them all up. It's a party. There we go. That's more like it. There. All right. On our way to Kimins. Mins! Mins! I'm gonna... It's because I'm low on helium. Gosh darn it! Oh, but look how pretty it is, though. Hello! Sky Command, hello! Thank you for the raid! How is it going? How was your stream? What were you doing? And welcome, everyone! It's so good to see you. What have you been up to? How are you? Hello, hello. How's it going? How's it going? We are on the final leg of our multi-instrument trip. And then we have one more thing to do after that, a little specially sort of a thing. Yeah. We've been having, hello. You only raid really cool streamers, by the way? Well, then what are you doing here? I appreciate that. You're like super making me all shy and blushy. Heart. I do. I appreciate you so much. It's so good to see you. I keep saying this. I am always hoping that I'm going to be able to be doing this stuff more and yeah, seeing you guys more and catching all you guys' streams. And yeah, we'll see. In a bit of a weird limbo phase at the moment. But good stuff. So yes, I'm happy to have you here. Welcome everyone. So I guess, and I'll say, keep going, got this, well, thank you. So what we're doing today, and I guess, yeah, so multi and milestones. For those of you who don't know, I am a pilot in real life, and I just hit my 1500th hour recently-ish. So I am now working on the process of sending out applications for my big girl job, wherever that may be to start with. So yeah, airlines, I don't know, corporate, charter, like whatever stuff. I'm trying to think of what the other term is, but I can't. See, I'm so good at this. So I'm hoping that that's going to mean that I'm going to be able to have a more set schedule soon, so that I'll be able to actually. Oh, what am I doing? We need to be in the plane, outside the plane, I should say. It's so pretty. So yeah, we're in sort of. Oh. Like, yeah, sort of celebratory, taking a deep breath sort of a flight. We're at that, so I'm gonna bring this back. And as per usual, since I only stream once a month at this point, plenty of story times. There's that. Get everything else set. Like a normal, proper pilot, hopefully. I promise if I do anything silly, I am better in an actual plane. Nice, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm not expecting anything too soon with how hiring is at the moment, but it is nice to finally have done and to have, yeah, hit that, so. Yeah. Making sure we're all set. Autopilot's good. We're at our altitude. We're good there. We have a short-ish flight, so I'm gonna try and blast through the last week of story times. Okay. All right. Where are we at? There we're at. Okay. So getting back. That's there. That's that. Okay. So the final week, yes, final week of June, I guess, had a day of lessons at home airport, and my student who owns her own plane, she is a private pilot. We were working toward her instrument, but now she took off for a little bit, and now we're working to get her back into just the normal flying. What am I doing? We need to be out here. There we go. Sorry. And then we need to do this. There we go. Pretty. So it was a little bumpy. She was going to be ready to get back and do some stalls and slow flight and things like that. But then we got up in the air and it was a little bumpy, so she didn't want to do it again. So I was like, well, okay, we see where the clouds are. We're going to get above the clouds and it'll be smoother. Unfortunately, the clouds were a little high, so her plane didn't really want to get up there. It was perfectly doable and we were almost there. But then she asked me, we talked about it, I thought, and then she goes, are we going above the clouds? And I said, yes. And then she's like, I don't want to do that. I was like, okay, I thought we talked about it. She said she was getting a little bit nauseous, and I was like, oh no. Now we have, like, so how's that gonna work? So go through the usual things, and like keep her eyes outside, have her be on the controls, hopefully look for a barf bag in her plane. I don't think she had one, so it was like, ah, good lord. Okay, trying to get some air into the cabin, and all that, and just start kind of getting back toward the home airport so that we could land and hopefully not have her have that sort of an experience. And we did. We made it down, and I landed it, and she got out for a little bit. She felt fine, so she wanted to do a couple patterns. So let her do a couple patterns, and those were good. And there were some things that we had talked about with her patterns that I wanted to have her adjust a little bit, and she did, and that was good. And so we did. We talked about aeromedical stuff, which is the nausea. We also ended up talking about hypoxia because we went higher, as well as talked about our systems, including the mixture, because again, we went higher than we usually do. And then did pattern work, and then I put in there 7,000 feet with an exclamation point and a smiley face, because that is the highest she had gone at that point in that plane. So that was good. That was okay. Then, my new instrument student at home airport needed to, he was gonna have to leave kind of early, so we needed to go over some ground stuff anyway, so we just worked on instrument approach. We went over, instrument approach procedures. I wrote it down, and it's like, yeah. So charts and publications, including instrument approach procedures, the low en route chart, TERP supplement, what else did I put in there? Navigation aids and equipment, as well as ATC procedures. We did all that, like, as a ground thing. Oh gosh, we're coming to it. We're getting there. So yeah, we just did that. He needed it. He hasn't done his written yet, and we hadn't quite gotten to instrument approaches yet anyway. So going over it together on the ground was going to be good for when we actually did get into the air. Excellent. Okay, there's that one. Then had a lesson with commercial student. And we've been trying to get a day where we can go do some actual, yes, we were gonna go do some actual. However, the clouds that were there weren't very friendly looking, as well as they seemed a bit high, but he wanted to try for it anyway, so we took off, and my mind was just like, well, if he needs to work on the maneuvers himself, so if we don't actually go on the cross country, I'll have him land, kick me out, and go do the stuff himself so he can get that experience. So we ended up starting out on the cross country, and we decided to not. So I was gonna have him go kick me out, but he kind of wanted me to stay in for a little bit. It had been a long day at work, so he was gonna probably not actually go out by himself because ADM, fatigue, things like that. So it was like, okay, I'll stay in here and you can practice your stuff. So we did the steep spiral, and that was pretty good. Eights on pylons were pretty good, needed a little polishing. Lazy eights have been the bane of his existence, but we're getting there. And he did a power off 180 that I'm pretty sure was good. So yeah, good. Day one down. And I thought it was funny because I have the Google Calendar. Irrelevant, but I thought it was funny. In the Google Calendar, I have like just my stuff for home airport because they do a paper schedule, and then the two planes, the 172 and the 150 at work airport, have their own colors for the planes for the schedule, so people can schedule on like that. And I have all three of them with the same name because there's somebody over at work airport who decided, I guess, to fly both planes one after the other, and then my student who has that same name, I had him on there as well, and it just kind of I don't know, it tickled me. So then Was going to have another day at, sorry, I'm sorry. Coming back. Motion sick. It could have, she also could have been like, just kind of like nervous. And yeah, she's been one where all she really wanted to do was get her private certificate. And I'm a little enthusiastic. And like, I at least want people to get their instrument for one, but like if they wanted to go commercial, yeah, do that as well. But, and especially now getting back into it, I feel kind of bad just like being there as almost like a tour guide sort of a thing. So it's been a learning experience as an instructor to be okay with people just kind of wanting you there and then being able to figure out ways to still make it an instructive learning experience, even though it's not like in my syllabus sort of a thing. So she took some time off. She's just getting back into it. She's always been a little bit not as up for all of the things and limitations that you can get to in aircraft and stuff. So I've been trying to be better about being a little bit, slowing down a little bit. So it could have been any number of things. But yeah, just getting that high, getting nervous, and maybe it was something she ate or drank, and just not being as used to it as maybe she was before she took the time off. So yeah, all sorts of things. So yeah. VFR over the top is fun. Yes, and it was. What are the limitations on VFR over the top? It was. Oh gosh. We're coming in for. I should have us land and go do the thing that I was intending us to do. But I don't know, we'll see. So this was something that like got brought up with new CFI over at work airport, is I brought up going VFR over the top, and he mentioned that it's not allowed. And I was like, no. It is, the limitation is you can't do it as a student pilot. But it made me think, I was like, wait, am I for sure about this? And like it is, it's you have to, I mean, you do at some point have to be able to get down, whether you need to get down IFR or you're just going over the top and you know it's clear on the other side, sort of a thing. So yeah, it is. I haven't done a whole lot of it where it's like straight layer. But it's definitely a good experience, and it can be a little bit nerve-wracking when and if you haven't done it much or in a while. So yeah. We're coming to our thing. I'm gonna look at what the approach is. We were gonna go 1-8. Oh, that's what we were gonna do. We were gonna do all this stuff. You know what? We're gonna quick focus on the approach, land, and go do our other sort of celebratory thing. While I finish up story times. So we're gonna go to Uligi. Waypoint, procedure, select approach. We're gonna have 1-8. Enter. Oh my gosh, this is upload or activate. We're going to activate, enter. And going, that's good. Are we within 25 nautical miles of, yes we are, so we're gonna get down to 3,400. Okay. So that is our MSA. 500. Okay, so there's that. We're coming down. That's good. We're turning around 10 miles from Uligi. Good. Okay. What am I doing? As we're descending, I'm gonna bring that mixture in a little bit. I'm gonna get the approach up. That's what I'm gonna do. Oops. Boom. And boom and boom. There we go. Oh, sport pilots can't do VFR over the top as well, I believe. That sounds right. I will be honest. I actually had like sport pilots or what is it called? Wanting to be sport pilots, students come in that I didn't anticipate getting, because at least around where I am, you didn't have a whole lot of that. But then all of a sudden, there's like at least. It was 2, but it was weird that it happened twice. But then now there's. So I did have a little bit more of my thumb on that vein, except for the fact that I couldn't finish them out with their sport certificates because at the time I wasn't, well, I still am not tailwheel rated or endorsed rated. Think about that. So I wouldn't have been able to like sign them off for like a check ride or anything, because that's what the plane had to be. Was typically would be a tailwheel, because that was what the sport aircraft were. And now since Mosaic became a thing and came through and everything, there's a lot more opportunity for that. And at this point, I'm kind of focused again still on the instrument students, just because I'm the only double I at home airport, and it's just easier to do just the instrument stuff. I get too worked up about like being the first person to teach a student now at this point. And it's easier to let students fly themselves when they can, and yeah, just kind of keep going from there. So all that to say, sorry, I used to be better about that stuff and knowing that stuff and remembering that stuff, and I'm a little rusty on that. So you have done it a couple times, excellent. Just got to plan well to give yourself options. Exactly, always having an out is how a friend instructor put it, and not just having one out, having multiple outs, because it's so easy for that one out to close up in one way or another. So yeah, because like especially and I'm assuming you mean in your plane, right? So then as plane not instrument rated and you not instrument rated, you definitely don't have that out of coming down through the clouds. So I can imagine that could. I don't want to ask too many or certain questions. Oh, so now we're going to be at 3,000. Okay, gosh darn it. Okay, you know what? I don't care. We're staying at 3,400 because that is the MSA in this area. So the chart says, usually, I should have looked. Our other approaches did not have a, no, not like that. Our other approaches did not have a minimum altitude at or before the initial approach fix. So I just kind of ignored that on this approach and went to the MSA instead. So I would have been at 3,600, but I am not. So I wanted to ask a question, but at the same time I didn't want to make you admit anything. But so when you do, as in that position, what sort of things are you thinking about? Like, are there certain distances? Like, this place is VFR. Are there certain, like, this place is VFR within a certain distance, and or looking at the whether it's scattered, whether it's fused, sort of a thing, within a certain distance? I'm curious. You were gonna ask if I got tail wheel yet. What? Tail wheel yet. Not yet, but I was gonna do it with owner of the 172, but he's like not really around. However, I think new CFI at work airport, he has a personal tail wheel, so he's very into that sort of stuff, and he's very into like different planes, experimentals, light sport, things like that. So he actually said he wants like me or somebody else with good stick and rudder skills. I hope I have good stick and rudder skills. I have a note on that. He wants like that type of a student to be his first tail wheel, rather than somebody who doesn't necessarily, I can't remember how he put it, like basically land sideways. I think just because the tail wheel requires so much more precision on that landing and on ground looping it and not nosing over and like whatever things. Oh my God, that's beautiful. Sorry. That was so cool. Oh, I kind of wish the approach wasn't up on the screen, but no, that's fine. Oh my gosh. So pretty. Wait, I could quick. Screenshot. Oh, I love it. I love flying, you guys. I love flying. So yeah, so at some point I'd like to talk to him again and kind of figure out, since I have, that is so cool. Since I have right to 182. Okay, that's looking good. Approach. Is it gonna work? Do I need to, hang on, 2,500. I'm gonna see if it goes down. I don't think it is, so we're gonna, bringing it back, slowing it up so we can get into flap and gear range. Mixture's rich. LPV! Excellent, so we are descending. Get our flaps in, gear down, do the things. So we were cleared for the approach. At least we say we are. I don't understand why the taxi light doesn't come. Oops. We'll put the landing lights on first. Then, fine. So we're gonna come down to 2,500 for our final approach fix, and then hopefully that will transition at that final approach fix. Oh, sorry, there. Transition at that final approach fix for that glide slope. That is the hope. Our minimums are going to be 1555. Our VDP is going to be 0.9 miles, runway 18. Just as a thought. 2.6. Yeah, sorry. So, since I have one consistent student at work airport and my other student is kind of inconsistent, I could definitely probably slot some time in to do some tailwheel stuff once we have a tailwheel trainer on the field. I think they're getting close, so we'll see. He'll probably let me know, but I could definitely check about that, because I would like to get that and understand how that works. And first notch of flaps, just because it's it requires a bit more, right? So yeah, okay, so we're coming up on Feniv. We're hoping, okay, it's starting to descend us. And we are on glide slope, so I could, can I? No, that's fine. 3,100. We're still going down. That is good. I'm gonna bring power back some more because we do need to get our freaking gear down. Shoot, I was supposed to get gear down earlier. Frick, 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 frick. Oh, frick. You know what? You know what? Can you? Oh my god. You know what? There. I think it was 138, so we're gonna go like that. I was supposed to get gear down before that final approach fix. That was really dumb. Sorry. 3 greens. Carb heat, fuel is on, undercarriage is fixed, mixture full rich, power color pump, safety seatbelts and security 0.9. We're gonna throw our second notch of flaps in. Oh, we need to be slowed down. Props forward. Prop sync off. 1555 is our mins. There it is. We're gonna land. So it's gonna keep flying us. That should be okay. About 95 over the threshold, at least in the Baron. So autopilot is off. We're gonna keep following the glide slope. However, kind of, we're slightly off course. That's fun. That's why I probably take off autopilot earlier than that, and I should have brought throttles out earlier than that as well. I promise I fly better in an actual plane and land better most of the time. Good lord. We have made it. We have made it to Mins. Ha 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 ha! With only some speed bumps along the way. Ah! Yes. Good lord. That was silly. So we're gonna put my brakes on so that I can get the procedure approach. So I can, oh, no. Procedure airport diagram. So I know where I'm going. Oh, I have to back taxi. Okay, that's fun. So we're just gonna take our sweet time down this whole runway because we took the whole runway. Should I go outside the plane and see if I can actually, all right, since we're stopped, gears green, flaps are up, mixtures back, trim. Oh, look at, oh, it's so pretty. We'll go outside the plane and see how well I can taxi this thing. Cowl flaps open, I think. Can I? I'm gonna go like this just so I can see. I don't know, trim's fine. Cowl flaps open. I don't remember what I did. Now I did whatever. Okay, now I can put the taxi light on. All right, we'll go back to our pretty sunset. I think I got everything. So I'm gonna try and taxi outside of the plane. We'll see how well that looks. We got a full runway. Oh, I'll take the procedure off. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. When you've done it all, airports were VFR, just a lower cloud layer with lots of scattered areas to get through, or it just ends and you can fly around it to get down. Right, okay, that's what I kind of figured, and I've definitely done, like, scooching through the clouds and stuff. Not within VFR minimums, but maintaining VFR minimums to the side of, above, and below. But yeah, it really is, I got out of doing that, or I didn't do that very much for a while, and I kind of felt like I got boxed in a little bit, just kind of like flying below. So I did actually make a point to try to like do that a little bit more often, because I don't know, at least for me, I kind of forgot that that's totally possible, and it does. It makes you think of things differently, and helps you be more capable, I guess. So it is definitely a good muscle to work. I just want to point out, I actually had new CFI over at work airport. He mentioned, so, oh, you're supposed to use the center line, but in certain planes, well, with this one, maybe we wouldn't want to be doing it. It's actually a lot harder to see. And when I went and did a tower tour, it actually, you could kind of tell that it's actually more difficult to see aircraft when they're right on that line. So being offset it actually makes them easier to see. So I thought that was interesting. But yeah, like it is. It's one of those things to like still be thinking about cloud-wise. I've definitely seen and had to have talks with students about where it's like a scattered layer, or even a few, well, scattered for the most part, scattered layer at 500, and it says it's VFR because the ceiling is higher than that. But then I've definitely seen those clouds close in and make it IFR. So it is. It's definitely fun and good to do, but definitely gets you thinking about thinking ahead and making sure that you're really looking at that stuff and being aware and having, again, more of those outs. Look it, I can move my tail wheel, or not my tail wheel, my nose wheel and my taxi light. I'm sorry, that made me laugh. Oh my god, it's so cute. Look at it. Wee, 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 wee. I'm sure it does, mechanically it doesn't like it, but that just pleases me greatly. Time to chop and drop, right? Exactly. So, like, and that's the thing. That's another thing where, yeah, we don't have to do the VOR approaches that often or that much or whatever. Like, we got the RNAV approaches, but it doesn't let you have that need to, like, really be on top of your power, your energy management, and thinking ahead and whatever, because the tools do everything for you. It builds character to do it ye old way. Okay, going back in for a second. I'm gonna turn the landing light off. Taxi light can stay on. These strobe lights can go off. Beacon can stay on. Avionics stays on. So we have to taxi, I think, 1 or 2 more. We have to, yeah, continue a little bit further. So we'll go outside the plane again. You have been to some airports where if you're not on the center line, then you are probably running off the runway. Right, and that's like the other thing too, is it's like, it definitely is a, ooh. Sorry. I'm kind of sad I don't have my landing lights on anymore. It seems so dark. It definitely is like a condition dependent and a area dependent sort of a situation. But yeah, it's, again, just getting out of the same routine and clear left, clear right, and making sure that you're not just doing something because that's what you're always taught. You're actually thinking through those different options and what might be, what might be maybe a different or better option based on, yeah, again, conditions. So yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. Sometimes you do. You like, well, for the most part, sticking with center line is the way to do it. All right. All right, so electronics first. So I'm gonna do nav, taxi, all these things. Oh, but then I can't see. That's fine, I guess. I don't like it. I'm gonna turn it back I'll just make them a little bit dimmer, I guess. Oh, and then I have had the heater off for a while, but I don't think I need the blower. I think that's fine. Electronics, so avionics. I'm gonna just double check though. Double checking is good to do. Securing ELT, avionics off, AC off, fuel pumps off. They were. Mixtures fully. Continue. Mags off, battery alternator off. Oh, I can see. So I could bring these all out now. Beacon light can stay on. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Why? Why do you now not want to turn? I don't understand it. Turn, dang it. Whatever. I don't care. Master mags. Lights, cowl flaps closed. And they dirtied my plane again! You monsters! I made you all comfortable and you dirty my plane. I'm gonna be a great airline pilot. Yelling at my passengers. Hobbs tack, control lock, chocks, tie downs. Engine covers, intake, right. Yes, I'm aware, thanks. Covers, chocks, control lock. Good. Good? Tie downs, pitot cover, baggage doors, cabin doors. Alright. Oh, can't see nothing. But still. Oh, I should have like taxied over there where there was light or something. Oh well, that's fine. Yay, that was fun. I still have some more story times, and we still have a little bit of. I hope this works. If it doesn't, I guess we'll just blast through story times with clouds. So let me see where we're at. So we're supposed to have another day at home airport, and tried to slot inconsistent instrument student in on that same day, but that didn't work out, so whatever, fine. I have a couple of flights with the same couple that were like a charity auction sort of a thing, and we have not for the past 2 years been able to get one freaking flight in because things keep happening. WB Sim, JP Logistics. And we want the pants. Beautiful. We'll get our livery. So cute. Customized Hotel 31 Delta 1. Good. And we're gonna go to, I think, yes. So we're gonna do it is not that day. Am I going insane? We're not that far ahead. Sorry. We're just gonna go like right at noon. There, that's fine. Dang it. I was gonna do a silly. We'll just look like there, that's fine. Let's go like there. such a child. 12. Fly. So, 20 feet wide, you think is the narrowest runway you've landed on? Yeah, I don't think I've gone that far. That's it's one of those things where, like, on one hand, I feel I should be able to at this point, but I will say I am not. I am bad at doing the center line because I started out in a grass runway and didn't have a center line, so like that was not part of the make sure sort of a thing. It was just land somewhere in the middle. So I do worry sometimes that if I actually legitimately had to, oh, you know what? Now that I say that, okay, you know, so I have landed on a strip of pavement attached to a wider grass runway, and I am and was able to land on that, and I definitely think that was quite skinny. So I guess I can't. I can land on skinny runways. I definitely try not to over assume my own abilities. But again, like I said, at this point in my flying, I should be able to, right? But I would definitely be like a little bit nervous. But now that I think about that, like, oh yeah, absolutely, I've done that. So I'm happy you brought that up. So can I ask, was it also like a short one as well? Because like it's potentially one thing where it's you need to get out of, at some point, the having a bunch of buffers. I love having a bunch of buffers, but sometimes you can't have those. So it does. It makes you a better pilot, a more capable, a more understanding, a more all the good things pilot by doing things differently and without as many I don't know what word I'm trying to figure out. Ways of getting out, well, not ways of getting out of things, but like when you do really have to be that precise. So the witch, yes, I do. I love the witch. We'll get back to her probably in Spoopy month. But for today, I had wanted at some point I would like to, and probably it'll be something like once I actually get a job and start flying in my job and everything. I started doing flight sim slightly before I started actually flying in real life. So I think I ended up doing so I flew a little bit when. So backstory. When I first getting into flying, I had an older relative who flew back when took care of her at the end of her life, and so that was sort of my direct and indirect like way of getting into flying. And so when we were taking care of her, I started thinking I would like to, I should do flying and everything. And part of the reason I got the sim was we wanted at some point to get her back into a plane, but that was probably not gonna happen. So this seemed kind of like the next best thing. So I would fly with her in the sim, and not at all well, and she would laugh at me and everything, and she really enjoyed it, and it was exciting. But then once I actually started getting serious about it after she passed, and I started studying for it for a few months first, and then I started using the learning thing that this has, which I'll go back to at some point and do, but I just want to kind of free fly here. and the Sedona was like the first airport and everything that I did, and the 152 was the first plane and everything. So it's kind of not going fully back to the roots, but kind of, yeah, it is. It's, we'll see what happens. I mean, I should be able to fly the thing, but we'll see. Like, coming at this now, I never did. I never thought about like density, altitude, and things like that at the time. So I'm sitting here looking at freaking 4,700 feet, and what is the freaking density altitude going to be? I'm going to need to have my mixture back and everything. So thinking about that sort of thing. What are these? Hang on. I had to remember what these controls are for a single engine plane. So yeah, all the things now that I can look back at those first flights and be like, I don't know, just how far I've come, I guess. So yeah, it was a little shorter, but nothing crazy. Okay, sounds good. But yeah, it is. It's still all the little things like short runways, wide runways, narrow runways. They all do make a difference. Oh my God. They all do make a difference in... I have no idea what state you just restored. We're gonna, if I can, isn't there a, yeah, that's what I want. Oops. So we're just gonna bop around a little bit while I, finish story times. State saving, realism, show, pilot, nah, we don't need that. Maintenance, fill oil, there. Engine health. We'll be good with it. We won't do the autopilot or the GTN. We'll have the DME, ADF, transponder. We won't do the EGT. Exterior. All those are off. Good. I do. I'm like looking back, and I remember those like first couple of flights, and like when I did first starting to just... you didn't do any of this stuff. It was just like, how do you take off and everything and match these speeds and all that. And it was, there's just so much more to it that, again, looking back on, I know now, but I didn't then. So yeah, anyway. And so at some point I would like to go back and like put those old streams on stream again, have like a little watch party of that, because I absolutely know I'm going to be embarrassing as hell. But I think it'd be fun to see that. And some of you guys potentially, maybe, I'm trying to remember at that, because I wasn't good at like looking at looking at chat for one, as well. Sometimes I'm still not good at looking at chat, but like I'm really bad with names in general, so like I wouldn't be looking at like names of people, like the usernames and stuff. So I didn't necessarily know or like connect the same people from different times or whatever. So that is one thing that I do apologize for. Like I'm bad with names and faces. Faces isn't such an issue here, but like names I'm not so good with. But yeah, we've gotten better in that respect as well, I think. So yeah, so let's do all the things, I guess. So electronics, we'll quick run through that. Battery, yeah, we don't need that. Pitot, heat, nav lights, strobe, beacon lights, taxi landing light, flaps are gonna go down. Okay, hang on. I need to do something first. I need to switch my controls. Mouse is good. Logitech has to be. Oh, that one, maybe. I'm gonna have to look back at that and make sure I do the same one. So this is the one, oh God, I don't know which one it is. We'll find out, I guess. I think the sensitivity 2 one. Yeah, we'll go with that. Anything else I need to do? Okay, I think that's good. We'll see what happens, I guess. Go back, resume. Ah, perfect. It is the one that I thought. Okay. Electronics. Electronics. Flaps are going down. That's good. Electronics. Our radio can go off. Ooh, all the way. Fuel is full. Electronics. Ooh, check our lights. Lights. Good. Oh, yeah, that's there. Good. Okay. Electronics. Grasp the pitot tube. Feel that heat. Turn it off. Okay, so that's good. Landing, taxi, beacon can stay on, strobe, nav, pitot heat off, batteries off. We would check our oil. We did our oil as well as our fuel, and I believe that was full. Back out. The one thing specifically that I remember, well, I mean, I remember a lot of specific things, but the one that, like, I know I will absolutely cringe at is, I didn't know how to pronounce aileron. And I think I probably said quite a few times aileron. And then I would also mix up, I would try to say fuel and say oil, or try to say oil and say fuel, because liquids, same thing. Or sorry, fluids, same thing. So I've definitely come a long ways. It's always room to improve and everything, but definitely I'm, happy to look back on that, and the work has paid off so far. So, electronics, fluids, sump tank, and wherever else needs the sumpage. And then we would come around, static port, leading edge of the wing, other vents, pitot tube, drain hole, fuel vent, stall horn, leading edge of the wing, wiggle, aileron, lift that aileron up, 4 bolts, wiggle the rod, 4 bolts, wiggle the flap, all those connections are good, wiggle the rod, check the tire and the brakes, baggage door if there is one, antennas, fuel caps, leading edge, antennas, elevator, connections there, rudder, give it a little wiggle, and up, make sure it's connected to the vertical stabilizer. And then elevator down, looking at those connections. Elevator up, look at the trim tab. Connections. Coming back around. Antennas. And chicken can do the other side. Wonderful job, chicken. Amazing. Coming back around to the front. Leading and trailing edge of the propeller. Looking for any significant nicks or cracks. Alternator belts, nice tug, make sure it's looking good and nice and tight. Exhaust port, air intake, make sure there's no oil drippage indicating potential oil leak. The shimmy damper and distance for the nose wheel strut, 4 fingers or a fist, and that tire should look good as well. Double checking our checklist. You know, I actually should put the autopilot on for this. Oh no. Look for the checklist for this one. Make sure I did all the things. Fuel quantity, quality, caps, drains, and vents, engine oil, belt, propeller, air intake, exhaust system. Yeah, wiggle the exhaust system if I didn't say that, sorry. Stall indicator test, surface and controls, P2 and static ports, gear, tires, brakes, antennas, ties, chocks. Took all those out, right? Tow bar, baggage door, final walk around. All right, so we're gonna be getting into the planes. We do our final walk around. If we use this as a table, make sure we aren't anymore. Chocks, tow bar, down on the aileron to check controls movement in case anybody else is sticking their fingers over in this one. Fuel caps are good. I have to remember that. Well, okay, so my instrument student, I am a stickler about final walkarounds with my students because I have done things and I've heard things happen because of not doing a final walkaround. So it's now a very big part of my own flying as well as what I would like to teach my students. And so I'm a big stickler about it, and I know they go, huh, at me, but my instrument student consistent instrument student over at work airport. Tuckered him out on a particular flight. It might have been that. No, I think it was the most recent one that we'll go over. But yeah, tuckered him out, and we went and we fueled up afterward, and he went to do his final walk around, and he had left the fuel cap off, and he noticed it and was able to go grab the ladder and put it back on, and I was like, yes, validated. So yeah, it was good. So then, yeah, fuel caps come back around again. That stuff. Control movement, come back around, same thing. Table over here, chocks, tow bar, control movement, table, oil, open the door, check the oil cap again, shut the door, make sure that's tight. No tow bar. Looks like a plane. Looks like a plane. Into the plane. Okay. So, making sure. So now we're in case says. We're normal. So I think non-live weather ends up being like 270 or something for the wind. Yeah, about 270, not much obviously, but we'll take off 21 then if possible. Yeah, we'll taxi over, it doesn't matter one way or the other. Take off 21 and float and fly around for a little bit. Finish up story times and be done. Okay, so check our Hobbs and tack. I'll get my checklist again. Hobbs time, fuels on both. Yes, circuit breakers, ba-da-la-da-la-da-la. Good. Okay. If sterile cockpit, no talking during takeoff and landing. Seatbelts on at all times. Exit out the doors to left and right. For now, make sure they're shut and locked. If we lose power on the rollout, we'll stop on the runway. If it's after takeoff and below 1,000 feet, we'll land straight ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll consider making a turn back to the runway. We have no wind, so should be okay. We're taking off 2-1. So I don't know if I brought this up, but new CFI at work airport also mentioned we were flying once. With that, when you're doing that briefing and you're thinking about turning back to the runway, you're considering where that wind is. I think we did talk about this earlier, actually, but turning into the wind when you're going to try to do that 180. So, yeah. Yeah, so we'd be taking off 2-1, so turn to the right into that 1 knot of wind. Good. Circuit breakers, alternate static. Do we even have that in here? I don't know. I'm gonna ignore it. Brakes, pedal test. Did the passenger brief. Seat track, back and lock, chicken. So now single pilot single engine operations, no prop control, carb heat's off, avionics are off, beacons on. Okay, double checking, seat track, avionics, autopilot, carb heat, beacon, prime it. I think this one does need primer. 2, 3. Brakes are set. Mixture is full rich. Left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back. Clear prop. All right, hand on the throttle while, yeah. Left hand's on the throttle, I guess. Over there. Go there. We don't have an avionics switch in here, I guess. So, guess we'll turn that on. Guess we'll turn that on too. There's that. Oh, I haven't been in this plane forever. I miss it. I love it. I'm gonna bring that mixture back a little bit. I'm guessing we're gonna get more power out of it. Flaps are, oh, wrong button. Flaps are coming up. Don't need carb heat, oil temperature and pressure working up into the green, or in the green. Prop clear, master on mag, start, oil pressure, flaps up, avionics, nav lights, frequencies, ATIS, AOS, altimeter. It's all going to be 29902. Ah. 29902. Does that jive with our altitude? 4831. Oh, it's a little low, actually, our altimeter. Let's just double check our weather is correct. 29902. Okay, interesting. Ducky! Ducky, yay! Okay. Heading indicator to compass we got to do in this one. So 310. It is pretty close. Okay, good. All right. Documents. So, ATIS AOS, altimeter, seatbelts, harness, heat vent, defrost, transponder, standby, taxi light. We'll put on radio test, brakes test, attitude indicator, turn coordinator, heading indicator to compass. So we're gonna go. We're gonna taxi. Doing one throttle at a time is kind of weird. All right, so we're turning. Airplane, turn coordinator. Airplane's in the direction. Ball is opposite that turn with the rudder. Attitude indicator is hopefully level and not moving within, not moving outside of ±5 degrees in any direction, pitch or bank. Our heading indicator is moving freely as well as our magnetic compass, and they're indicating known headings. Clear left, clear right, continuing to our taxiway, going to 21. So that would be that way, 21. We'll head down to the end. We'll end up doing our run up. And so I'll say I have not had like really significant density altitude or had to do very significant density altitude adjustments. So I'm gonna try to do it right based on what I've heard, I guess. So I'm gonna scooch over here. Scooch, 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 scooch. Hopefully be out of the way, holding short of the hold shoreline. I'm definitely not out of the way of anyone who might have wanted to come. There. Okay. So, run up. Taxi light off. Brake set, fuel's on both. Trim for takeoff. Good. Flight controls are free and correct. Free and correct. Free and correct. Wiggle, wiggle. Instruments are good. And we'll check the heading indicator on the runway one more time. Good. Frequencies would be set, all that. We don't need to worry about any of that. No GPS to set. Attitude, ammeter, and suction. Good. Okay. Mixture best in power, so I guess we'll see. Primer is in and locked. Good. So I'm gonna go full mixture first. Bring it up to 1700. And then I'm gonna I feel like it hasn't made much change here with that mixture. Oh, no. Except for decreasing. Oh, it got a little bit higher, I think. Ah, so it did. Right there, I think. So we'll go with that. Primer and unlock, 1700 RPM mags, right and left. Good drop and back. Good drop and back. Carb heat. Good drop and back. Vacuum. Just kidding. Ammeters over there. Suction's there. That looks good too. Oil temperature and pressure are both good in the green. Idle check closed. Looks good. Flaps 0 to 10. Mixture's best power, we're leaving it there. Carb heat's off. P2 heat is required. Heading indicator to compass, we'll check again. Doors, windows. Shut and locked. Well, oh shoot. I was gonna say I do want to put somebody there because that's how it was for my Discovery. Well, yeah, you know what? I will. I'll put somebody there. Settings. Copilot. There. Copilot. Oh, wait, it's supposed to be flipped because that's me. Gosh darn it. Oh, well. Actually, we're going to not show the pilot because that's going to be annoying as I'm in here. There. Okay. Good. Doors, windows, transponder, altitude, and squawk. On altitude. Landing light goes on, so we'll do our taxi light, landing light. This one has strobes, so let's do some strobes. Good. Time and brakes release. Clear left, clear right. I should, hang on. So we're gonna go to 6,500 if I can make it. Oh, geez. I'm scared. I was just gonna like wander around, but there are like mountains around here. I'm a little nervous. So we'll go straight out and just wander very delicately, not running into anything, hopefully. So we'll try to get up to 6,500, hopefully, and see what happens. I'm so nervous. Or, I don't, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Ah, okay, sorry. I'm back. All right, clear left, clear right. Sedona traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1. Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1. Departing 2-1 to the southwest. To the south. Sedona. Okay, here we go. Landing lights on, green, green. Ammeter, suction. Thank you for flight. I'm going to take the whole runway just in case. Oh my gosh. Okay, so coming, oop, oop, oop. Or most of the runway. All right. Okay. On the runway, facing that direction, pretty much in line with 2-1, slightly there. So I'm gonna bring it back just a smidgen. There we go. All right, all that's good. Mixture's where it should be, I hope. And we're gonna go 2-1-2-7, so potentially slight left cross, right crosswind, sorry. But very light, so we'll see. So we're gonna do a short field takeoff. Green, so we held our brakes, we're going. I think this one is supposed to be like 50 or 55. Oh, I need my yoke. Gibbs yoke. There we go. Forward takeoff. Nice and gentle light. Climbing. Maintaining. Alright. Trying to climb to 6,500. We're doing okay, honestly. Like, I will say, flying a 150. Well, okay, so I guess I can see that. 152, that does have a slightly larger engine, doesn't it? Or more power in that engine, right? I assume. But yeah, flying the 150 and like not being able to climb very well at all in general ever. It's funny seeing this have 1,000 feet per minute at this density altitude. So, okay. I can definitely get a little bit nose lower for this. And it looks like we are, yeah, I got off my heading. Look at that. Silly, silly, silly. We'll go this way a little bit. Actually, I meant that. We're gonna turn slightly southish rather than just southwest. And just noodle around over where there's not friggin' mountains. Hopefully, kind of. So, yeah. Slightly. Okay. So it's not gonna be too much difference, I guess. I don't know. Like, looking at this, that just seems like way too much. Unless maybe I should try leaning the mixture on higher density altitude days. Huh. We'll see. But yeah, no, that craft I fly does not like does not like it at all. Okay. But the 150 has 40 degrees of flaps, which is more fun. Right, exactly. Okay. So we're gonna level out. So 0. There. I'm gonna try to bring that power back just a smidgen, but leave it mostly there, I guess. And then I need to work that trim. Oh, wrong way. I didn't do that. Yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. Okay. The trim is this button, I guess. Okay, we're good, question mark, slightly, there, oops, oh, probably turn those out, how far things have come. Taxi landing light, because we're proper pilots. Not that one. There. Alright, okay, so I'm gonna try to not crash into anything. And or, yeah, just in general. Yeah, not do anything too silly as we're just kind of blooping around places. I don't understand what this means. Whatever. So yeah, we'll just kind of like noodle around, finish story times, and be good. Because yeah, I will. I'm gonna have to be done. So you showed your friend the other day just how steep of an approach you could do in a 150. And what did your friend think? That's awesome. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been back in the 150 in a bit, and I would like to be, but at the same time, it's like, again, at this point, I was trying to get my hours out, and so I was okay with paying for them a little bit, but at this point, it's not. Oops. I don't necessarily want to keep doing that. I definitely should, just to keep myself honest and capable and everything. But yeah, I did. I was spending quite a bit on flight hours for a little while, so I'm gonna pause for a second and just focus on other stuff. But yeah, I should definitely do that again. He was pretty surprised. So was it a flying friend, so they have the knowledge of that, or was it demonstrating to someone who doesn't necessarily know how those things can be? I like both. I would be happy with either answer. Okay, so where were we? Hey, and you know what? 5 years later, I actually figured out kind of the trim button. Aren't you all proud of me? Okay. So, I don't entirely remember where we were. Yeah, so, again, was supposed to have a day over at home airport, but also tried to slot in inconsistent instrument student early in the day, and then I'd have to drive. Didn't work out, which is fine. And then I've been trying to get a flight in with a couple who did charity flight, or sort of a charity auction thing for Discovery flights. So each of them is supposed to get one, and it's been 2 freaking years since they got the first one. So tried for that day as well, and no, it did not work. So then was supposed to have lesson with instrument student over at home airport, and did indeed. And it was introduction to approaches, as well as introduction to more of an introduction to ATC clearances and procedures. So I introduced the craft clearance, but didn't make him do one. We didn't go too into it. I just kind of wanted to show him this is how it starts, and then we go up, and then we do our radar contact, and then we start flying, and then we get to our approach, and then we just kind of focused on the approach. While also, again, I would go over all of those things, not making him do it once again, but just so that he has that primacy of, we do need to be talking to ATC, and this is where that happens and how that happens. Then we focused on the approach, did an RNAV, and just did the missed approach and hold twice. And we just stayed at altitude. We didn't add in the descents. Because it is, starting it out just following that lateral approach is one thing. Then going missed, following that laterally, then doing that hold, which we'd practiced before. And then going in again, doing the same thing, figuring out the GPS, getting that back in where it needs to be. It is a lot to even start with. So I was hoping we'd be able to introduce the descent into it, but we did not. So then we also did the same approach without the hold. So we did it with the hold to get the hold practice in, and then we did it again without the hold, and then we were able to do it one more time with the hold, and then we had to head back, and I was then supposed to have a lesson and hopefully some cross country with commercial student. But as we were flying back, it was a bit bumpy, but thought, like, the clouds were at a nicer altitude, like a lower altitude than usual, but they had a bit more development that I would have liked for a first time for actual. So I'd been thinking that we were going to be fine and we were going to be good. I'm going to go like this so that I'm not wah. So I thought we were going to be good, and turned out as we were going and looking different directions and everything, it was just not the day I wanted for that. So our other option was for him to go and solo, like we've been talking about. So I did. I felt bad, but I was like, I do. I think it's a good day for you to go practice your solo stuff. And so, yeah, so that was sort of the plan there. And then, former private student showed up as well. He was going to go do some, oh shoot, actually, sorry, as we were coming in with instrument student, again, it was crosswindy but also gusty, I think, and I did kind of have to take controls a little bit with that landing. It didn't seem as controlled as I would have liked. So that is something that we are going to have to work on, I think, just to get him more confident and comfortable with that. And that was just I don't know, it was another, well, yeah, it was like, if it's that bumpy outside of the clouds, how bumpy is it going to be inside the clouds, sort of thing. I have no idea where we are. So, my tracker thing is not tracking. So, we'll see what happens. Yeah, so that happened, and so and it was again windy, gusty to a point where he's just working on his instrument. So I'm not expecting perfection in those sorts of conditions from that low time of a pilot so far yet. So then, former private student showed up as I was discussing things with, oh shoot, I also forgot. That was another thing. Hang on. Yeah. So, some related but non-flying things. I had a check from a student bounce. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. And talked to him about it, and he did. He had some problems with his account. We ended up talking about it the next time we had a lesson. And he said, yeah, he got new insurance, car insurance or something like that, and they ended up taking 2 payments instead of 1. And so he didn't have money and like in the account because they took 2, and they weren't going to get the money back in until like the end of the month or the next month or something. And so it was like a thing. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I hope I didn't like cause any issues on your end. And apparently, I guess we'll find out whether or not I get a fee on my end. But again, another something to deal with when being in business for yourself. So got it figured out, and I was able to like redeposit it, and that was fine. I actually haven't checked, but I'm sure it's fine. He said he had the stuff in his account, so good there. And speaking of that as well, there's also been things where my students at home airport have been taking a little time with their own payments. And so I have had to start being like that person as well, to be like, okay, these are my students. I'm not only trying to teach them how to fly, but also how to be respectful and courteous to the people who are taking care, like, yeah, that they're dealing with when they are doing that flying thing. So that's been fun. We'll get into that one later. Well, and then so one of my students, we've taken a break because he had the radiator in his car went out, so he had to be like putting payments towards that. So it was like, yeah, that's totally fine. He still needs to pay me for the last month of flight instruction, which I'm totally fine waiting. I know he's good for it, but he was also outstanding on his airplane rental. So I mentioned, the owner had mentioned that he was, and then I mentioned, well, he's taking some time off because he's got to put payments for his car. And I was like, okay, at least he knows that. And he actually did. Student came in and paid the owner for that outstanding stuff. So that was good, at least. Again, I trust him and everything. He's a good kid. but I do. I recognize that stuff happens, and I like being able to be okay with that. And know that it's not going to be an issue further down the line. Some people, not so much. We'll get to that. But yeah. So that was going to be a whole thing. And so yeah, so that was that. That was that. Did that. Okay, yeah. So did that. So again, going back to my commercial student was going to solo, and turns out former private student was also going to go solo. And I didn't think a whole lot of it until the owner mentioned something about like the gusts and the crosswind or whatever, and I was like, oh wait, yeah, because my student who's an instrument pilot, he's rated private pilot, had a tough time coming in here with that crosswind and gusts. I'm gonna talk to him, make sure everything's good, but also like maybe see. So I talked to him, talked to a former private student, was like, your instructor knows that you're going out, right? He said, yep. And they had a whole thing about where if it stayed at like 10 knots, it'd be fine. If not, he'd wait or not go. And it did end up bumping to gusting to 15. So it was like, okay, no, not going to go. And I was like, thank. But I did. Is not my student, so I wasn't thinking about that sort of a thing at the time. So I was glad that the owner said something. So coming back to that, so oh, what is that? Oh, there's an air met for mountain obscuration. Oh, I was gonna say I don't see any, but we're not on live weather. So oh, sorry, coming back. He has a Mooney. Okay, that I enjoy that. So like, yeah, going from a Mooney to I thought that was fun. How did the multi stuff go? It went well. We didn't crash. We didn't crash again. We had a beautiful sunset and moonrise, and now we are heading back to the roots of where I started in Flight Sim, the 152 and Sedona Airport. So yeah, so that's where we're at now, finishing up story time, and then it'll be done. You think the only plane you've had beat the descent rate on a 40-degree flap 150 is a 40-degree flaps on the Piper Pawnee? I don't think I've ever heard of that one. Is it like a 150 but Piper? That thing is a brick with wings. That's awesome. Oh, hello. How's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're well. A $150. The 150? Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember what I'm running out of brain power at this hour. And apparently my voice. Can't be doing that. I have lessons yet this week. Okay, so I did. So my car also was not available. So I was taking my trusty dusty one from back when, and as I was doing certain things on the way back from home airport one evening, I noticed the brake light came on. So I was like, okay, that's good to know. So I talked to my dad about it, and he was like, well, it might just be a sensor, but keep an eye on it and everything. So I was like, okay. So then I was driving the next day, and I was like, the most competent I am in things like this is when it comes to planes, and I'm not saying I'm that competent at all, but the experience that I have is with planes. So whether or not car brakes and aircraft brakes work the same way, I don't necessarily know for sure, but it would be good to know. But as I was driving the next day, it seemed like there was a bit more travel in my brake than I would have expected. I thought maybe I was being paranoid, or like it seemed like a bit squishy like an aircraft brake, but I wasn't sure. So I monitored it, and I was careful with it. but I was also like, okay, I don't know. So I got to home airport for my day of lessons, and I talked to the other owner who was there, and he decided to take a look-see at it, and we opened up the hood, and he looked inside, and it was like, yeah, your brake fluid's a little down there. So it was like, oh, that's great. I still have to get home. What am I going to do for the rest of the week and everything? And he ended up putting in some to, like, hopefully at least get me home, and then see from there. So that was fun. And then the other owner came and pumped up my tires because they were apparently low. Oh my gosh. See, this is like, aviation has been such a great learning and maturing experience for me. There are still areas that it needs to migrate into. So yeah, and the other thing, so I mentioned to, I had mentioned the other day to the owner one about me hitting a deer, and then I mentioned that to owner two the other day, that next day, and owner one comes over and he greets me with, "Hey, Bambi killer." I was so mad, but I couldn't be mad because it was so good and it was funny, but I was mad. Oh, I need to turn around probably. So it's like, yeah, those sorts of interactions. It was good. So yeah, so that all happened. So then I had to figure out, after that, so I parked it, I got home, parked it, and was gonna see what would happen the next day. And it did. It did look like there was a wee bit of a leak. So I ended up having to take, my dad's brand new spanking pickup that is ginormous, and I was like, I hope nothing happens in this one. And it didn't. I had to go to work airport for day of lessons. And when I say day of lessons, it was one lesson because, oh yeah, okay, so the other thing, I was supposed to have, so I was supposed to have a flight. I had booked the multi-plane, the twin. I booked the twin to go fly, and there was that too. I had booked the multi to go fly that day, and then I was going to go to work airport after that. And I was hoping to get time with MEI, and he wasn't going to be available, but then I got a text from somebody who was like, hey, did you want to split your block? Split time on your block? And I was like, I don't know. So I texted MEI, and I was like, do you think I should? And he's like, yes, you should. And you should be in the right seat and act like the instructor. And I'm like, okay, I will try my best. So, yeah, so that was the plan. However, I had noticed on the schedule that there was maintenance, the 100-hour, all the way up to, at least, and beyond my block, as well as somebody else's block after me. So I texted the person who I was supposed to fly with. I was like, hey, do you know if it's done or not? And he's like, I'm not sure. So he'll try and find out and check. And he checked, and no, it was not. So it was like, well, at least I didn't drive all the way up there. So that was okay. So canceled for maintenance, and then went to work airport to fly with consistent instrument student, and potentially later inconsistent instrument student, but that was also a no. So what we did, consistent instrument student and I, so we filed to get his first actual. So we filed IFR, and we did an RNAV into destination airport and RNAV back in to work airport. We did ATC clearances and procedures, including an air pickup as well as cancellations, and radio ops, as well as first actual and cloud chasing. So yeah, that was when I was looking at whether I was going to be able to go in the twin. That was another one of the things is were the ceilings going to lift enough, or was there going to be enough space to get above them? And it was like, eh. So then it did. It ended up being just right when we went. Consistent instrument student and I, when we went, it was right at a nice low-ish level, not too thick and not too bumpy. So it was. My experience, we did air pickups for our clearances. So we practiced on the ground and then we got up, and the last time I did an air pickup was, I called up IFR request and controller said, squawk this. And I was like, squawked it. And then he came back and he's like, radar contact, this, and cleared and whatever. So I didn't have to say anything. So we get up in the air. That's what I was expecting, and so that's what student was also expecting. And so we get up in the air, and he calls for IFR request, and controller goes, go ahead. And my student whips and looks at me. That, like, I know I've definitely done that, but that's one of my favorite things to see from a student, is where they like panic and look and like, what am I supposed to do? And I was like, well, I'm not going to try and talk him through that, because like I wasn't expecting that either. So it was good. Like, I just took the radio, the comms for that first leg. I set all of our stuff, looking for the blah, 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 blah. It's all the same thing that we do on the ground, but we just have to change those specific variables, right? So got all that, did the thing, got our block altitude, and we were going in and out, and he was holding it really well. He kept kind of climbing a little bit. I mean, it was okay because we had our block altitude, but that will be something to kind of look at and be aware of as we're doing it more often, potentially, maybe. So, did that, had a little bit of a, as we were coming toward the approach, and we had somebody else that was going to come in, and they were IFR, I think, and they were coming in to do the visual. And we were going to be coming in first, I guess, according to the controller, but they ended up being a little bit faster because we canceled so that they could get in or whatever, and we didn't want to deal with it. And so we were going to go in and potentially do a circle to land, because that was how the wind was favoring right at that time. And then so we were watching the traffic. I was monitoring center, even though after we had canceled, while we were making our non-towered calls. And then they were coming in faster, so we assumed that they were going to get in first. But also, I kind of assumed they were going to get into a downwind and get to the other, go into the other runway, just like us. So that would work out fine. They get into the downwind, they would land, and then we would also get into the downwind and land, and everything would be fine. But no, they did a right base to a landing and ended up rolling to the end. And silly me, so the AWAS said it was favoring the opposite runway, but the METAR said it was favoring, the ADS-B METAR said it was favoring the other runway. So it was like, it was kind of confusing. It was like, huh? So after they had landed, I called up and I said, hey, can we get a wind check down there? And I can't remember. They wanted to know whether or not we were gonna like be, are you gonna be a low approach or whatever? Because they had to back taxi, I guess. I realized afterward. But I wasn't sure what exactly they were asking, but it was like I was trying to get a wind check as we were coming down on final, whether or not we were gonna go straight in, because I didn't want to like have my student land with a tailwind, or whether we were gonna continue on the circle to land. So I got that, and they said it was favoring more of the straight in, so we ended up landing and taxiing before they did. So they waited at the end of the runway for us, and it was like, it would have been, I guess, better. As we were landing, it was like, it was basically a crosswind, but it was favoring more the runway that we had initially thought. So it was like, we should have just circled the land anyway. And I did. I brought that up with my student afterward. That was a my bad. That I should not have been teaching or giving the example of us like last minute changing what kind of approach or landing we were going to be doing. We should have maintained that circle of land and done that. So that was a learning moment for me as well as him. And so we taxied off, we planned the next thing, filed the next thing, and back taxied to go. It was supposed to have a GCO. We couldn't get it to work, but we were trying to and going over other stuff and everything. And then we were down there for a little while, and then we called almost at the same time as the other people were calling to back taxi. And so as we were taxiing onto the runway, they were like, are you behind us? They were like, no, we're down at the end and gonna be taken off. So took off, picked it up in the air again, and we did. We talked about that. And so I let my student do, again, IFR request, and this is, you have to do your where you are, altitude, things like that. And so he was able to do that. He took, I think, all of the comms for that leg, which was good. Got a little more actual, and then as we were coming in and we were going to cancel, so he canceled and said we'll cancel. So when ATC says no traffic observed between you and blah airport, you can cancel with us in the air with flight service on the ground, change to advisory frequencies approved. We'll cancel IFR now, change to advisory frequencies approved is I think what my student said. So then the controller came back and verified. So just want to clarify, you're canceling IFR now or on the ground. And my student was getting a little bit flustered, and he said, affirm. And so the controller kind of like pauses a little bit, and then he comes on, he's like, he has this like little giggle, like slightly exasperated giggle, and is like, I asked you. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he did. He tried to clarify again. What are you actually saying? It's like, you can't say yes to a question that's an either or. And I did. I just let my students struggle through it, and they got it figured out, canceled it, did the thing, came in and landed just fine. And so we did. We had a little bit of a discussion about that, and it was like, obviously that's an easy mistake to make, especially when you're kind of overwhelmed with things. But just, yeah, listening more and getting more used to how things are spoken and whatever. Answering the question that you actually hear rather than the one you're expecting. But also that's something good for me to like remind students, go over with students that they might verify things, so just do that. Yeah. So then, other thing. So again, he held his attitude and everything pretty well, even in actual, and the clouds were a little bit bumpy. But then there were a couple of like longer and chunkier ones that he did say he felt he was starting to feel a little bit spatially disoriented, or like feeling the bodily things that he had to like really trust the instruments on. And that was good to have that experience for him as well. So yeah, so that was good. And then I found out that so usually Work Airport has an event, yearly event, and they're not having it this year because there's some work being done on the airport that they're not sure is going to be done by then, and they don't want to have to deal with that. And so, yeah, so that was kind of sad to find that out, but it is what it is. So then, that was it. That was it for my flying that week, because I had to drive long ways to go to an event, a family event, and had some time. Got to spend time with my new nephew and spend time with other family and have a good time. Yeah. So then there's that. So that's it. Apart from, I'll go over like what like apps, yeah, are doing, where I'm at with that. Oh, because I have a little bit of, yeah, yeah, okay, anyway. No, it's actually an agricultural plane. Similar profile, oh, okay, to the air tractor, but smaller and has a piston engine. Interesting. And you modified it to tow gliders at your local soaring club. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that had to be fun, definitely. It's great, and you flew it on Saturday. So how is glider towing? I have heard things, like, no, definitely good things, but also, like, it's got its own things that you have to be aware of and careful of and things like that. So I actually do want to do it at some point, so give me the deets. You think you've got 60-ish hours in it at this point. Nice. Oh, that's really fun. It depends on the car and the airplane. Oh gosh, which part? Which part? Oh, okay. The brakes. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's like similar, but also maybe not. So that's one of those like silly things where it's like, I actually mentioned to the owner one, I was like, at this point, he probably just like shakes his head at me behind my back. But then I was like, no, he shakes his head at me to my front. He's not that kind of person. But he's like, he has a daughter too, who definitely needs dad sometimes when it comes to car things, so he gets it and he's okay with it. But it's like, I do need to be better about that. And it's just another one of those things that I can and will do better at some point, but kind of focused on other stuff right now, so we'll see. Soaring School up in Franconia, New Hampshire has an L-19 Bird Dog. Fantastic tow plane. That sounds really exciting. I have no idea what that is. So what are the, like, what does a tow plane, glider plane, whatever, need to be? What are the necessities that it needs in order to be said tow plane? I am curious. Did someone get a free OMG voice? Maybe. I have been doing, yes. When I'm embarrassed, I do voices, and when or just, yeah, in general. I guess you're welcome, free OMG voice, and other sillinesses. The old student, deer in the headlights, look, yes, exactly. Oh, it brings me such joy. Especially because, like, I know where that's coming from, and I've been there, and, like, yeah, being able to have those teachable moments, either, yeah, bailing them out as necessary, or letting them suffer through it a little bit. So good. Fun thing you'll do to a student when they need to struggle through a radio call is you'll just go and unplug your mic when they look to you for help. I'm gonna have to do that. I need to figure out which one is the mic and which one is the listen, though. You friggin' sadist. I love it. I love it. I just shrug and I let him go for it. Or I'm like, so I'm gonna have to figure that out and see if I can do that. That'd be good. That's funny. Only when you know they can do it, though. Right, exactly. And that's sort of the thing too, is my student did. He asked me the question, like, how do you get more comfortable doing it and better at doing it? And I'm like, by doing it. And so, like, you guys know how I am, or have been, about ATC. And I get so nervous that I don't want to say something wrong, and it was all this and that. And Friend Instructor did. I remember specifically one flight, and I mean beyond, but specifically one flight, I was talking to, like, Tower, and I knew what to do, but I'm one of those people who needs or wants validation or verification, like, so I would ask questions for him to say yes or no to, and he would make me figure it out myself. He would stay silent. So I definitely know that that's how it needs to be. And so, yeah, and I know being in that position and having that insecurity and potentially discomfort, but needing to get over that because We have practiced it. He does know it, and my other students, some of them, do know it, and they just have to do it. And like, again, part of that getting over that insecurity is doing it. And once you do it, okay, like your brain's like, oh, okay, that was fine, that worked. Okay, gotta do it again, gotta do it again, gotta do it again. And then also doing silly things, saying silly things, and being able to get out of that as well, because I still say silly things once in a while, things that I could say better, or stumble over words, or whatever, any of those sorts of things. So we all do it, and it is okay. And it's just, they need that ability, that room to make mistakes as well as just do the things. So yeah, it's fun, but very high intensity environment as far as traffic goes. Okay, most gliders don't have ADS-B. Right, so it's you using your MK Mark 1 eyeballs to stay away from them. Undertow, you feel every time a glider gets out from behind you because it pulls the tail along with it. I didn't think about that. Do gliders make calls though? Or they probably don't have the capability, right? Because yeah, that's one of the things. Okay, that's something that I'm gonna have to be more aware of. I don't think we have a whole lot of glider operations around where I'm at. I think there are some places, but where and when I've been there hasn't been going. So it is one of those things that I've kind of come to neglect a little bit. So that sounds so aerodynamically nerve-wracking. A towing mechanism attached to the tail with a manual tow rope release available to the pilot. Right. Normal procedure is to have the glider release from the rope on their end, but both of you need to be able to let go during an emergency. Right. Okay. Good to know. The tow rope itself has to have designed failure points in it as to not damage the glider or the tow plane. Right. And all the gliders do have radios. Okay, sounds good. See, this is how little I know about these. I kind of thought so and figured. Because do you guys talk? Because like they have to like let you know when they're gonna release, right? You have signals you can give to each other, wing rock, tail wag, etc. But radio is highly preferred. Okay, that makes sense. Good. Okay, That's what I kind of thought. But again, that's one of those things where I assume and then it's not correct. So I'm glad to hear that. Cool. So, and that's one of the things, and that's one of the things I've been able to teach my students as well, is not all aircraft have or need ADS-B. So hopefully they have radios. If not though, you do have to be seeing and avoiding. You have to be outside the plane. You have to be having that situational awareness in case there's one that doesn't show up or doesn't make calls or things like that. So that would be a really good environment, not to practice that, but to learn that from the beginning and just be very aware of. So yeah, definitely. You can usually feel when they release, but you ask the gliders flying behind you to give a verbal confirmation in case you don't. Right, okay, that makes sense. Interesting, very good. And that's like the thing too, is there's always ways of, hopefully, making things easier and safer and use all the tools in the toolbox. So that's awesome. Speaking of unique, you just saw a video the other day of a seaplane takeoff. It was really cool to watch. You hadn't ever even thought about how they take off after getting the landing gear attachments. So with the floats, right? Is that what you mean, seeing a seaplane take off? Now that you say that, I've been in a seaplane. I'm not sure I've actually ever seen a seaplane take off. Ooh, that actually does sound cool. Yes, have you ever flown one of the banners? I never ended up looking into any of those things really, because I ended up going specifically to the instructor route right away and then just doing private stuff and then little commercial and then right into instruments. So on one hand, I kind of would like to still try that stuff just because, again, there's so many things that you can learn from doing those that you might not necessarily from just flying around, bumming around in just Cessnas in the pattern. So you haven't flown a banner tow, but you're certainly interested. That would be really cool. Have you looked into it? They put it on a trailer and a pickup drives it fast down the runway until the seaplane. Oh, I thought you meant like from the water. Right. Because it's all about, the plane doesn't know what it's taking off from. All it needs is the air over the surfaces. So whenever you get up to that indicated airspeed, boom, you're good. You have been on a seaplane once, wasn't it exciting? I loved it. It was like it's just like a regular plane, except you get to take off and land on water. It was cool. You'll find a link. Excellent. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna have to probably spiral down 4,800 to 5,800. Actually, probably not. So as we're coming in for landing, trying to anyway, we're coming on to 2-1, not right pattern, so we're good. Okay, we're gonna bring this down, probably drop like a rock, get down to 5,800, which won't take too much. Could probably not descend that quickly. As we're coming in, so now I should have been working on apps and other opportunities way before this, but now I'm in the spot where deadlines are coming up and everything. So I am actually able, now I have mins, I actually can like get that stuff sent out. So, so one of them, the closest deadline I was trying to work through, I was waiting on, okay, so I ended up talking to, so it was the application for the one pilot who my complex instructor who works at that place and is in captain training currently. And I mentioned, okay, so also I forgot. So when I hit mints, obviously I had to send my 1,500 picture to friend instructor, and he was like, yes, excited, whatever, and now get those apps in. I was like, yeah, I know, I'm trying. And I also texted number one instructor, and I was all sappy and stuff, and I was like, I hit mins, thanks for being my first hour and beyond, and for putting up with me and my BS and all that, and helping me get to that point. And so we chatted about stuff like, he was all, congratulations, and where are you going next? What's happening next? And so, I am reading that right? Yeah, 5,800, yeah, okay. So we chatted about that, and that was nice to chat with him and get his thoughts about things again. And then, so why did I talk to him again? So then when I made, hang on, at some point, I cannot remember why, but we're in the downwind, so lights and stuff. Power's out. And then 1,500 actually. White flaps. First notch of flaps. Oh, mixture we're gonna put slightly in, but keep out for some performance. Descending about 200 feet or 45 degrees from the runway. I'm gonna add a little more power. Seems like we're a little lower than I would like. First notch of flaps, we'll do second notch of flaps on base. Oops, coming down, but not that power, not that fast. But for some reason, he brought up, he has a buddy in training who was, I overshot, rookie move. I'm sure I did plenty of that back when, even more so than now. 30 degrees of flaps, power is coming out. I should be trimming a little bit. This thing is light, so we'll leave it, I guess, kind of. Coming for those numbers. I'm gonna power in just a smidgen so that I'm not stalling the thing powering out now that we have it made. Over the numbers. That was probably one of my better landings. It's not over yet. It's not over yet, so don't get too excited. Doesn't save the brakes. New. Taxing. In. Rudders hitting my table. Yeah, so he mentioned, I cannot remember why, but he mentioned if I had a resume, I could send it to him and he could send it to his buddy who was in hiring, who had been in hiring previously, and he could look at it and give me, oh, and I didn't do carb heat. I'm not used to carb heat anymore. Oh my God. Terrible. Terrible. Sedona traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Clear of runway 21. Sedona. Sad. Where are we? I guess we'll just taxi in here. I think we're good here. So yeah, so I was like, oh yeah, that'd be cool. The other thing that I'm a little bit like about is my cover letter. I haven't shown it to anybody yet, and I heard that I'm supposed to add personality to it, so I don't know. And he's like, yeah, go ahead, send it over. Because I was like, I hope that's not too much to ask. And he's like, no, absolutely, that's great. And I was like, okay, cool. So that's what I'm kind of waiting on, ish. So that's what I was waiting on, is checking of my resume as well as the cover letter. But I wanted to get, again, deadline was coming up, so I wanted to have everything set to go, and then I'd just be able to like look it back over and edit it and put the things in that I needed and whatever else. So that was the plan. And so I was going through it, and there were 2 buttons for the certain spots. Any of the application, I'm sorry, I'm coming. I see you there now. Fine, I will park over here, not facing the runway, because you want me to. I'm working on it. There. Okay, so electronics first. Beacon stays on. So yeah, so that was the plan. And there were 2 buttons for certain parts of it. Oh, wait, sorry. So the other applications that I had done were I could like edit continuously and like add hours and adjust things. Actually, leaving that there. Electronics are over here too. So there were 2 buttons on this application's platform, and save for later and submit. Whenever I would try to do save for later, it wouldn't let me go to the next part. So I would click save for later, and then it would, like, I don't know, certain areas it would, it was just, so I assumed that I needed to click submit in order to go, like, continue going on. Continuing. But no. If there was anything, there was like one section that I wanted to like recheck certain things, double check things, especially like when is the date that you would be available to start training, because there are a couple things that I want and need to do yet this summer, before like locking myself down in stuff like that. So I put a sort of holding date in there that I was going to adjust and figure out later. as well as, again, I am very particular about things. So, I'm very particular about things. So I usually do look over everything 3 or 4 times, like precisely combing through it, making sure everything is just so. But no, I submitted it and it's there and it's gone. So we'll see how that works. The only things I can adjust are my profile, so I can update my resume, and I can add my cover letter, hopefully once I get feedback on it that it is good or I need to adjust it. And then my references section. So, and I did. I asked that pilot, my complex instructor, former complex instructor, whether he would be willing to be a reference for me, even though we haven't flown in a while. And he's like, absolutely. And I was like, okay, thanks. So that was cool. That was nice. And then I had my 2 other ones, friend instructor and my current MEI. And yeah, so I actually did. I realized that I couldn't change anything that I had just submitted. And I had a moment of like panic. Because I was like, I did not go boom, 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 boom through my stuff. I'm usually pretty good at getting things right the first time. But what if I didn't? What if I put something silly and that's what they see? That's what it goes through and that's what they're going to remember me for because I did a typo or I did a silly or and they're going to think that I'm not particular when I am. And so I ended up, I had texted MEI when, because I had to get his info to put in the reference thing. And so he asked if he needed the letter of recommendation right away, and I was like, I didn't see a spot for it, so I'll let you know though. So after that happened, I let him know that, okay, yeah, there was no spot for a letter of recommendation, but I accidentally submitted everything without checking everything through, so now I'm gonna panic. And then all he texted me back was, breathe. And I was like, okay, and like, yeah, I'm trying, but I did get to look through everything and make sure everything was good, and I guess it is what it is now, and I hope it's enough. And he just texts back, breathe. And I was like, okay, I'm breathing, thank you. Because I did, it actually, like, I'm despite the fact that I fly planes, I'm actually pretty okay with stuff, but when it comes to like academic stuff and like that sort of like paper and editing things, I can get a little distraught. So it did. It helped, and it was just so funny that we've flown together. Well, like I guess quite a few times at this point, but the fact that he understands and like knows that I needed that was I was grateful. Speaking of, and this is the thing too. So he actually I don't want to say too much, but he had the reason why he couldn't fly with me when I had the plane booked is he has a different piloting job that he had to go fly for, and I let him know that the plane was in maintenance, didn't get to go fly and play instructor or whatever, and he texted me and he said, well, something, and then and I said I hoped that he had a good flight, and he said, well, there was some weather this morning, and I was like, oh yeah, how'd that go or something, and what happened, or I don't know. Was it a no-go, or were you able to get through it or whatever? And he said he had to go missed. I was like, oh, okay, so was like, how'd that go and everything. And he said he had to go missed and ended up diverting to an airport. And I had a question about that airport, and he ends up calling me, says, you asked too many questions, and I didn't think about it. I was like, I'm just curious, I'm sorry. And he explained something about it that was a good lesson for everyone involved, as well as me. And I was appreciative that he told me about it and everything. And he said that he had been flying all week and there had been like a bunch of weather that he'd had to deal with, and it was just a nice peek, I guess, into that sort of flying. And I joked about like, oh, maybe I don't want my big girl pilot job, and he's like, yes you do. So I was like, okay. So that was interesting. And I do, it was one of those things where I don't want to say too much, but it was a problem solving, a lesson in problem solving. So I'll leave it there. So I will get back to chat. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the main menu and we'll look at all the other things. Coming back. I am so sorry. Okay. Like most low-time commercial jobs, it's pretty slim pickings at the moment. Right? Like, I did. The one commercial job that I had, well, couple, it was like ferry flying, and that was basically right place, right time, right person sort of a thing. So I can't, I've been there. And that's basically why I just kind of went right into the training for CFI and didn't fully look back. So yeah, pretty cool landing on the lake and then going for a swim. Right, yes. Oh, I love it. That's your link. Google, you're gonna make me Google it myself. Oh, okay. You were testing links. Okay, all right. Nobody abuse the privilege. Copy. I'm gonna, hang on. Yeah, that. Now we're gonna go, oh, I'm gonna quit here for a second. We'll go here, hopefully, for a second. Paste. Make sure you're not sending me sillinesses. Oh, how do I make it bigger? There we go. That's what I want. Okay. I'm gonna go like this, put that back on, put that on. There's no swear words in it, is there? I hope not. Ah! That is so freaking cool. You can hear it, right? Oh, crud. Sorry.
Picks up speed,
sorry.
The float plane can lift off from the trailer and into the sky.
We'll watch it again
if
since I didn't have
a float plane needs to take off without water, one method is to use a trailer and a vehicle. A pickup truck can carry a float plane sitting on a platform down a concrete runway. As the truck picks up speed, the float plane can lift off from the trailer and into the sky. If a float plane needs to take off without water, one method.
So I've mentioned my elderly relative that got me into flying. And we actually found one of her first planes that she flew, and it was somebody owned it, and we contacted them. We're like, could we come see it? And they're like, yes. And so we went, and it was cool. So he ends up putting it on floats and is by the runway is where he's hangared is right by the water. So he can actually just kind of trailer it out to the water, or I think do something like that. So yeah, That's so cool how that stuff works. We did. I showed everyone, and I didn't even have to read that. I knew what you were thinking. I got you. You can't wait to eventually text your PPL instructor, hey, I finally hit 1,500 hours. Thanks for not letting me kill myself, and I didn't know what I was doing. Right. And like, I didn't fully think about that until like, yeah, basically after I did it, and I was just like, I want to share this with people. Who am I going to share it with? Well, obviously, like my most recent friend instructor, who's been so freaking helpful. And then, yeah, my original instructor, who has been so freaking helpful and was so freaking helpful. And I do like the patience that man throughout my training. And I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look back at all of at some point. I'm gonna look back at my streams and where I've come from, and I'm sure I'm gonna sit there and I already know there's certain things that I specifically remember. So the one I specifically remember was I was supposed to go solo. I was supposed to go have a solo flight, and I was so nervous because there was an icing air met, and I was like, I don't want to get icing. I don't want to get icing. And so I texted my instructor. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna go because I don't want to get icing. And he's like, however it went, how high are you gonna go? Well, I'm gonna like here. Are you gonna be in the clouds? And I was like, no, but the icing air met's like there, and like icing levels, like freezing levels, like here. And he was like, but are you going to be in the clouds? And I was like, oh no. So it was something that didn't click. And he had to like figure out how to get through to me somehow, why it was okay for me to go fly and I wasn't going to get icing because I wasn't going to be in the freaking clouds. And yeah, it was a like major facepalm moment. And I remember that I've had moments like that with my students, specifically like that in that scenario, that exact scenario where you're not going to be in the clouds. You're going to be fine. You're not going to get icing. Not in all circumstances, but in those circumstances. And then, yeah, so like that one specifically was just like, again, student pushing back on something that I didn't fully understand. And then like that finally clicking because he kept trying. So I do, there's like so many things, like so many primacy things that I remember that I've taken into my own instruction. And I'm really grateful for. So yes, it is. It's a surreal sort of a moment to be able to finally do that. Sedona, yes, it was. That doesn't look right. Oh no, which part? Hey, oh, you can't stay as you gotta run. I'm sorry. So I was live and had to come say hi. Hello, I'm sorry. I assume you're already at the store, but I'm gonna boost heart. Good to see you. Appreciate you coming and saying hi. And I hope you find everything you would like at the store, and you don't have anybody blocking your aisles, and your parking spot is nice and close. Yeah, all the good running to the store things. I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry I didn't check. I assumed that was a bit ago. I'm sorry. But yes, good to see you. Hope you're well. Tactical slip. We could have. Wait, when was that? was that in the pattern? You sent me a whisper. Okay, got it. Yep. I'll get back to you. You only need car feed if you want to go around. Okay, I had so like if it hadn't already iced up, and you want power, is that what you're saying? So I actually had again new CFI over at Yeah, new CFI over at work airport. He shuts the carb heat off on final in case of a go around, which I was like, huh, interesting. But I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So yeah. Oh. I'm not sure what happened there. More listening than watching. Totally good. Was that the last flight or the just the end of a leg? Nope, that was our last bit. That was our heading back to the roots part. I have to, oh my god, I have to go. I have work tomorrow. Not too early, so that's fine. So stylish pink checker headphones. Where do you buy? I think they were free. You just have to make sure you haven't bought whatever is supposed to be there. I guess. I'm not sure how that works. Hello. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, we will. We'll see. It might be one of those things where, yeah, hit 1500. I'm getting my apps out. And 2 years later, I'm still doing the same thing. So here you go. Show everyone this. You love the useless comment on the video or myself? I have to vet this first. I'm not sure I should trust you. Feel like you're going to be doing some shenanigans. Now that I let you do one, what are you going to give me here? That's the same thing I showed. Landing on the trailer is the tricky part. What? Oh my god, they hang on. They don't do that right. They get it at, hang on. I feel like that's a silly. It's late for me, okay? Right, from the YouTube short you mean, right. You do a lot of that up in Canada. Oh, very cool. It is. It's so cool. And I feel like I'm saying silly things now, and yeah. Hang on. Ads. Oh shoot, there's more to the link. Hang on. Another cool one about a spy plane landing. Okay. It keeps giving me ads. I might give up. Oh. Ah. Pause. Dang it. Okay. Coming back. Wait. Ignore what? What am I ignoring? Really? What? You mean you guess there's enough? Wait, what did I ignore? I'm sorry. What did I do? What did I miss? I'm sorry. There isn't enough time. Okay. You're talking. Are you talking about the carb heat thing? Is that what you're saying? Really? You mean you guess there isn't enough time? That's the thing for me is I'm just like, well, I guess I would rather put. I don't know. You're not real sure about that reasoning. However, you do shut carb heat off on final when you plan on landing. Oh, on grass turf. That way you don't ingest debris along with the unfiltered heated air. Well, and that's the thing is in at home airport. It is. I started at home airport and it is grass. So gosh darn it. Sorry, hang on. It is. That's one of the things that I always learned is yes, that's the one thing that you're allowed to do while taxiing if necessary is get that carb heat in. So I've definitely heard that as well on like doing that on final sort of a thing. And I think he probably mentioned that as well. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I do. I definitely get I get that, and I'll maybe have to do a think about the other potential reasoning, or maybe I misunderstood or misheard or something. So you just tried Sedona in the 152 and the winds created a huge downdraft on final. You had to full power and dive off to the side. Wow. Oh, okay. So my thing wasn't doing live weather, so we were on like no wind. What are the actual winds there right now? It is currently gusting to 19. So yes, 150. I'm sorry. Are you good? How dare I doubt you? I'm just saying. The extra link was just around. Oh, okay. How dare you doubt me? Oh gosh. You need an inertial step. Should I understand what that is? I feel like I should. Ads, get an ad blocker. I know I should, but ugh. In a Cessna 172, you just stick your thumb to push in the car beat and the throttle, right? Even on takeoff when it's in, you just do it. Muscle memory. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. You have heard similar things, but your club doesn't allow soft field landings. Oh, you guess insurance is worried about trainers. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. There was a guy who's act was landing a cub on top of a van. Okay, so was that the jelly beans guy? The jelly belly guy? Because I actually looked at, because I love jelly beans and jelly belly, and I found out that there was this, jelly belly guy who was a stunt pilot, and he was a stunt pilot for Jelly Belly, and I was like, oh my gosh, goals. But apparently he retired. If that is, yeah. There's a skip button, but I don't even like to wait for the skip button. I just want it to not go. That's how I am. Which part? You mean you can do that in a 150 as well? Pro tips. I'm sorry. I'm so behind. I'm trying. Oh, you're good. Most likely no fly day. Okay. Oh, you're good. Okay. You landed in a house somewhere below. No. Okay. Inertial step C208. Oh, protects the turbine. Got it. Jelly Belly has stunt pilots. They had one. Yes. I think I'm trying to remember. I think I remember his name, but I also don't want to like blurt out a name that might not be correct and is like somebody that would somehow like dox me, I guess. But yeah, but your guidance counselor has a lot to answer for. They never told you any of these cool jobs. I know, right? You know what's funny? Okay. So as I was first applying, we're going to get to the video in a second, and then we got to look at Little Nab, and then I got to go. So looking through old stuff, trying to find like my transcripts, high school, college, whatever, I actually found one of those old, like whatever they're called. Dang recruiters, right? Whatever they're called, those tests, aptitude test, is that what it is? And it like, you answer all the questions and it shows you what you should be potentially. And back when my at the time I wanted to be an actress, right? So I think I did sort of land in that area, but I also, or either I didn't land in that area, and the area I did land in was pilot. Or pilot was included in that. And I was like, wow, isn't that interesting? So, ASVAB, no, it wasn't. It was just one of those like random ones. I want to say it was even in like middle school or something. So, yeah, I thought that was interesting seeing that. Okay, this isn't going to say anything bad, right? Here we go. Launches into it. Dragon Lady. Wait, how long is this? no, and there's an ad. We're not watching it. I'm sorry. So I saw how long the video was, and I assumed it was going to be just like little. Oh no, was it muted? Gosh darn it. Hang on, I'll get it back. Sorry. I'll see if this works. Okay. Okay, there's that. There's good. Sorry. Till about 3.5 minutes in. Oh gosh. Okay, fine. Sorry. Till about 3.5 minutes. And then see, now my stream is breaking. Okay. Web full. Doing that. There we go. Okay, I think we're good. As a student pilot, you constantly act like you know what you're doing. Same thing as a CFI. There was something, I can't remember. Like I thought about this, like looking back when like my instructors got to this point as well. I'm like looking at myself and being like, you know, there's sometimes I wouldn't even trust myself, and I was putting my trust and faith in my instructors. They definitely were above and beyond where I am. But at the same time, it's interesting to be on this side of it now, especially at this level now. Not that, again, it is. It's minimums. But yeah, to look back on what I thought back then and to see where it is actually now. Tucker's Air Patrol is the one you're thinking of, but you're sure there were a few. Oh, okay. I'm sorry it was muted. And watched about 3.5 minutes. Okay. Well, but the ad came on. I don't want ads. So we'll see. You saw Gary Powers Jr. at AirVenture last year with the U2. Oh, that's really exciting. Super short. Okay, we're back. Ads are done. Oh, gosh darn it. Are you talking about did my stream do ads again? I'm sorry. I know. It's a thing. All right, so we're good. All right. And it's still
51 to fly espionage missions over the Soviet Union during the Cold War. But despite over half a century of advancements in technology, the iconic U-2, known by its nickname the Dragon Lady, continues to fly, taking Air Force pilots equipped with spacesuits up to altitudes exceeding 70,000 feet. Today, I'll be taking you along for an experience I never thought would be possible, a flight inside the U-2 to the edge of space.
No ads. Gross. I don't like it. You're making me watch ads. Right, the Twitch ads. That's what I thought. Sorry. Dramatic music. A chase car. It's so cool. Oh, it's so cool.
So the U-2 is not only one of the hardest aircraft to fly, but one of the hardest aircraft to land. Because of the U-2's 105-foot wingspan, she produces so much lift down low that you have to stall the aircraft to get her to land.
6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Because we don't have traditional landing gear, we get a safety observer in the mobile vehicle. The mobile officer is there to help safely land the airplane.
What are those landing gear?
For the run-in phase, we'll set ourselves up with a nice turn geometry. Accelerate as we're joining to where we get onto the runway behind the aircraft anywhere from 100 to 140 miles an hour based upon the aircraft configuration.
Once the aircraft comes to a stop, the ground crew put what we call pogos under the aircraft wings to level it. The bicycle landing gear, not very stable. You end up with a 105-foot teeter-totter. Once the aircraft runs out of airspeed, eventually it will settle onto one of its wingtips, which is why we have a titanium skid plate. The pogos are unpinned for takeoff and repinned on the ground after landing so that it can taxi back to parking like a normal airplane.
Well, there you go. If you want to be a race car driver, an astronaut, and a pilot, I think these U2 guys are just about the closest thing to it. The U2 is a product of the 1950s, when espionage played a pivotal role during the early Cold
Did you
War
say
years.
315 or 351?
After realizing that pretty much every Air Force aircraft was able to be intercepted by Soviet air
Oh,
defenses,
3.5.
the United States government realized they needed a new, more capable spy plane to keep tabs on the Soviet Union. The idea was that if they could design an aircraft that could fly at altitudes exceeding 70,000 feet, they would be beyond the reach of Soviet fighters, missiles, and radar, and could do their spying undetected.
Oh, that's super cool. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna stop it there. That's really freaking cool, and it's so weird. It's so funny. Yeah, and like again, oops, all like the things. Again, all the things that I have learned, like there's still so much out there that's different and takes advantage of different principles and has to consider other things and all that. So it is. That's so cool and interesting. I'm sorry. Or the chase car, another career you missed. Right, exactly. Unicycle, training wheels. You know when my instructor said center line, they were preparing you for this moment. Right. My facial expression. Oh, 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Well, we went a little bit over. You're welcome. Oh, that was amazing. And the seaplane taking off from the trailer made you think about the chase car for this play. Oh, okay. Cars involved in aircraft departures and landings. The 1950s, when people designed aircraft using slide rules and protractors. Exactly. And you won't tell the U.S. Army diesel mechanic stories that don't want to make you jealous. Exactly. No, it's good stuff. Okay, that was awesome, and a really good bow. I was gonna say a good bow on our whatever, but we didn't look at Little Nav Map yet. So let's quick look at that, and then we'll call it because I'm way even more over time than I usually freaking am. Gosh darn it. It's fine. It is what it is. Okay. Well, so first we'll look at Sedona, I guess. Or actually, we're gonna go over here. It's somewhere in this area. Ah, perfect. Amazing. Found it. All right. So we took off from Caymans. Well, actually, we didn't take off from Caymans. Well, we did take off from Caymans, and then something happened that was not my fault. And we ended up not completing that climb. Yep. So we tried again, and stuff was not working properly. So then we just took off in the air. So then we took off in the air, and we continued on our way. And we flew to Mineral Wells, and flew past Mineral Wells, and then flew past Mineral Wells again, and flew past Mineral Wells again, and then started flying toward Mineral Wells, and then we, hello! Corin gifted a sub. Thank you for the gift sub. And Colneva, welcome as a sub. Appreciate it so much. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess I should probably quick. Sorry. Go back. The slide calculators in Apollo 13. You have a real one that was your grandpa's. That is oh, that's so freaking cool. You know how to use your E6B. You love the old ways. Is it a whiz wheel or is it a digital one? I actually had to, like, more properly. I knew how to use the wind side, and I had learned how to use the other side, but I learned even more so how to use it when one of my students was told that he wasn't going to be able to use the, like, digital E6B. So, and it's super interesting how they actually made that stuff, that how it works and everything. It's so cool. But yes. Yes. Oh, and you just subscribed. Now I'm confused. My thing says that you gifted. No, Cold Nebo, you gifted. I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Thank you, Cold Nebo, for the gift sub. And yes, Cornhorn, welcome. I feel like I said that right. Welcome as a sub. I'm sorry. Yes. In your neck of the woods, what do you mean? Whizwheel, of course. Excellent, amazing. Taking on the VIP tour in your B407. Oh no! I'm sorry. Well, you live in Dallas. Gosh darn it. Well, I'm sorry. Well, we were down here because K-Mins, and then Min Earl Point, I think it was. And then the other one had a VOR approach is what we did. So we did our ILS approach in, and that was okay. That was fine. We took back off, and continued on that nice non-IFR spaghetti and went past the airport and past the airport until we started going for our VOR approach, came in, landed, took off again, had a little bit of a whoop whoop, but then went onward, and then we flew past, but then we just went out to do the approach, came back in, landed just fine, nice sunset into an evening / moonrise situation. And then we came back over to those routes, Sedona Airport, where MSFS 2020 starts you out as a student pilot in the 152. But we had the upgraded 152 WB Sim JP Logistics, which I'm going to stick in there again, just in case anybody is interested. Get that plane is best plane. So we took off and we noodled around, basically. I feel like it looks sort of like a giant. Here's his head, and he's crossing his legs. There's his foot, and there's the other foot, the foot that's crossed over the other leg. And he's, I don't know, saying, huh. I don't know. Yeah. So that's where things are at. I assume, it's probably going to be, it's probably going to be another month as I figure things out. And yeah, we'll see where things are at and where things go. And at some point I'm looking forward to getting back on a more consistent and frequent schedule, and we'll see what happens. So yeah. Okay. Going back. And then we'll finish up. Next time. Okay, sounds good. You spent a fair amount of time in Mineral Wells with your U.S. Army unit for training. Oh, that's really fun. Well, there we go. A little Easter egg, unintentional Easter egg. Want a cool trick? Set your speed arrow to your estimated ground speed. Then look for the inner. Oh, yeah. Then look for the inner dial 318 and look at the outer dial 475. That's 475 feet a minute, which is your 3-degree glide slope rate of descent. That's really exciting. Hang on. I'm gonna take a picture of it so I remember, hopefully. I try to remember these things and then I don't. That's awesome. I do. I gotta go. I'm sorry. You gotta work tomorrow. Yes, I do too. So you gotta head out. I do as well. Have a great night. You as well. Have a great day at work. What day is it? Rest your week and weekend and month, probably next month. Have a great 4th of July. Happy Independence Day, 250th to the Americans, and happy just general July 4th and weekend to all the rest. Have a great one, you guys. And yeah. Be safe, be good. Yeah. WSM 152 is really good in either 2020 or 2024. Yes, I am. I'm excited at some point to fly the 2024 one as well. We'll get there. Were those S-turns in the desert or rolling scissors basic fighter maneuvers? I'll never tell. File, Gracie, thank you. I appreciate it. Speaking of fighter, we fly daily as a... Oh, okay. Sounds good. I haven't seen him in a while. Let us. Where am I? Is he in 2024 though? That's okay. How do I do this again? Okay, that's there, that's there. Yes. Following. Okay. Go there. Do the thing. Okay. Find the things, doing the things. Okay. All right. So, I think we're good. Whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. 8 freaking hours. We're over 8 freaking hours. 8.25 hours. Yeah. So, yeah. So we're gonna head out. So, let me try to remember all the things that I'm supposed to do. So, yes. Whoever got lost and found their way here, found their way back. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it very much. And again, like having come this far, it's been 5 years now. I'm at my minimums, hopefully heading on to like the next thing, the next step, I guess. And I'm appreciative that you guys have been here for that, for however long or short a time. And yeah, it's been a wild ride, and looking forward to the next things. So yeah, I do. Thank you guys so much. I love them. Take care of you as well. I do. I'll try not to get too sappy or anything, but yeah, you guys are great, and I appreciate that you guys put up with me and my shenanigans and my sillinesses and all that and my blabberings. And yeah, looking forward to the next time. If I forgot anything, brain is mush. So before I do, hang on. Kithrick, thank you for the resubscription, and Cold Nebo for gifting that sub to Corin, and Sky Command for the raid. Everybody check out all those people. And yeah, great people. I love you guys. And yeah, thank you for the support and being here and all that. And I'm going to start, if I haven't already, repeating myself. So if I forgot anything, brain is mush. And yeah, have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. So have a great time in the raid. I will need to get ready and go to bed. But yeah, thank you guys. So yeah. Yes. I think, okay, I have it ready. I'm hoping I'm not going to forget anything. That's good. Okay. All right. Before I think of anything else, have fun. See you later. Thank you. Thank you again so much. And bye.